The story kicks off in a hospital emergency room, buzzing with urgency. A nurse rushes in, panic written all over her face, shouting to the doctor that the patient is struggling to breathe. Without a second thought, the doctor barks for a ventilator, his voice sharp and tense. On the bed lies Jin Lashin, a mechanical engineer whose body has been pushed past its limits after years of relentless work. His heart has just suffered a stroke, leaving him teetering on the edge of life and death. From the moment he was born, hardship has been a constant companion. His parents died in a car accident, leaving him an orphan. After graduation, he spent 20 years stuck in a company, enduring a grueling life with wages barely enough to scrape by. Love has never touched him. He spent his entire life alone, untouched by the warmth of companionship. The doctor calls his name again, urgency in every syllable, but Jin's mind drifts elsewhere. He wonders if all those years of hard work had any real purpose, questioning the meaning of it all. The doctor keeps calling, but Jin doesn't respond. The team moves quickly with the AED, but his vision blurs and exhaustion drags down every inch of his body. The fatigue feels unstoppable, and for a fleeting moment he thinks maybe it's time to just let go. Darkness closes in. Then, suddenly, he wakes in a grand royal mansion, his eyes fluttering open to unfamiliar luxury. He takes in the opulent surroundings, a thought crossing his mind. Was he still in a hospital? How much would this cost? Before he can make sense of it, a glowing window notification appears in front of him. It welcomes him to the magical continent of Eldrien. Instinctively, he reaches for it, but a sharp pain shoots through his body, and he freezes, forced to pull back. That's when he notices his reflection in a nearby mirror, and shock hits him like a wave. The face staring back is unfamiliar, leaving him wondering why he looks so different. A week passes, and he slowly starts adjusting to this new reality. Sitting calmly in his chambers, he's soon greeted by a maid with breathtaking features who enters with a respectful bow to tell him that the tea is ready. She addresses him as master and introduces herself as Leah. Over that week, Jin, now known as Ren Edgar, the third son of Grand Duke Eldrien Edgar, begins to understand his situation. He's died and been reincarnated into a noble family of high status, complete with an older brother and a sister. The household treats him with care, offering a variety of exquisite dishes at the family dining table. His mother, showing her affection, presents him with a freshly tailored jacket. As the youngest Edgar, he's cherished by everyone around him. Thought lingers in his mind. Maybe this happiness is the cure for the misery he endured in his past life. Eldrien, the vast continent he now calls home, is a world where magic shapes every aspect of life. The Carinorial Empire dominates as humanity's largest power, but humans are far from alone. Many other races, elves and dwarves among them, live and thrive across the land. Ren's noble lineage gives him authority over a vast territory, home to about 1 million people and stretching across 300,000 square kilometers. With this status comes luxury, complete with every comfort imaginable and the service of a devoted personal maid. He tells himself this peaceful, privileged life is the reward for all the suffering he faced before. One day, Leah arrives with a message from the lord of the house. The Duke wishes to see him. Upon reaching the study, the butler announces his presence before he is allowed to enter. His father, Grand Duke Eldrien Edgar, speaks to him with a serious tone. Conversation quickly turns to an important matter. Ren has reached the age where he must take responsibility for his own territory. The question leaves him momentarily speechless. His father shows a hint of disappointment before laying out the details. The territory assigned to him lies in the northwest, a region that's stable but plagued by severe food shortages due to a shortage of mages. The tone grows heavier as his father continues, explaining that while their family's lands remain secure, the empire itself faces an uncertain future. The royal family's decline, corruption running rampant, and rising conflicts among the lords all threaten the empire's long-term stability. Ren listens, acknowledging the truth in his father's words and the challenges that lie ahead. Since his reincarnation, he's experienced a warmth he never knew before. That realization steels his resolve. He silently vows never to lose the people he now cherishes. Sensing the weight of Ren's thoughts, his father reassures him that he's not alone. His siblings and the family will always support him. Even as he processes all this, Ren's mind stays locked on the real problem in front of him. He thinks through the link between food supply and regional security, wondering if solving the shortage could actually stabilize the entire area. His father, however, quickly tempers his expectations, reminding him that these issues are far more tangled than they appear. While Grand Duke Eldrien sees these worries as the concerns of a young, inexperienced boy, Ren's determination only hardens. With the knowledge from his past life, his grasp of industry and production, he refuses to back down. With unwavering confidence, he assures his father that he will find a way to fix the food crisis. Anceling City marks the western edge of the Edgar family's lands. To the north lies enemy territory, while the elves' domain stretches to the west. And to the south, the vast ocean sprawls endlessly. Perched at the crossroads of three nations, the city has long been a hotspot for conflict. Wars have left much of the land ruined, the population decimated, and now only a small number of residents remain. Sitting inside the carriage heading toward Anceling City, Ren reflects on the obstacles that lie ahead. Kickstart an industrial revolution. He needs a sizable workforce, and to get that, the population has to grow first. As he mulls over his plans, a sudden notification flashes before him. It's his ability activating. The system prompts him to start the scanning function, a tool that lets him read the stats of anyone he examines. After testing it on his family, he's already developed a basic understanding of the people around him in this new world. And now, his main goal is clear: recruit talented individuals to help bring his plans to life. Lee watches quietly, keeping her father's instructions in mind. Eldrien had tasked her with monitoring Ren closely, worried that he might act recklessly. She prays he doesn't stir up unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, at the Lord's mansion in Anceling City, a figure reports that Ren will be arriving soon. The messenger shows concern, asking if they should prepare for him. Rumors have long suggested that Eldrien spoils his youngest son, and Ren is well loved by his siblings too. A masked man, however, waves off the worry calmly, telling the subordinate to wait for their master's orders. The subordinate hesitates, voice shaky, asking what happens if Ren discovers the financial fraud they've been running. The masked man scoffs. Certain that a sheltered noble like Ren would know nothing about taxes, he instructs the subordinate to prepare falsified accounts to hand over, making sure Ren is confused on arrival. Satisfied with his plan, the masked man orders preparations for Ren's reception, a smirk tugging at his lips. He mutters under his breath that it's time for Eldrien Edgar to pay for his misdeeds. As Ren's carriage enters Anceling City, he immediately notices the desolation that blankets the land. Wasting no time, he asks for a map, which Lee hands over without hesitation. An idea begins to take shape in his mind. Building a canal and linking it to the seaport could breathe new life into the city. But before he can dig into the details, a distressing scene catches his attention. A young woman begs her father desperately to stop gambling, tears streaming as she cries that the money is meant for her mother's medical care. The man, unmoved, tries to snatch the money from her hands. He insists he's going to win this time, and she struggles to hold on to it. Frustration bubbles over. He raises his hand, ready to strike without a second thought. Ren steps in, throwing a solid punch. Pain shoots up his fist, but he doesn't back down. Leah, alarmed, scolds him for acting rashly, insisting he should have told her first so she could prep his protective gear. Ren brushes off her concern, reasoning that there wasn't time. Instead, he tells her to check on the girl while he deals with the gambler. Turning back to the man, he asks sharply if he's lost his mind. The terrified gambler stammers, demanding to know who he is. Unfazed, Ren says his name doesn't matter and delivers a cold warning. If the man ever gambles again, Ren will personally see to it that his head is severed. Fear takes hold, and the man scrambles away, swearing he'll never gamble again. With the immediate danger over, Ren turns his attention back to the young woman, ready to see that she's safe. Ren turns to the girl, his gaze softening as he asks if she's unharmed. As he scans her, he can't help but pause for a moment, struck by what he sees. Her stats are remarkable. She possesses what he identifies as a wholly agricultural body. It's clear she has the potential to transform farming in the region, and Ren immediately considers bringing her into his circle. He offers for her to join him on the way to town. They're heading there anyway. She hesitates, worried about dirtying the carriage. Ren isn't bothered by her concern. Instead, his attention shifts to another pressing issue. He can't understand why a casino even exists in a city where the people are struggling just to survive. Last fall, the Duke of the enemy nation attacked the town, leaving many soldiers dead. Then spring brought a devastating flood that wiped out most of the crops. The townspeople's lives descended into misery, with even finding enough food becoming a daily struggle. Ren considers the importance of conducting a census to measure the region's productive forces. Before implementing any plans, he decides to visit the Lord's estate to see exactly how much funding is available for development. He turns to Lillian and asks about the estate's finances. Before she can answer, the sound of hooves suddenly echoes through the street. A rider on horseback barrels through town, shooing pedestrians aside without a care. Lillian quickly pushes Ren aside, narrowly avoiding a collision. As the rider passes, she keeps her eyes fixed on him while Ren, protected by her swift action, struggles to catch his breath. She asks if he's okay, concern etched on her face. Ren reassures her, straightening up and regaining his composure. He turns back to Lillian, curious if she knows who the rider is. Lillian explains that the man is the young master of the Eldrien family, the owners of all the casinos in the city. Ren immediately realizes they must be incredibly wealthy, and an idea sparks in his mind. The problem of securing development funds might just be solved. Without hesitation, he tells Lillian to lead them to the casino. But Lillian warns him, cautioning that he's likely to be scammed. Ren brushes off her warning, confident he's not worried at all. Watching him, Lillian can't help but wonder just how powerful he really is. When they arrive at the casino, Ren steps inside and is instantly hit by the chaotic energy of the gambling hall. The air buzzes with excitement and desperation. Gamblers place their bets feverishly, some cheering over wins, others cursing their losses. Ren watches carefully, recognizing the dangers at play. As long as casinos exist, people will never focus on real work. Lillian quietly approaches and informs him that they've surrounded the building. He tells her to hold position. Ren's focus is on drawing out the key players. Soon, a staff member approaches politely, asking which game he'd like to try. He requests something simple. The attendant leads him to a table and hands him 2 free chips to try his luck. As the game starts, the staff watches him with barely concealed amusement. He places his bet, and as expected, the game is rigged. The dice are checked, and he loses. The staff member, maintaining a friendly smile, urges him to keep playing, bored by the charade. Ren decides he's seen enough and turns to leave, but the staff blocks his way, demanding payment for the money he supposedly owes. Raising an eyebrow, Ren asks how he could possibly be in debt. The staff member, smirking, claims the 2 chips given to him must now be paid for, despite being free. Laughing, he adds that nothing in this casino comes without a price. With a sly grin, the staff claims that each chip is worth 100 gold coins. Adding in the so-called service fees, he tells Ren he owes a total of 250 gold coins, an amount that seems impossible to pay. The sum alone is enough to make anyone hesitate. The staff even suggests Ren could leave his maid behind as collateral. Before Ren can react, Lillian steps forward. Her voice steady, she exposes the lie. Each chip, she reveals, is really worth just a single silver coin. Staff member's face darkens, embarrassment quickly twisting into rage. He orders a guard to silence her. But before the command can be carried out, Ren moves like lightning, landing a punch that sends the man crashing across the room into a table. He demands to know who allowed the man to speak in the first place. The casino erupts into chaos for a moment, gamblers scrambling to grab coins spilled from the fallen table. Watching their desperation, Ren realizes just how hopelessly trapped these people are. Then the young master of the Eldrien family steps forward. Ren's lips curl into a knowing smile. The big fish has finally taken the bait. The gambler's fearful eyes shift to Yahello as he coldly orders his guards to strike. Without hesitation, the guards obey, beating the helpless gamblers as they plead for mercy. The atmosphere thickens with terror, and Yahello warns everyone to behave if they want to avoid more punishment. Lillian gasps, horrified at the dangerous mess she's dragged Ren into. Determined to repay him for saving her mother, she steps forward. Onlookers whisper among themselves. Sure, she's being foolish and will only get herself hurt. Yahello narrows his eyes, demanding she speak up. She calls out his casino for scamming people, ruining families, and preying on the weak. She declares she will not let him bully Ren. Amused, Yahello raises his hand to strike her. She closes her eyes, bracing for impact. But the blow never comes. Ren catches Yahello's wrist effortlessly, scanning him in the process. Yahello is talentless, with a loyalty rating of just 5. The implication is clear. The Eldrien family could turn on him at any moment. Yahello scoffs, noting that Ren doesn't seem impressed by his methods. Ren calmly replies that, on the contrary, he finds them quite interesting. Then he questions whether Yahello even knows who he is. Yahello shrugs, unimpressed by titles, asking why it should matter. There's only one thing Ren wants to know. He claps slowly, deliberately. The doors burst open as soldiers pour into the casino. Ren announces coldly that his word is law. The scene then shifts to a lavish banquet, where wealthy aristocrats mingle casually. One noble hopes his daughter might catch Ren's attention to secure a favorable alliance. Another noble, Eldrien, scoffs, calling the man Maggie for trying such a cheap tactic to ride Ren's coattails. A woman raises her glass for a toast. He wonders where Yahello is, thinking that if he shows up soon, they can forge a mutually beneficial bond with Ren. But he knows better than to trust the town's lord completely. Finally, Ren makes his entrance at the banquet. The heads of noble families scramble to win his favor, showering him with extravagant gifts. Uninterested, Ren brushes past their offerings, signaling for the meeting to start. Servants bring out a whiteboard, and Ren unveils a blueprint he has drawn. The nobles peer at it in confusion, having never seen anything like it before. He explains that it's a dam, sensing their skepticism. He promises they'll understand everything soon. Ren turns to Leah and asks her for a map, his eyes scanning the room with purpose. He lays out what he's observed. Every year, the city suffers from devastating floods that wipe out crops and livelihoods. By building a dam in just the right spot, they could control the water and prevent those floods from ruining the city. Eldrien listens carefully, his doubt slowly giving way to genuine respect. Fixing the flood problem would also solve the food shortages, and it dawns on him that Ren isn't nearly as simple as he first assumed. One of the family heads interrupts, asking how any of this concerns them. Ren doesn't hesitate. He needs funding. Nobles immediately dismiss him, throwing out flimsy excuses about their supposed financial struggles. Eldrien remarks that Ren is naive to think they'd part with their wealth willingly. Unfazed, Ren reveals he's already taken matters into his own hands. That very morning, he raided a casino and secured 50,000 gold coins. He asks how many other casinos operate in the city. A tense silence fills the room. The family heads exchange shocked glances, their alarm obvious. Unbeknownst to Ren, they've all secretly invested in the casinos, and his bold move has now put him directly at odds with them. Eldrien in particular is furious. He hadn't expected Ren to act so brazenly. Quickly hiding his anger, he calls Ren a fool for breaking the law. The other nobles jump in, trying to pressure Ren into apologizing. They argue that casinos are legal businesses, and raiding them is a clear violation. Eldrien declares that Ren's actions show he doesn't understand how to control people, but Ren doesn't flinch. Instead, he calls them liars, accusing them of pretending to be poor while hoarding wealth. His voice sharp, he delivers an ultimatum. Either they surrender their corrupt earnings voluntarily, or he will make them. Eldrien warns that Ren's father won't be pleased with such reckless behavior. The nobles double down, trying to force Ren into submission, but Ren just smirks. If you want to debate the law, fine, he says. Without hesitation, he orders his soldiers to seize them, declaring they'll discuss the law properly behind bars. Eldrien narrows his eyes as he notices Viserlo's underlings among Ren's captives. Confusion flashes across his face. These men were always loyal to Viserlo, yet now they stand restrained before him. Ren asks Eldrien if he recognizes them, his tone calm but probing. Eldrien denies any connection and demands to know Ren's intentions. Remaining composed, Ren lays out the truth. The captives tried to assassinate him earlier that afternoon and, under questioning, admitted someone from Anceling City had been backing them. A subtle unease washes over Eldrien, though he quickly masks it. Ren orders the soldiers to release the men, but his urgency is noted by everyone present. The gathered family heads exchange glances, each realizing these men belong to Viserlo. For once, Eldrien finds himself trapped, fully aware of the threat these men pose to his family. Without hesitation, he acts. He draws a dagger and lunges, eliminating the assassins before they can speak another word. The banquet hall falls silent as their bodies hit the floor. Blood pools at his feet. Composing himself, Eldrien stands over the lifeless bodies, filled with a grim sense of responsibility. He claims his actions were driven by rage, not justice. Ren nods slightly, acknowledging Eldrien's decisiveness. Eldrien accepts the compliment, insisting he's unworthy. Ren remains unimpressed, commanding his soldiers to bring forward the true culprit, curious if any other nobles are as capable as Eldrien. The doors swing open as Viserlo is dragged into the hall, his face twisted with fury. He thrashes against the soldier's grip, bellowing threats and demanding freedom. Shock hits Eldrien as he realizes Viserlo's son has been captured as well. Viserlo turns his wrath toward Ren, cursing him for killing his men. He vows revenge, promising to crush Ren and make him beg for death. Ren remains unfazed, barely raising a brow at Viserlo's bluster, his confidence unwavering. Viserlo declares that no one in Anceling City can defy him. If he wants Ren dead, it will be done. Viserlo's words provoke only amusement. Ren laughs, commending his misplaced confidence before shifting his gaze to Eldrien. Before Eldrien can even get a word out, Viserlo, lost in his own arrogance, spins toward his father with a mocking grin. The instant Viserlo says his name, Eldrien's patience snaps. His voice cuts through the tension like ice. He commands Viserlo to kneel. Viserlo blinks, clearly confused, before Eldrien shoves him down without a second thought. The weight of what's happening finally hits him, and panic seeps in like a cold shadow. Kneeling beside his son, Eldrien bows his head, his tone pleading as he begs Ren's forgiveness. He offers everything he owns just to keep their lives intact. Viserlo's eyes widen as the warnings his father had given earlier flash back in his mind. Shaking, he finally grasps who he's been challenging. His voice quivers as he asks, almost desperately, if Rein is the Grand Duke's son, The answer is obvious, and his pride collapses. He drops to his knees too, begging for mercy. Eldrien follows suit, swearing that his family's loyalty now belongs to Rein. Rein considers their plea for a moment, then lays down a condition. Everything they've gained through deceit must be handed over. Only then will he let them walk away alive. Eldrien swallows hard but agrees, relief washing over him that at least survival is still within reach. Yet his mind stays alert, hunting for a way to shift attention away from himself. His eyes settle on Eldric, and a plan sparks. Feigning urgency, Eldrien accuses the city lord of secretly plotting with outside forces to betray the Grand Duke. A murmur of shock spreads through the room. Before he can say another word, Rein's expression hardens. He coldly denounces Eldrien's attempt to slander Eldric and immediately commands his execution. Fear floods Eldrien, while Eldric stands calm, a calculating gleam hiding behind his composed facade. He sees Rein's move as reckless, impulsive, and ripe for manipulation. With smooth confidence, Eldric steps forward, bows slightly, and pledges his full loyalty to Rein. Rein nods, assuring him he'll never betray him, while subtly activating his scanning ability. Through it, he detects Eldric's greed, a glaring attribute beneath the surface. Back in his chamber, Rein starts tallying his gains with methodical precision, calculating he's secured roughly 100,000 gold coins, enough to cover 2 full years of city taxes. He approaches, offering her usual cup of black tea. He accepts it and remarks, almost rhetorically, on just how spoiled and indulgent these nobles have become. Switching gears, Lee asks about Eldrien's warning, worried that if Eldric truly plans to rebel, Rein could be in serious danger. Rein waves off her concern, calm and assured. He already knows Eldric's betrayal is coming. He's just biding his time. Pressing for details, Lee learns he's still uncertain who Eldric is secretly serving. Unlike his hidden foes, Rein is out in the open, fully exposed. One wrong move could ignite chaos. For now, it's better that Eldric continues to see him as just a naive, wealthy kid. The next day, Guildmaster Malcolm scoffs at the idea, dismissing it as absolute nonsense. Eldric, however, urges caution, insisting that Rein is simply young and eager to impress his father. Malcolm remains unconvinced, warning that siding with Rein is risky, reminding Eldric even Rein's father must show respect to the wizards. Eldric, meanwhile, has been scheming ways to bribe the wizards. Now, by starting the dam project, Rein has unintentionally put himself in the crosshairs. Malcolm debates confronting Rein directly, but Eldric tries to talk him out of it. With a sly smile, Eldric points out that Rein has now angered the Magic Guild, isolating himself completely. Meanwhile, inside Rein's mansion, he's buried in engineering schematics when Leia enters, informing him that Malcolm has arrived unexpectedly. Momentarily puzzled, Rein realizes he's never met Malcolm before. When Malcolm steps forward, his posture tense, he demands an explanation, accusing Rein of insulting the Wizards Guild. Rein, genuinely confused, asks when he supposedly offended them. Malcolm grows increasingly frustrated, telling him to drop the act and slides a letter across. Rein takes it, scanning the contents, and can't help but question how building a dam could possibly be seen as an insult to the wizards. Malcolm, clearly running thin on patience, finally lays it out. The letter says outright that wizards' applications aren't welcome to him. That's a direct challenge to the guild. Rein blinks, momentarily at a loss for words, silently wondering if wizards even do manual labor at all. Malcolm presses, refusing to back down. He demands a solid explanation and warns that without one, the guild will cut off all cooperation. Rein studies Malcolm's stats and notices his loyalty is steady. That confirms his suspicion. Someone else is pulling the strings, manipulating Malcolm calmly. Rein explains it's just a misunderstanding and begins listing 3 reasons for his decision. First, wizards have limited mana, and their skills might not match the project's tight deadlines. Second, they're extremely expensive. Hiring one wizard costs as much as 10 laborers. And lastly, most wizards live safely under the guild's protection, while ordinary citizens have no such security. Malcolm, unimpressed, argues that magic rules the world, and that those without talent are naturally meant to stay beneath wizards. Rein admits that's true in general, but he refuses to accept it as law. From this point on, he declares, everyone in Anceling will know wizards are no better than ordinary citizens. Malcolm narrows his eyes, warning Rein to take it back if he doesn't want to make the guild his enemy. Rein doesn't flinch. He tells Malcolm to watch his tone, or Lee will handle the disrespect herself. Malcolm falters, demanding why Rein would be so defiant. Rein simply states his law is absolute, and if Malcolm doubts him, he can test it. He could order Lee to execute him, and let the court decide the outcome. A cold shiver runs down Malcolm's spine as he senses Rein's unwavering resolve. Shaking, he finally yields, offering a hesitant apology. Watching closely, Rain notes that Malcolm's loyalty hasn't wavered. Malcolm doesn't realize is that he's just been a pawn in someone else's game. Satisfied, Rain signals Lee to release him. Malcolm regains some composure, thanks him, and leaves. A notification pops in Rain's mind. The quest is complete. He gets a reward and a new mission. Scan 5 individuals with high stats. Setting aside immediate concerns, he turns his attention to checking the rewards. Outside, Eldrien approaches Malcolm. Curious, he asks how the confrontation went. Malcolm, still unsettled, says Rain refused to back down and even expelled him from the guild. A calculating spark lights Eldrien's eyes. He doesn't see this as a defeat. He begins plotting a new scheme to make Rain respect Malcolm even more. Eldrien explains, once the people refuse to work for Rain, he'll have no choice but to turn to Malcolm for help. Malcolm asks why the people would refuse. Eldrien's answer is simple. They're all lazy. Malcolm refuses to be part of sabotage, insisting that while he may dislike Rain's choices, he won't actively undermine him. Eldrien doesn't back down. He argues the people are useless. They wouldn't be starving if they were proper workers. Why would they take Rain's dam project seriously if they lack any drive to work? After a brief pause, Malcolm agrees to test the plan. In the city center, a crowd forms around the notice board, reading the job offer. Many are tempted. The offer promises 3 meals a day and 10 copper coins, but some are suspicious, sensing a trap. Slowly, people begin turning it down outright. Lillian steps forward, scolding them for speaking ill of Rain. She insists he personally promised to improve everyone's lives. The crowd bursts into laughter, brushing off her words, claiming she only defends him because she has feelings for him. Undeterred, Lillian approaches the recruiter, announcing that she and her father want to apply for the project. The recruiter, however, tells her only her father will be accepted. When she asks why, he explains it's because she's underage. Rain had made it clear, no one under 18 could be hired. He wouldn't tolerate any rule breaking. Turning to her father, the recruiter goes over wages and meals, instructing him to leave a handprint on the document and report to the construction site the next day. Lillian urges her father to work hard. He reassures her he won't let Rain down and reminds her to care for her sick mother. The recruiter, overhearing, asks about his wife's condition. When he confirms she's seriously ill, the recruiter tells him not to worry. Rain had ordered that the families of workers could temporarily stay in the workers' quarters during the project. He explains that the families can stay in the quarters while the project is underway, and then return home once the construction wraps up. Grateful, the man thanks them, and the recruiter arranges for someone to escort them to their temporary quarters. Word spreads quickly, and people start rethinking their decision. Curiosity replaces doubt, and soon more and more people begin signing up, causing the crowd to swell noticeably. Meanwhile, Rain checks his rewards and finds a blueprint for a lithium iron phosphate battery. He frowns, questioning its value without an electricity generator to power it. He quickly moves on to his next mission, locating 5 individuals with the highest stats. At first, he thinks about training Leah, but after scanning her, he realizes she's already reached her full potential. Deciding to scout for talent elsewhere in the city, he prepares to step out. Before he can leave, Lillian shows up, asking for permission to enter, which he grants. She tells him the workers at the site have been slacking. Surprised, he follows her to see for himself. At the construction site, Lillian confronts her father, demanding why he's not keeping up with his work. Her father protests, saying he's been working hard but has been exhausted since the morning. Other workers voice the same complaints. Everyone feels drained, so they decide to rest. Lillian scolds them sharply for their laziness. Determined to fix the problem, she pulls Rain along, believing the workers will listen to him. As he scans her father, Rain notices something alarming. Turning to Lillian, he explains that they're not just tired, they're cursed. Rain activates a new skill called prospecting. He had planned to use it after the construction, but the situation leaves him no choice but to use it now. This ability lets him analyze rock composition and check the land's geological conditions. The system scans the area. No valuable minerals or oil show up. Just as he's about to stop, he senses something strange and tells a worker to dig deeper. The man digs as instructed, and eventually they uncover a dark, ominous-looking crystal. A chill runs through the group, leaving them uneasy, wondering if they've unearthed something better left buried. Lee, stunned that Rain could detect the crystal, starts to wonder if he might secretly be a magical prodigy. Even with her sharp senses, she hadn't noticed it. Rain orders the crystal to be extracted and secured in a box. He turns to Lee and asks about the standard procedure for handling curses. She explains that the afflicted can visit a church for a priest's blessing or seek help from a high-level wizard. Taking it in, Rain firmly instructs Lillian to come with him, bringing her father along. They're heading to a priest. Lillian, still doubtful, asks if her father is truly cursed. Rain reassures her, promising the culprit won't escape justice. When they arrive at the church, a priestess greets them warmly, clearly pleased to see Rain. He quietly considers testing her loyalty before asking for help. Scanning her, he's surprised to find her loyalty at an impressive 95. Even more shocking, she's not human, she's an elf. The priestess introduces herself as Yuria and asks how she can assist. Rain explains the situation and lets her examine Lillian's father. As she inspects him, her eyes glow a radiant gold, momentarily blinding him. After a pause, she confirms Rain's suspicion. He is indeed cursed. Rain asks if she can remove it, and Yuria responds by dispelling the curse with her abilities. Lillian's father immediately feels a wave of relief, declaring he's well enough to return to work. Ren insists he needs a break. He tells Leah that they won't push forward until they've fully solved the core problem. Next, he brings the ominous crystal over to Yuria, who leans in to study it closely. She recognizes it as a fairly common crystal from the region, though the sheer amount of magical energy stored inside is impressive. She explains that the curse relies on condensing a massive amount of magic within it to take effect. Yet she finds something odd. Despite having enough power to be deadly, the crystal only causes exhaustion. It's almost as if it's meant to annoy rather than actually harm. More prank than curse. Ren asks if creating a crystal like that would be difficult. Yuria replies that for a high-level wizard, it would be a breeze, and planting it at a construction site, just as simple. And it could even be done daily without anyone noticing. Suspicious, Ren presses her. How does she even know about his project? Yuria shrugs, casually explaining that the church has been aware all along. His project has, after all, eased a lot of their workload. Realizing it's time to confront Malcolm, Ren starts weighing his next move. Yuria, reading his hesitation, mentions that she knows someone who might be able to help, but she warns him right away. This person is a little eccentric. They reach a grand mansion, Lady Selena's home, the former head of the Wizards Guild. Ren takes a deep breath and knocks, ready to convince her to help. Before he can react, Leah suddenly grabs him, yanking him back. A violent explosion erupts just ahead, rattling them both and leaving Ren momentarily stunned. Inside, Selena exhales sharply, clearly frustrated. She mutters to herself, questioning why her latest experiment has failed again. Still, she doesn't falter. Her resolve is firm. She isn't giving up until she succeeds. Selena flatly refuses to help, saying she's too busy working on a new magical device. Curious, Ren asks if it's a wand. She scoffs at the idea, clearly taking it as an insult to her intelligence. Leah, unimpressed by Selena's arrogance, warns her to watch her tone. Selena ignores the jab, turning her attention to Leah. She notes the immense magical power Leah carries. Then she suggests that Leah stay and assist with her experiments, saying she'll help Ren only once she achieves a breakthrough. Leah, clearly irritated, snaps back, questioning Selena's manners. The tension spikes as they prepare to clash. Ren quickly steps in, calming Leah before the situation escalates further. Turning back to Selena, Ren glances at a table cluttered with magical tools and asks if she's working on a magical artifact. Selena casually tells him that everything on the table is just failed prototypes. She explains that she's trying to create a device capable of storing her powerful electric magic. Ren blinks, taken aback. You mean store electricity? Selena nods. Every failed attempt ends in a mini explosion. Brushing him off, she tells him to leave. She needs to continue her research. Ren, seeing his chance, confidently says he knows how to make a device that can store electricity. He asks if she'd help him in exchange for that knowledge. Selena scoffs, dismissing his claim, but Ren presses on, serious in his proposal. He asks plainly, if he succeeds in creating the device, will she help him? After a tense pause, Selena agrees, promising to not only deal with Malcolm, but to make the Wizards Guild recognize his authority. She warns, however, that if he fails, she won't be responsible for his safety. Once outside, Ren starts thinking about where he could get a reliable source of electricity. He quickly realizes human wizards could act as temporary power generators. Wasting no time, he gets to work and successfully builds a lithium-ion battery. When he presents it to Selena, she immediately criticizes it, saying it can't store magic and would explode if even a fraction of her power were channeled into it. Ren stays calm, assuring her the battery has more than enough capacity. He hands her a wire and instructs her to charge it. Skeptical but curious, Selena takes the wire and releases a surge of electricity. To her surprise, the battery soaks it up without detonating. Ren smirks. Is that all you've got? He teases, pointing out that the battery hasn't even hit half its full capacity yet. Annoyed, Selena cranks up her magic, sending an even bigger surge of energy into the battery. After a while, she starts to tire, frustration creeping in as she wonders if this little device can really handle her power. Ren, on the other hand, watches in disbelief. He does some quick mental math. So far, the energy stored could run an electric vehicle for 3,000 kilometers. And somehow, Selena has managed to charge it up to 87% all by herself. He can't help but chuckle, calling her a convenient battery bank. Now it's time to show off his own trick. He hooks up the wires and the battery begins to produce electricity flawlessly. Selena, impressed despite herself, asks if he can also wield electric magic. Ren grins, confidently replying that not only can he, but he can also make it so anyone in Anceling City could use it too. Selena blinks, perplexed. How is that even possible, she asks. Ren reveals that his device is far more advanced than the battery she just charged. He proposes that if she helps him, he can show her a world where everyone, no matter their magical ability, can wield magic. Selena, captivated by the idea, finally recognizes his potential. Meanwhile, Malcolm lounges in his office, smug as ever, convinced Ren will come crawling for help soon enough. But before he can revel in it, Selena suddenly appears right in front of him. Caught off guard, Malcolm freezes, demanding to know why she's here. Selena glares, saying he must have some nerve to think he could oppose Ren. Malcolm fakes ignorance, nervously insisting he would never dream of such a thing. Without missing a beat, Selena grabs him by the collar, demanding a confession. She reminds him with a sharp edge in her voice that she has a temper, an unspoken threat hanging in the air. Terrified, Malcolm spills everything almost immediately. He admits he rallied the mages, telling them Ren looked down on them, which naturally stirred their anger. Then, seizing the moment, he instructed them to create cursed crystals and sneak them onto Ren's construction site. The crystals drained the workers' energy, making them appear lazy. His hope was that Ren would think they were slacking off. Malcolm's ultimate goal? Make Ren desperate enough to apologize and turn to him for help. Once the confession is done, Selena clicks her tongue, annoyed. She calls him an idiot for not realizing he was the one being played. Malcolm stares, utterly confused, unable to believe what he's hearing. Selena doesn't waste another word. She orders him to call back all the mages immediately. Panicked, Malcolm scrambles to obey. Meanwhile, Selena contacts Ren, letting him know the Wizards Guild is taken care of. Ren thanks her, and she casually asks if he wants Eldric removed. Selena's eyes narrow slightly, but she doesn't argue. If Ren wants to keep Eldric alive, then he must have a bigger plan in mind. Ren declines, saying it's unnecessary. He plans to use Eldric as bait to draw out the bigger players behind the scenes. Selena understands and, with renewed excitement, asks eagerly when they'll start on the projects he mentioned. Ren tells her the first step: get the mages to charge the batteries. Selena nods, understanding her task, and heads off to make it happen. At the same time, Eldric meets with a masked man, informing him that Ren now controls the Mage Association. The masked man remains calm, assuring Eldric there's nothing to fear, except for Selena. He notes that no one in the association is truly a threat. What worries him is Ren's mysterious dam project. If it succeeds, it could reshape Anceling City entirely, and that can't happen. Eldric reassures him, saying he already has a plan. He's been quietly pressuring the nobles to inflate grain prices, tightening control over the city's food supply. The masked man narrows his eyes, asking if Eldric is sure the nobles will cooperate. Eldric smirks, explaining that Ren has drained their money, leaving them bitter. By offering them a chance to recover their losses, he guarantees their cooperation. Sure, they might betray him eventually, but they'd never betray their own profits. He also points out that Ren doesn't have enough funds to keep his project going forever. Meanwhile, at the marketplace, a merchant cruelly kicks Lillian aside, sneering at her to leave. Fuming, she demands to know why grain prices have suddenly skyrocketed. The merchant shrugs, completely indifferent to her anger, reminding her that it's his supply and he can sell it at whatever price he wants. Lillian recalls her promise to secure grain for Ren at the lowest price possible. She glares at the merchant, warning that Ren won't tolerate such blatant extortion. The merchant, unfazed, smirks back, claiming they're just honest businessmen taking advantage of the situation. To rub it in, he steps on her foot and orders her away. At the church, Illyria is just as frustrated. In just 3 short days, everything shifted. Grain prices shot up, tripling overnight, and panic began to spread across the city. She turns toward Illyria, her face tight with worry, and says bluntly that their current stockpile won't be enough to see their people through the winter. Without hesitation, she orders Illyria to secure the supplies they do have and return them to the church, promising that she'll handle the rest herself. On top of that, she hands Illyria a hefty bag of coins. Illyria freezes, eyes widening at the amount, protesting that it's far more than needed. Normally, bribing the guards would only cost a third of this. But she stands firm, insisting Illyria follow her instructions. Reluctantly, Illyria nods. Just as she's about to take it, The bag is yanked from her hands. Startled, she spins around and finds Leah holding it, a mischievous grin on her face. Leah's eyes sparkle with that sly, uncatchable smirk. At that moment, Ren steps forward. Calmly, he asks Illyria if she might be open to striking a deal. Illyria narrows her eyes, suspicion sharpening her features. "What kind of deal are we talking about?" she demands. Ren shrugs slightly, his voice smooth, telling her to just relax while they talk. Annoyed, she scoffs. "And what nonsense are you spouting now?" She insists that there's no way elves would even be in this city. Ren meets her gaze steadily. He tells her he knows their true identities and that he bears them no ill will. Illyria studies him carefully before finally asking what he wants. Without hesitation, he says he needs food supplies. She frowns, warning him that such a request might be beyond his reach, and tilts his head. "Why's that?" he asks. She explains that Ashwing City's food supply is tightly controlled by 4 major noble families that have held power for a century. Sure, he might have shaken up a few minor figures at the banquet, but those were nothing compared to the real players. Curious, Ren asks if she knows the city well. Illyria nods. She's lived in Ashwing City for 120 years. She adds that if he hadn't moved against the Eldrien family at the banquet, negotiating with the nobles might have been possible. War has already tightened the food supply this year. If grain prices had stayed steady, her people could have made it through the winter without fear. Listening to her, Ren's expression hardens with determination. "Give me half a month," he says. "I'll make the price of grain drop significantly." Meanwhile, at the Klein family mansion, Augustus, the head of the household, sits at the head of a lavish dining table, speaking to his gathered partners. He boasts that, thanks to Eldrien, the 4 great families have raked in enormous wealth. The assembled nobles raise their glasses, offering thanks to Eldrien for his role in their fortune, and they toast to their success with laughter and relief. A butler appears, announcing that Ren has invited Augustus to a banquet. The room falls silent. One noble mutters uneasily, wondering if Ren's next move might be aimed at them. "I only wanted to profit," he admits. "I don't want to risk my life over it." Augustus remains calm. He reminds everyone that Eldrien guaranteed their actions were legal, and as long as the 4 noble families stay united, Ren can't touch them. He smirks confidently. "We set the grain prices. No one, not even the Duke's son, can interfere." The nobles exchange glances, nodding. They're convinced that if they seize this chance, their families won't see poverty for the next 100 years. Still, Augustus offers a caution. If Ren pushes too far, they'll only lower grain prices by 5 copper coins to calm public anger. But if any one of them breaks the pact, he'll make sure they pay dearly. The nobles nod again, solidifying their unity. With their resolve clear, Augustus announces it's time to head to the banquet. Back at Ren's mansion, the butler steps into the grand hall, bowing low, and tells his master that Augustus has arrived. Ren, seated at the head of the table, simply nods, instructing him to let them in and begin serving the meal. As Augustus and the nobles enter, they greet Ren with restrained politeness. Ren scans the room, commenting quietly that they still have a lot to learn. His gaze lingers on their clothing. He raises an eyebrow, silently questioning how they can appear so threadbare while controlling the city's grain market. Augustus leans back slightly, a calm smile on his face, and says they recently caught wind of Ren's project and want to pitch in. Another noble jumps in quickly, bragging that they've already donated large sums and sold their grain at rock-bottom prices. Leah can't hold back. She snorts, calling them shameless for trying to trick Ren with their showy generosity. Ren, however, doesn't react the way they expect. He just smiles, almost as if he's impressed, and thanks them sincerely for their support. Keeping his tone smooth and composed, he explains the real reason he invited them. He wants to talk business, grain business. Augustus, thinking he's reading Ren correctly, assumes he must be short on funds. He quickly adds that 2 gold coins per sack is already cutting it close for them, his voice dripping with fake concern. Nobles try to keep up the act, but Ren cuts them off. They've completely misunderstood him. He shocks them by saying he isn't asking for lower prices. He wants them to raise them. In fact, he proposes the grain go for 4 gold coins a sack. The nobles gape at him, frozen, unable to grasp what he just said. Ren continues, casually mentioning that he'll take a 30% commission from the deal. Augustus blinks, confirming out loud if Ren really instructed that the price be doubled to 4 gold coins. Ren just reminds him, calmly, that he'll get a 30% cut from the transaction. Augustus smirks, shaking his head. He admits he thought Ren was just another pampered noble brat, but now he sees he's as sharp and calculating as any seasoned merchant. Seeing Ren play along so smoothly, Augustus feels the path ahead will be much easier than he expected. He even adds that had he known Ren was this reasonable, he would have sought him out long ago. Still, he notes that without an official decree, they can't legally raise the prices. Thanking Ren, he asks when he'd like the announcement to go out, letting him know the document, sealed with the family crest, is ready to be posted. Augustus says they'll put it up after their meal. He warns matter-of-factly that anyone who defies him already knows the consequences. He reassures Ren that there won't be any pushback. Back at the Klein family mansion, the others start questioning Augustus, wondering if they should alert Eldrien since the situation feels unusual. Furious, Augustus slams his hand down, shattering his wine glass. He declares that the more people who hear about this, the less profit they'll make. He claims Ren has no real power here and is just using them to secure his own advantage. He stresses that this deal must stay strictly between them, emphasizing that they've stumbled on a golden chance to make a massive fortune. One of the men admits he's never seen such a lucrative opportunity before and confesses he felt a twinge of worry. But from now on, he'll follow Augustus' lead without question. Augustus laughs, announcing that from this moment, they stand united. He then orders them to move fast, snatching grain from smaller merchants before the prices climb any further, promising they'll rake in profits beyond imagination. Meanwhile, at Irene's mansion, Illyria storms in, seething with anger, and calls him a traitor. She demands to know why he broke his promise to lower the prices, accusing him of teaming up with corrupt merchants. She warns sharply that the elves are not to be trifled with. Lillian tries to calm her, assuring her that Ren has promised the price would eventually come down. Illyria refuses to believe it. She argues that his dealings with corrupt merchants contradict his supposed intentions, but Lillian insists they should trust him, convinced Ren must have a plan. Still skeptical, Illyria looks directly at Ren and asks if he really intends to hike the price. He answers calmly, telling her not to worry. The spike won't last long. Within 2 weeks, the market will crash. Illyria scoffs, calling him naive and claiming he has no sense of the world's harsh realities. She boasts that in her 2 centuries of life, she's never seen a market drop after prices go up. Ren just tilts his head, unfazed, and asks how much the prices would have fallen if he'd merely threatened the merchants. 1 copper? 10? She argues that even so, he can't justify doubling the price from 2 to 4 gold coins, since some families would barely scrape together enough for 1 sack and survive. If the price doubles, starvation is inevitable. Ren counters, saying that even at 2 gold coins a bag, people would have starved anyway. For the common folks of Asceling City, 2 gold or 4 makes no difference. They'd still perish. Illyria glares at him, furious. Ren clarifies that he doesn't just want merchants to drop prices by a few coppers. His goal is to crush them completely. A week passes and Ren is busy teaching Selena the basics of batteries. He walks her through every detail, explaining exactly how a battery works, keeping her hooked with his knowledge and precise explanations. When the lesson wraps up, Lee comes in, telling him that Illyria has shown up again. Annoyed, Ren asks if she has nothing better to do. Selena interrupts, explaining that her anger is because grain prices have shot up due to his intentional inflation, now hitting 7 gold coins a sack. Illyria storms in, fuming, scolding him, and revealing that even minor nobles are struggling to pay for grain. She demands to know if he even realizes how much a single bag costs now. Ren stays calm, asking Leah how many days it's been since the price hike. She answers quickly, 7 days. He leans back slightly and declares it's finally time to send those crooked merchants crashing down. Illyria, exasperated, snaps at him to stop speaking in riddles and just explain plainly what he means. Ren admits he held back earlier to avoid raising suspicions among the nobles, but now he's ready to reveal the full plan. He calmly states that a bag of grain now costs 4 gold coins, then poses a pointed question. What is Asceling City truly missing? Illyria frowns, thinking for a moment before answering that nothing is lacking. Ren smiles faintly, shaking his head. What's really missing are merchants willing to sell the grain. The realization hits her like a punch, leaving her stunned. He asks if she finally understands. It's not just food that's scarce, it's sellers. And when greed takes over, no one can resist. The price of grain in Asceling City has shot up to 4 gold coins a bag. Once word spreads to merchants in neighboring towns, they'll rush to the city, drawn by the lure of profit. Merchants from outside will bring in plenty of grain, and those 4 foolish nobles will scramble to buy it all, feeding their endless greed even more. By doing this, Asceling City will end up with the largest grain stockpile in the Empire. But faced with a 10,000% profit, the merchants lose all reason and think only of wealth. He declares that after today, those 4 noble families will be finished. He tells Leah to post another notice, claiming Illyria has decided to sell the church's reserved grain at 1 gold coin per bag, opposing his method. She needs to make sure everyone hears it. Illyria, shocked, asks why he's given her such a flattering reputation. He simply replies that he doesn't have any grain to sell himself. She counters, saying she also has only a limited supply, and asks if he expects her to sell it all. Refusing outright, she insists the grain is essential for her elf tribe's survival through winter. Selena scoffs at her, calling her reasoning naive. If she were in Illyria's shoes, she'd sell immediately. Waiting would only increase losses. Illyria, unfazed, retorts that elves care little for money. They need only grain. Ren, steady and unwavering, orders her to follow his plan, assuring her that her supply will only grow. He then turns to Selena and the Mage Association, entrusting them with sealing off the city. Selena nods confidently, promising no one will escape. With that, he gives the order to proceed. Noticing Leah looks uneasy, he asks if something is wrong. She hesitates, then admits her worry. What if it doesn't go as planned? What if the merchants hold out a few days, letting Illyria's stock run low before the strategy kicks in? Ren explains his approach, laying out 2 kinds of plans: hidden schemes and open strategies. A hidden scheme can be countered, but an open strategy can't. Greedy merchants from outside will throw themselves into the city, desperate to get rich. Once they realize prices are about to collapse, panic will set in. In this game, hesitation equals ruin. Meanwhile, at the Klein mansion, one man reports to Augustus that the church has announced the sale at 1 gold coin per bag, anxiously asking what to do next. Another voice pipes up, alarmed. They completely overlook the church in their calculations. A third man, panicking, asks what their next move should be. Someone else tries to calm the group, suggesting the church probably doesn't have a huge reserve. Augustus, regaining his composure, orders them to rush to the church and buy as much grain as they can. At the church, a massive crowd has gathered, everyone desperate to get their hands on grain. Iaria tries to keep order, urging people not to push and assuring them there's enough for everyone. But the crowd ignores her, shoving forward relentlessly. She calls for a line, but her voice is drowned out by the chaos. A man appears, flanked by guards, sternly ordering the crowd to stop their unruly behavior. Turning to Iaria, he explains that this grain comes directly from the Pope, and this is just the first batch. More will arrive the next day. Iaria nods, then turns to Ren with a frustrated sigh. Asking him not to make things worse, she demands to know what she should tell the Pope if he questions her actions. The news delights the common folk, who cheer at the promise of more grain, while the merchants' faces fall, clearly dismayed. They could see it clearly now. Their profitable business was crumbling right in front of them. One merchant clenched his fists, running the numbers in his head. He'd bought the grain at 60 silver coins a bag, and with transport and other costs, it came to 95. If he sold now, he'd barely scrape a 10-coin profit, but even that small window was closing fast. Hesitate any longer, and he'd be staring at serious losses. Resigned, he finally opened his stall and started selling the grain. The moment the crowd caught on, they surged forward, eager to snap it up at this new, lower price. Other merchants noticed immediately. Panic set in. They scrambled to unload their own stock, each trying to undercut the others, driving prices even lower. From the sidelines, Lee watched in astonishment. Everything was unfolding exactly as Ren had predicted. Ren stayed calm, explaining that this was just human nature. Merchants can't afford hesitation. Even a second's pause could cost them everything. The fear of losing it all forced them into action. Lee's eyes widened. At this pace, she realized, grain prices could drop back down to 50 silver coins a bag, just in time for Ren's plan to succeed. Ren smirked and corrected her. She was underestimating just how far this would go. Once someone like Augustus started selling, grain would turn into the cheapest commodity across all of Anceling City. He asked him cautiously if he really thought Augustus and his crew would sell off their grain so recklessly to outsiders. After all, they'd paid at least 2 gold coins a bag, and his people were loyal. Wouldn't they stick together? Ren shook his head, telling her she was giving them far too much credit. When profit's on the line, no one holds back. He added that grain prices would soon stop being an issue, and that it was time to move on and discuss the second part of their agreement. Meanwhile, at Augustus' estate, the butler rushed in, reporting that out-of-town merchants were slashing grain prices, and that prices had already fallen to 75 silver coins per bag. Another man scoffed, insisting it was impossible. They controlled the grain supply. How could outsiders have so much? Butler stood firm, insisting he wasn't lying. Augustus sank into thought, then, slowly, realization hit him. His face darkened with fury as he demanded to know if Ren was trying to destroy their families. His subordinates, tense and uneasy, pressed for an explanation. Seething, Augustus laid it out. Ren had intentionally spread the rumor that grain prices were skyrocketing, luring in merchants from nearby towns. Once they arrived, he leveraged the church's name to crash prices, sparking a panic that forced them to sell at a loss. His men couldn't believe such a clever scheme had been used against them. But Augustus quickly pulled himself together and announced he had a counterplan. His men leaned in, eager to hear it. He explained that the grain reserves wouldn't last long. If they held onto their stock until desperation hit, they could sell at a sky-high price, but only if they refused to sell now. They'd recover their money, but one betrayal, one person selling early, and the whole plan would collapse. Roland, visibly nervous, agreed and said he would return to stockpile his grain. In truth, though, he had already decided to sell and cut his losses. Other nobles noticed his sudden exit and realized it was every man for himself. One by one, they all left, abandoning any pretense of unity. Augustus Butler stepped forward, promising to personally monitor the others and keep them from selling. Augustus's temper flared. He shoved the butler aside, snapping that if they didn't sell, the others certainly would. Without another word, he ordered every last bag of grain to be sold immediately. Back at Ren's mansion, he turned to Beria and asked if the grain was now enough for her people. She frowned, confused. It felt like the more they sold, the more they gained in return. Ren explained that they were selling at the peak and buying at the lowest point. Just then, Lillian arrived with news. Prices had dropped again. Now, 1 gold coin could buy 3 bags of grain. Turning back to Beria, he asked if she still doubted him. Buy now, and she'd get 10 extra bags. With that settled, he shifted gears and asked if they could finally discuss their deal. Beria eyed him warily. "What kind of agreement are you talking about with my tribe?" His answer was bold. He wanted everything. Beria froze, momentarily stunned. She pressed him for details. He laid it out. They could provide for all her tribe's daily needs, and whatever else they required, he was ready to negotiate. Beria's face grew tense. She admitted the decision wasn't hers alone. Maggie needed to speak to the queen. Ren nodded and asked her to set up the meeting. At his request, she summoned Illyria to deliver a letter to the queen. As Ren watched her walk away, he let his mind wander for a moment, quietly weighing the situation. With the grain crisis behind him, the nobles were powerless to cause any real trouble for now. The Mage Association was already under his influence, and it was only a matter of time before he gained control over the church as well. At this point, Eldric's only real advantages were his hold over the military and his control of tax collection. If Ren could wrest the military under his command, Eldric would be completely within his grasp. He just needed a way to infiltrate their ranks. Leah interrupted his thoughts with a playful grin, teasing him to relax and offering to help him unwind. Ren waved it off, insisting he wasn't tired. But just as he spoke, a commotion outside drew his attention. A man was arguing heatedly with Illyria over the soldiers. His frustration was clear. He shouted that while he could tolerate minor losses inside Anceling City, being robbed by soldiers on the way home was unacceptable. What was he supposed to do now? Ren stepped forward. The man turned, wary, demanding to know who he was. With a small smirk, Ren replied that he was simply someone interested in doing business with him. At the city gate, a guard stopped Lillian, demanding to inspect her carriage. She remained calm, explaining that she was a citizen of Anceling City and was carrying goods she had bought locally. Her destination was the Elf tribe, and this was purely business. The guard, unmoved by her explanation, ordered his men to search the cart anyway. Without hesitation, they began tearing through her belongings, wrecking everything in the cart. Lillian tried to stop them, but her protests fell on deaf ears. After a thorough ransack, the soldiers reported back to their superior that they had found nothing suspicious. Still, the officer demanded she pay the toll as per the rules. She challenged him, incredulous. "How can I pay after you've destroyed my goods?" she demanded, testing his patience. He gave her a hard ultimatum: pay the toll or leave. Before she could argue further, another voice cut in, ordering her to comply. Reluctantly, she handed over the coins, only to be told by the guard that the toll had been raised to 5 silver coins by Ren's order. She gritted her teeth, exasperated. Her goods weren't worth more than 3 silver coins, and yet they demanded 5. The guard, however, remained stone-faced and told her to leave if she refused to pay. Suppressing her anger, she finally gave in, trusting that Ren would deal with the matter soon enough. She paid the toll, and the soldiers let her pass. Inside the carriage, Ren muttered curses under his breath, scolding himself. The merchant beside him frowned and warned him to be careful, reminding him that Ren was the savior of Anceling City. Watching the exchange, the merchant found Ren oddly composed. Even though the soldiers claimed that Ren had raised the toll, he blamed the guards instead, sensing that the man was unfamiliar with the city. The merchant took it upon himself to recount Ren's deeds, explaining that even though he had lost money due to market shifts, this was the first time he had ever seen a lord who genuinely cared for his people. If given the chance, he would gladly serve under him. Ren continued muttering to himself, thinking about those he had killed at the banquet. The merchant immediately understood, dismissing it with a shrug. The Eldrien family had brought it on themselves. Ren asked if the merchant knew them personally. The merchant confirmed, explaining that anyone doing business in Anceling City was familiar with the Eldriens. While many assumed their wealth came from casinos, the truth was far darker. Their real source of income? Human trafficking. Ren froze briefly, then his expression hardened. Already stretched thin, he cursed the Eldrien family for exploiting potential workers. His mind immediately began plotting the next move. First, he needed control over the border guards. If internal chaos broke out, neighboring countries would be quick to take advantage. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a commotion outside. Her patience wearing thin, she demanded to know why another toll was being charged. A soldier explained that the toll for Anceling City was separate from the one at the border fort, meaning different rules applied. She immediately called him out on lying, but the soldier remained indifferent. Repeating the same ultimatum, the soldier gave her the ultimatum: pay up or leave. She demanded to know how much. With a smug look, he told her it was 1 gold coin. Shocked, she called it outright robbery, but Rain quietly told her to just pay it. Anger simmering, she reluctantly handed over the coin. The soldier noticed movement inside the carriage and grew suspicious. He barked orders for all passengers to step out. At this border fort, every traveler had to be inspected. Rain calmly stepped down without hesitation. He told them to go ahead with the search if they must. The soldier froze when he recognized him. Rain and Lillian stepped off the cart, and Ren's sharp gaze pinned the guard. "Inspect if you dare," he said coolly. The guard's face drained of color, sweat beading on his forehead. He stammered, asking why they were here. Then he glared at the merchant standing behind Ren, sneering, calling him an immortal old fool, questioning how he dared return. Rain turned to the guard. "You know this merchant?" he asked. The merchant, shifting uncomfortably, admitted that these men had once been bandits in nearby mountains. After aligning with the Elwyn family, they were now tasked with kidnapping and trafficking people, brought here by the Elwyns themselves. The soldier sneered again, saying the merchant hadn't paid enough tolls last time and got scolded. If he didn't settle the difference today, he couldn't leave. He finished speaking with a sharp slap across the merchant's face. The old man didn't dare fight back. Stepping back, the merchant shouted, insisting he had paid every last coin the last time. The soldier leveled his weapon, snapping that just because he paid before didn't mean he owed nothing now. If the merchant hadn't been in that carriage, a few gold coins might have smoothed things over, but now, seeing his face, they demanded 5 gold coins and nothing less. Rain suddenly spoke up, voice calm but sharp. Something didn't add up. With tolls this high, why was Islan's revenue so low? The soldier shot him a glare. "Who are you?" he asked, disdainfully. His eyes flicked to Leah standing beside Ren, and a smirk spread across his face. "Islan's got a beauty like her, huh?" he commented, leering. The merchant pulled out a pouch of coins. "Fine," he said. 5 gold coins. Just don't make this hard for us. We're business partners after all." The soldier took it with a smug grin and tossed it to another man to store. Then he reached toward Leah, asking where she was from, calling her sweetheart. Before he could touch her, Rain stepped forward, blocking him. "I was thinking you might be useful as free labor," he said, "but now it's clear there's no saving you." The soldier, enraged, thrust his spear at Rain. Leah moved first, intercepting and swiftly killing him. The remaining soldiers froze, panic in their eyes, stepping back. Rain's voice cut through, cold and commanding. "Kill anyone who resists. After that, your post belongs to our guards." The soldiers panicked completely, dropping their weapons and running, screaming for help, claiming murder at the border. But they didn't get far before Leah, moving faster than the eye could follow, caught up with a group and eliminated them instantly. Rain glanced at his system panel, noting silently how absurdly low these soldiers' stats were. At that moment, he remembered his father's warning before leaving. Beyond Islan lay the Ditch Kingdom, and he had to avoid any conflicts between the nations. Realizing the scale of the problem he'd uncovered, Ren knew that if a clash with the Empire erupted, he would be the one to lose. Leah, dagger in hand, approached the remaining soldiers, but before she could act, a loud voice thundered across the border, demanding to know who dared stir trouble in Islan. The soldiers' faces lit up, They thought help had arrived. "General Caesar!" they shouted, relief flooding their voices. They begged the general for assistance. Caesar frowned at Reign, asking if he was the one causing trouble at the border. Using his skills, Ren scanned the man's stats, surprised for a moment. Everything was above 70, but his loyalty sat at only 12. Without that issue, Caesar could be a serious asset. Ren stepped forward, addressing him as the general of the Hulk family, mentioning that his brother was stationed in Prithia's territory. Caesar hesitated, asking who Ren was and how he knew about his brother. Ren replied that Prithia Edgar was his sister. Caesar froze, realizing Ren was the youngest son of Duke Eldrien. Soldiers turned pale, understanding immediately that they'd crossed the wrong man. Caesar suddenly remembered a letter his brother had sent, warning that young Lord Ren would soon arrive in Islan and that he must ensure his safety. A month ago, Elric had bribed him with a chest of gold, insisting that the future of Islan depended on Caesar's actions. Others had been whispering in his ear, pushing him, telling him the Duke sent him out here because he's unappreciated, that his talents deserve far more than this backwater posting. "This is what I deserve, isn't it?" Caesar told himself that. He convinced himself he shouldn't be stuck wasting his life in a place like this. Even now, knowing full well he'd crossed a line, Caesar felt no hint of guilt. He drew his sword with a sharp flick and barked orders at his men. Kill the imposter. He promised them rewards beyond imagining if they obeyed. Leo's face went red with anger. "Are you planning to rebel against the Empire?" he demanded. The soldiers shuffled nervously, fear clear in their eyes. They pleaded with Caesar, warning him that such an act could mean the execution of their entire families. But Caesar stood firm. He reminded them why this had to be done. They'd extorted the son of a Grand Duke and broken the law themselves. Seeing the hesitation flicker in their eyes, he rattled off Reign's actions in Island City, the Eldrien family wiped out, and 4 great noble houses ruined to the point of bankruptcy. "This is the western edge of the collateral empire," he said coldly. "If you take the wealth you've hoarded all these years and bring Reign Edgar's head to the Olvis Empire, at the very least you'll live as minor nobles there." He leveled his sword at Reign, and added without a flicker of emotion that whether they lived or died was entirely their choice. He wouldn't force it. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, caught between fear and ambition. Caesar's words began to sink in. Leah's eyes widened in alarm as she saw them slowly start to side with him. Decision was made in an instant. Weapons turned, and the soldiers moved against Reign. Caesar's grin widened, a cruel thrill flashing in his eyes. "Any last words, young master?" he taunted. But Reign stayed steady. Calm as ever, he said that if Caesar truly repented, he might be spared. Yet the way Caesar carried himself left Reign with a sinking disappointment. Before he could continue, Caesar shouted for the charge. The soldiers surged forward, weapons raised, ready to strike. Leah's fury ignited. She ripped at her dress for freedom of movement and launched herself into the fray. With a single precise strike, she cut down one soldier in her path. Another lunged with a spear aimed at her face, but she spun gracefully, dodged, and countered with a dagger, ending the threat in one swift motion. Then Leah spotted a soldier barreling straight for Reign. Reign stayed completely still, trusting Leah to handle it. Before the soldier could reach him, Leah threw her knife. It struck true, and the attacker collapsed. Reign turned to Caesar, his gaze hard and unyielding. "This is your last chance to stop this madness," he warned. Fuming, Caesar roared for all his men to attack, dangling a reward of 1,000 gold coins for whoever could kill Reign. The promise of gold sent the soldiers into a frenzy. One soldier lunged for Leah, calculating that taking her down would make Reign an easy target. Leah reacted instantly, knocking him aside with a powerful kick. Others tried to surround her, but every strike she threw was precise, measured, and devastating. A spinning kick sent multiple soldiers tumbling, groaning in pain on the ground. Recognizing Leah's extraordinary skill, Caesar ordered the mage to eliminate her. The mage formed a glowing orb of energy, firing 3 sharp ice arrows toward Leah. Leah smashed them apart mid-air with her kicks. The shards froze the ground beneath her, trapping her feet. Seizing the moment, Caesar shouted that she was immobilized and ordered his men to finish Reign off immediately. The soldiers split into 2 groups, one moving toward Leah, the other charging at Reign. The pressure mounted. Reign tossed a hammer to Leah and called for her to leap into the air. In his other hand, he held a wire connected to his invention. Leah caught the hammer, smashed the ice trapping her feet, and propelled herself upward. The frozen ground acted like the perfect conductor, giving Reign the moment he needed to test his device. As the wire touched the ice, electricity surged outward, paralyzing the charging soldiers instantly. They screamed, then collapsed, convulsing and unconscious. Rain balanced on broken ceramic shards to stay insulated, a satisfied grin spreading across his face as he saw his invention work flawlessly. The remaining soldiers froze, eyes wide, unsure of what had just happened. Lightning magic? Or some new kind of weapon? Rain grinned to himself, thinking how funny it would be if he could record this moment, call it a safety training video on electricity for his workers. Caesar's fear quickly twisted into rage, and in a desperate hiss, he ordered the remaining soldiers forward. One soldier froze mid-step, warning that Rain was using forbidden magic, and anyone who got too close would die instantly. Before he could finish, Caesar struck him down, accusing him of trying to weaken morale. He glared at the rest, his voice sharp. Charge. Rain is just one man, he spat, and there's no way he can kill all of us. The soldiers hesitated, fear rooting them in place despite Caesar's threats. Leah's brow furrowed in worry, wondering why Rain's spell hadn't affected the remaining soldiers. Rain realized the problem. The battery powering his device had run out. He had only brought one battery for the experiment. Leah's alarm spiked. She urged Rain to let her pull him out of there immediately, but Rain just smiled, calm and confident. No rush, he said. Caesar's little performance ends today. Seeing Rain prepare to escape, Caesar shouted for pursuit, convinced that his magic had lost its effect. Before the soldiers could move, a pillar of light shot down from the sky, freezing them in place with sheer terror. Caesar looked up, unease spreading across his face, and from above Selena appeared, descending like a sudden storm. Caesar froze, unable to comprehend why a Mage Association member had arrived on the battlefield at such a critical moment for Rain. Selena smiled at Rain. Just in time, aren't I? She said lightly. Rain's eyes flashed with determination as he nodded. Perfect timing, he said. His battery had just died. Selena's usual cool composure softened with curiosity. Batteries? She hadn't expected Rain to rely on them, and was eager to see how effective they were. Rain chuckled, confident. After they captured Caesar and his accomplices, he promised he'd explain everything in full. Understood, sir, Selena said, turning to the mages around her. She commanded them to aid Lord Rain immediately, taking down the rebels without delay. The mages unleashed intermediate-level lightning magic, bolts crashing from the sky, shaking the ground with deafening booms. The battlefield erupted with screams as the rebels begged for mercy, swearing they'd never disobey again. Caesar's eyes burned red with hatred. Through clenched teeth, he growled that even in death, he'd drag Rain down with him. In a blind frenzy, Caesar charged straight at Rain, dodging the mage's attacks with deadly precision. Closing the distance, he leapt high, executing his Ice Mountain/sword technique with a bone-crushing strike. But Rain didn't flinch, calm and collected. Just when Caesar thought his blow would land, Leah appeared out of nowhere, a small dagger in hand, effortlessly blocking the strike. The force shattered the ground beneath Leah, but she held her stance firmly. Caesar's face drained of color as dread overtook him. He hadn't expected Leah to be so fast, so strong. Before he could react, she closed in with a powerful kick. Caesar couldn't dodge and was sent flying, slamming hard into a wooden fence, falling unconscious. Leah glared at him coldly, muttering, "Trash." An hour later, Caesar slowly came to. Before him, Rain sat calmly, flipping through the documents he had seized. The flickering light of an oil lamp cast shadows over his sharp, calculating expression. Rain looked up slowly. His voice was steady as he asked, "Awake now?" Over the years, Caesar had embezzled a huge sum as border official. Rain asked him when he began collaborating with Eldrien. Caesar stammered, shocked. How did Rain know? Rain just smirked. He'd known all along that Eldrien would betray them. He'd been waiting for the right moment, and thanks to Caesar, that moment had finally come. Caesar laughed mockingly. Rain thinks a few corruption records will be enough to take down Lord Eldrien? Ridiculous. Rain shook his head. These records aren't threats, they're tools. He's using them to calculate Islam's annual trade tax revenue. This information will help him rebuild the city. Caesar burst into derisive laughter again. Rebuild Islam? Dream on. Eldrien controls every noble, and no one will listen to him. Rain's lips curved in a faint, chilling smile. The living are called nobles, he said, but the dead are called corpses. A shiver ran down Caesar's spine as he realized Rain meant to purge the city's nobility. Rain raised two fingers, cold and deliberate. He told Caesar the nobles of Islam had two choices: follow him down the road to death, or obey him and work diligently. Then he asked Caesar what he thought they would choose. The interrogation ended there. Later, Rain stood gazing at the crumbling city walls, lost in deep thought. Judging by the light, autumn is on its way. Rain knows that this year, Grand Duke Saurian won't sit idle. He'll mobilize his troops without hesitation. Rain understands the urgency. The city walls need repair fast. If war breaks out, these defenses won't hold a single enemy back. To the west lies the elven lands under St. Eldrien. As long as negotiations hold, no trouble will come from there. To the east is his sister Priscilla's territory. Peaceful, no concerns. The real threat is to the north, Grand Duke Saurian's domain. Lost in thought, Rain is approached by Leah carrying a stack of documents. She tells him that the total embezzled funds have been calculated, 350,000 gold coins. Rain nods and orders the guards to take over the defenses. He tells Leah to give each soldier 100 gold coins and send the rest back to Islam. Rain notices Selena preparing to return to the city. He thanks her and the Mage Association for their help. Selena smiles, saying it was their duty, but she's curious about the battery. She wants to understand how it worked. She can't fathom how he managed it without using magic. Rain promises he'll explain everything in detail on the way back. Selena, pleased, guides Rain into the carriage to hurry back to the city. Just as they're about to leave, Malcolm rushes over, panic written across his face. Selena frowns. "What's wrong?" she asks. Malcolm reports that Eldrick has betrayed them and seized Islam. Selena is shocked, but Rain just smiles. Eldrick finally couldn't hold back, he says. Selena worries aloud, asking how Rain plans to crush the rebellion, especially with all the Mage Association mages away from the city. No reinforcements will come from inside. Rain reassures her calmly. Stay calm. From the moment Eldrick chose betrayal, his defeat was already sealed. After hearing of the coup in Islam, Rain leads his soldiers and returning Mage Association members back to the city. The city gates stand tightly shut. Rain steps forward slowly, his voice calm but filled with confidence. He calls out to Eldrick, asking if he's finally driven him into a corner. Eldrick stands atop the walls, showing no sign of worry at Rain's arrival. Instead, he sneers, mocking Rain. "What brings you to Islam today, young master?" Rain ignores the taunt, instead questioning why Eldrick would dare betray his father. Eldrick's face twists with rage. He roars that it's because his father cast him aside in this forsaken land. Years ago, Eldrick and Rain's father faced countless dangers together to build this empire. But when his father became Grand Duke, he failed to reward Eldrick and instead exiled his family to this barren wasteland. Eldrick sent letter after letter, begging for a transfer to a prosperous place. Every request was denied without mercy. All of this, he says, was his father's doing. If Rain wants someone to blame, it's his father. Heartless and ungrateful. Behind Eldrick, a group steps forward silently, once loyal warriors to Rain's father, forgotten and denied their due rewards. Eldrick declares confidently, they aren't rebels, just reclaiming what's theirs. Hearing that, Rain chuckles. He had expected some noble excuse, but this, just another petty power grab. He gives them a chance. Anyone who wants to live should leave the city and surrender now. Otherwise, in 3 days, he'll tear down these walls without mercy. His eyes turn ice cold. The nobles laugh, amused by the threat. They mock him, joking about Islam's fortifications and the heavy price he'd pay to breach them. Eldrick laughs too, claiming Rain has lost his mind, a fool who only talks big. He raises an eyebrow, smirks, and proposes a bet. Rain finds it irritating, but the proposal piques his interest. What kind of bet? He asks. Eldrick, confident atop the walls, declares, if Rain can take Islam in 3 days, Eldrick will surrender without resistance, and Rain may do as he wishes. Rain asks calmly, and if he fails, Eldrick laughs loudly. Fail, and you surrender to me. I'll deal with you however I see fit. He taunts Rain further. Do you dare take the bet? Selena speaks up anxiously, urging Rain to ignore Eldrick's nonsense, suggesting they can take their time with the attack. Leah agrees, noting that Eldrick's rebellion has already reached the Grand Duke, and reinforcements are on the way. No need for a reckless gamble. Eldrick keeps provoking from the walls, asking why Rain hasn't answered. He mocks Rain, calling him a cowardly turtle, daring him to accept the bet if he has any spine. Rain smirks, saying if Eldrick insists on humiliating himself, he'll grant his wish. He hopes that in 3 days, Eldrick will honor his word. With that, Rain turns and walks away. Eldrick, full of confidence, reaffirms the wager for all to witness. He also reveals a crucial fact. The Olvis Empire's army already knows about his rebellion. In about 10 days, their forces will reach the border. Eldrick warns Rain not to be captured alive when that happens. Eldrick is certain Rain can't take the city within 3 days. Rain orders his troops to set up camp just outside the city, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Inside the command tent, Selena can no longer hold back her worry. She tells Rain that while Islan's walls look worn with their small force, taking them in 3 days would be almost impossible. She urges him to consider carefully. One nervous commander suggests retreating south, waiting for the Grand Duke's army to arrive. Once reinforcements arrive, they could strike without risking everything. But Rain remains calm, studying the map. He tells everyone to stay focused, confident that Islan will fall within 3 days. His real concern is the approaching Ulva army. He turns to Leah, asking for a status report on the firewood and hay he tasked her with gathering. Leah nods, confirming that everything has been prepared. She also reports that they've found a nearby lake, just as he requested. Rain nods seriously and instructs Selena to have the mages use ice magic to freeze the lake water, dropping the temperature to around 0 degrees. Selena frowns in confusion, asking if this really could help breach Islan's walls. Rain, full of confidence, tells her to trust him. These walls won't survive more than 3 days. The next morning, as the sun rises, Rain leads his troops to the city gates. He orders the soldiers to carry the dry firewood and hay close to the walls. Eldrien sees this and immediately commands his archers to fire, but Rain's men shield themselves behind sturdy barriers, and the attack fails. Eldrien can't figure out what Rain is planning. Why bring firewood instead of siege weapons? What confuses him more is that the soldiers drop the firewood and hay at the base of the walls and quickly retreat. Eldrien turns to a nearby soldier. "Have you ever seen a siege like this?" he asks. The soldier shakes his head, baffled. "Maybe they're planning to set the walls on fire," he suggests. Eldrien slaps him across the face, furious. "Do you even understand what you're saying? How can stone burn?" The soldier clutches his face, insisting he has no other explanation. Suddenly, another soldier shouts in panic. Fire is spreading along the walls. Eldrien freezes, watching flames quickly crawl and engulf the stone. For a moment, he's speechless. Then he laughs, scornful. Burning stone? Ridiculous? He mocks Rain. A soldier nearby asks anxiously if they should have the mages put out the fire or attack the men who threw the firewood. Eldrien waves dismissively. No need. The mages borrowed from Ulva are for real emergencies. They won't waste magic here, and he tells them to save their arrows, letting Rain's soldiers do as they please. He sneers, declaring that in 3 days he will crush Rain's arrogance right on these walls. After watching Rain's army burn the walls for 2 days straight, Eldrien feels certain of victory. He returns to his mansion to celebrate. Time passes, and while reveling in triumph, a subordinate bursts in, panic written all over his face. He reports that the enemy has stopped burning the walls. Eldrien rises, still confident, laughing heartily. They've burned through their winter stockpile. Foolish Rain must be ready to beg for mercy. He tells the nobles to come see Rain's humiliation firsthand. The nobles nod, understanding that today marks the final day of the duel between Rain and Eldrien. 2 days of burning have made the city walls unbearable. Even approaching them is dangerous, let alone attacking. Everyone believes victory belongs to Eldrien. Atop the walls of Islan, Eldrien stands with arms crossed, gazing down at Rain's army, a mocking smirk on his face. "Have you finally put out the fire and decided to surrender like a good boy?" he taunts. Rain lifts his head, his expression grim. His voice carries across the battlefield, deep and commanding. He offers Eldrien and the nobles one last chance to surrender or die. Eldrien, unfazed, grows even more excited. He laughs, mocking Rain, asking what makes him think they would surrender. He reminds Rain of their wager from 3 days ago. If Rain fails to breach Islan before sundown, he'll bow his head in defeat. He taunts, daring Rain to go back on his word in front of all the warriors. The nobles chime in, insisting that if Rain can't break through, he shouldn't back out on his promise. Rain closes his eyes, inhales deeply, and murmurs that the blame shouldn't fall on him. Then he raises his hand and gives the command. "Selena, do it now." Figure appears in the sky. Selena, Rain's strongest mage, hovers in midair, hands raised, drawing on her full power. The space around her distorts, lightning roaring and wind howling violently. The battlefield becomes unbearably tense. After gathering enough energy, Selena lets out a powerful cry and unleashes her devastating attack. A massive lightning bolt, like an enraged dragon, streaks toward the city walls. Eldrien shouts for his mages to cast the defensive barrier. From all sides, countless mages appear, chanting in unison, pouring their full strength into a magical shield. A brilliant barrier forms, protecting Eldrien and the nobles completely. But then, something completely unexpected happens. The lightning doesn't strike Eldrien at all. It crashes straight into the city wall below. For a brief moment, everyone on the wall freezes. Even Eldrien stops in his tracks, blinking, unsure of what just hit the city. After a heartbeat of confusion, he bursts into laughter again, taunting Selena. He sneers that he thought she was fearsome, but turns out she's nothing more than a joke. That laugh dies abruptly as the sky suddenly darkens above. Black clouds churn like a furious ocean, and the thunder rolls endlessly. Then a sudden heavy downpour begins. As Eldrien struggles to make sense of it all, Rein is already moving on to the next step. His army surges forward, but they're not holding swords or spears. Instead, they're carrying buckets, filled to the brim with ice-cold water. With unstoppable force, they charge straight for the city walls. After the assault, Selena staggers, drained from using too much mana. Rein steps up, catching her carefully, and thanks her with a sincere, steady voice. He hadn't expected her to actually change the weather, a feat so rare it leaves him in awe. If a drought ever comes, they now have a way to fight it. Even exhausted, Selena's worry doesn't fade. She looks up at Rein, anxious, asking if he truly believes the plan will work. Noticing the doubt in her eyes, Rein gently takes her hand, reassuring her. He tells her not to worry. Once the ice-cold water hits these walls, Island's fortress will be finished. Leah, who's been watching the battle closely, suddenly screams, pointing toward the base of the fortress walls. The soldiers have already reached it. The flames that had roared so fiercely are quickly snuffed out by the rain and the icy buckets. As the freezing water pours over the scorching stones, thick clouds of steam rise, accompanied by a strange hissing sound. Tiny cracks start to appear along the fortress walls. The cracks spread fast, growing into jagged fissures that snake across the walls. The sharp cracking sounds become constant, a warning that something disastrous is about to happen. Eldrien's face pales. He mutters anxiously, trying to understand, asking why the walls are making those sounds. Isn't it supposed to take incredible magic to bring down these walls? Nobles nearby are equally terrified, whispering in disbelief. One claims it's impossible, but then a deafening explosion rips through the battlefield. A massive chunk of the fortress wall shatters and crashes into pieces. Eldrien, along with all the nobles and soldiers clinging to the wall, has no time to react. They can only scream in panic as they tumble helplessly into the rubble below. The sight is so shocking it freezes Rein's soldiers in place for a moment. None of them expected the fortress, once thought unbreakable, to fall apart so quickly. Rein seizes the opportunity. He orders all troops forward into the city, capturing those who surrender and cutting down anyone who resists without mercy. With that decisive command, the army surges as one. This time, they wield weapons instead of buckets. The collapse of the wall has crushed the defenders' morale completely. Most give in to despair, and Rein's victory is all but guaranteed. Selena stares at the ruins, disbelief etched on her face. She murmurs, almost to herself, that it really collapsed. Even if she had used all her power, she doubts she could have caused this. She wonders just how Lord Rein managed it. Lost in thought, Selena barely notices Rein approaching, wearing a calm, almost casual smile. He tells her not to overthink it. The battle's over, and it's time to go home. Meanwhile, Eldrien claws his way out from under the debris. He's never known such a humiliating defeat. Rage and fear twist his face. He grits his teeth, muttering that he underestimated Rein, but it's not over yet. He must escape. If he can hold out until the Ulvis Empire's northern army arrives, there's still a chance to survive. Before he can even stand, a shadow falls over him. Lifting his head, he sees three nobles staring down with cold, icy expressions. One speaks slowly, every word dripping with mockery. He asks Eldrien where he thinks he's going, planning to run. Another noble grins dangerously, saying they're not ready to die just yet, and that Eldrien will have to endure some punishment on their behalf. After breaching the city walls and crushing the rebel forces, Rein leads his army into the city to roaring cheers. The citizens chant his name, showering him with praise for his brilliant victory. They marvel that the walls, so solid, fell in just 3 days. And remarkably, aside from a few sprained ankles while hauling supplies, his army suffered no casualties. At that moment, Selena can't hold back her curiosity any longer. She darts to Rein's side, asking eagerly how he managed to bring down the city walls so effortlessly. Seeing her following persistently, Rein sighs inwardly. Clearly, she won't let him rest until he explains. After a brief pause, he decides to give the simplest answer, something from physics, the principle of thermal expansion. The moment Selena hears it, her face goes blank. She has no idea what he's talking about. Rein keeps patient, explaining that thermal expansion is when objects grow bigger when heated and shrink when cooled. He elaborates that this happens because the particles, atoms, and molecules inside the material vibrate more with heat, making it expand. When it cools, the vibrations slow and the object contracts. Selena looks dazed, struggling to keep up. Rein chuckles quietly at her expression. He tells her he'll explain the rest after they handle Eldrien. Soon after, Rein and his army arrive at the broken section of the city wall. Just as he steps forward, a weak voice cries out, begging Lord Rein to save them. Rein frowns slightly, scanning the scene, landing on a disheveled man lying on the ground. Taken aback by the plea, he remarks coldly that the man is trying to play a pitiful trick on him. The man flinches, panic flashing in his eyes. Another quickly speaks up, saying they were deceived by Eldric before, which led them to betray Rein. Third adds that they tried to capture Eldric to make amends, but were tricked instead. They plead for mercy, but Rein remains silent, his gaze burning with fury. He tells them he already gave them 2 chances to turn back, and they failed to take either. Realizing Rein's resolve, the noblemen tremble, dropping to their knees, kowtowing and begging for their lives. They offer all their wealth in exchange for mercy. Rein laughs, saying that whether he kills them or not, the wealth will be his anyway. Their offer is meaningless. The 3 noblemen shudder violently. One of them, panic rising in his voice, blurts out that if Rein does this, no one will ever dare stay loyal to him again. He calls it a cruel and ruthless policy. Rein responds calmly, shaking his head. He tells them they're wrong. Loyalty isn't about people, it's about self-interest. He asks if they've lived this long and still don't get such a simple truth, labeling them foolish. Then, without another word, he orders his men to seize all 3 noblemen. He'll deal with them later. Meanwhile, back at Eldric's mansion, the traitorous noble is in full-blown panic. He begs a masked man to help him escape, insisting that Rein has broken through the city walls and they need to get out immediately. The masked man freezes, startled, asking how Rein could have possibly brought down such solid walls. Eldric stammers in terror, explaining that Rein heated the city walls for days, then poured cold water on them, making the walls collapse. The masked man clenches his fists, fury flashing across his face. He shouts that there's no way a fortress could fall so easily. He insists Rein must have used some powerful magic. Eldric has no words left, shaking violently. He drops to his knees, voice trembling, begging the masked man to help him escape. Warns that Rein is on his way with his army and there's nowhere to run. Realizing the danger, the masked man immediately unfurls a scroll. He starts casting a teleportation spell, but before he can finish, a calm, steady voice interrupts, asking where they think they're going. Rein steps into the room. Eldric shudders, stammering, asking how Rein got here so fast. Rein enters slowly, eyes sweeping over the 2 men. He mocks Eldric, pointing out that it's thanks to him abandoning the city walls that he could arrive without obstacles. Seeing Eldric run, his soldiers surrendered one by one. Thanks to that, Rein faced no resistance on his way here. Rein turns his gaze to the masked man, voice dripping with mockery. He asks if this is the one pulling Eldric's strings, questioning why he wears a mask. Is he hiding a scar, or is he just too ugly? The masked man snaps, anger flaring. He warns Rein not to get too proud, his victory won't last. The Imperial army of Olvis is already on the way. He adds that if Rein hadn't destroyed the city walls, Eldric might have held out a bit longer. But now with the walls down, the Olvis army will arrive and reclaim everything, making Rein pay for this humiliation. As soon as he finishes, he hurriedly unfurls the scroll again, trying to activate the teleportation spell. Rein orders Leah to stop him. In an instant, Leah flicks her wrist, sending a sharp dagger hurtling toward the masked man's head. The masked man reacts just in time, tilting his head. The dagger misses but shatters his mask. The sudden attack disrupts his spellcasting. His eyes flare with fury as he glares at Rein. Meanwhile, Leah moves to stand beside Rein. As soon as she sees the man's real face, her eyes widen slightly, as if she's just realized something. The man stares back at Leah, eyes full of hatred. Before anyone can act, he completes the teleportation spell, vanishing along with Eldric. All that remains is his voice, echoing with resentment. He promises he will return. Leah clenches her fists, bowing her head apologetically. She tells Rein she's sorry for being too slow and letting him escape. Rein stays calm, reassuring her that it's fine. He knew they'd have an escape plan. What worries him, however, is that he doesn't know the masked man's true identity. Leah takes a deep breath, her expression serious. She tells Rein that she knows who he is. Rein's eyes widen in surprise. He asks if she really knows him. Leah shakes her head. She doesn't know him personally, but his name is Eldrien. Once a trusted subordinate of the Grand Duke, he betrayed his master during the war and defected to Grand Duke Ryan of the enemy nation. Rein frowns, noting the surname. He asks if Revencrow is related to Eldrien, the one who was executed earlier. Leah nods. Revencrow is the true head of the Alduin family, but because he disagreed with his father's ideals, he left voluntarily and joined Grand Duke Ryan. That moment, Selena steps in, her expression serious. She quickly reports that the city situation is under control, but the Olvis Empire's army is on the move. She asks with concern how they plan to handle it. The city walls are badly damaged from Lord Rain's thermal expansion magic. Even gathering all the mages from the Mage Association wouldn't be enough to repair them before the enemy arrives. Seeing Selena's tension, Rain simply smiles, calm and confident. He tells her there's no need to worry, he already has a solution. A while later, Rain summons the entire city to the town square. Selena assumes he's going to reassure the people. She has no idea what he plans to say to keep them from panicking. Rain steps onto the platform, grips a sound amplifier, and brings it to his mouth. He greets the crowd, asking if everyone can hear him. Below, thousands of eyes turn toward him. The tension in the air thickens. Rain pauses, letting it sink in. Then he announces that the Olvis Empire's army is marching toward them and will arrive in a few days. Silence hits the square, then erupts into terrified screams. Fear is written on every face. Some start trembling, cold sweat breaking across their foreheads. The murmurs swell into chaotic shouting and crying. Selena is stunned, unable to believe what she's seeing. She spins to face Rain, shouting in outrage, demanding to know what he's doing. Rain frowns, confused, and asks why he can't just tell the truth. Selena explains that if people hear about an enemy invasion, their first instinct is to rely on the army to protect them. But since they aren't trained soldiers, staying calm under such danger would be nearly impossible. Hearing this, Rain shifts slightly, a frown still lingering. He thinks Selena's reasoning is completely off. In his view, the people who must remain calm on the battlefield are the commanders. The soldiers, they don't need to be calm at all. Selena is left bewildered, unable to grasp why he would say such a thing. Rain doesn't continue the conversation. Instead, he pulls out a scroll and turns toward the crowd below. Holding a voice amplifier, he calls out loudly, presenting a letter from the Olvis Empire addressed to him. In it, they insult the people of Iceland, calling them cowards and fools too afraid to defend their own homeland, and telling Rain to abandon them all and flee. The crowd falls silent at first, stunned by the insults. Then their shock quickly erupts into rage. They shout, furious, cursing the Olvis Empire for stealing their grain every year. But this time, they vow they will not run. They will fight to the death. Seeing their reaction, Rain continues, satisfied. He tells them the Olvis Empire clearly misunderstands them. They are not cowards or fools, are they? The entire crowd roars in unison, vowing to fight to the last. 1 for 1 is fair, 2 for 1 is even better, Rain says slowly. He promises that if they all have the courage to fight, he will lead them to drive the Olvis Empire's army from their land. The square explodes with cheering. The people's fighting spirit surges to its peak. Night falls, but Rain's office remains lit. He's meticulously studying the city's defense map when Leia enters, suggesting he take a break and have a cup of tea. Rain smiles, accepts the tea, and thanks her softly. But he adds that there's no time to rest. They must find a solution before the Olvis Empire's army reaches the border. Otherwise, Islan will fall. Leia looks confused. She doesn't understand why Rain is so worried. He had seemed confident in the square. Rain sets down his teacup and says in a low voice that it was all a lie, meant to stabilize the people of Islan. If the citizens descend into chaos, holding the city becomes impossible. Even an orderly evacuation would be nearly unmanageable. People in panic can do anything. Leia grows extremely concerned. She suggests secretly taking Rain out of the city. She can't bear to see him in danger. Seeing her care, Rain feels grateful but tells her now isn't the time. He's already ordered Malcolm and Selena to safely evacuate the children, elderly, and women. They haven't reached the point of giving up. Rain looks thoughtfully at a notebook in his hand, labeled blue-black magic oil. He has no idea what this substance is or whether it's dangerous, so he decides to ask Leia. Handing her the notebook, he asks if she knows what blue-black magic oil is. Leia looks puzzled. After a moment, she recalls it's a type of flammable liquid apparently used in witches' rituals. This immediately makes Rain think of petroleum. Naturally occurring petroleum can vary in color. Deep red, golden yellow, black-green, pitch black, even clear. Its color depends on the resin and asphalt content. The more of these, the darker it is. Since this magic oil is flammable, Rain can't help but connect it to petroleum. Without hesitation, he stands and asks Leia to take him to the black-green magic oil, which records say is stored somewhere in the warehouse. Soon, Rain and Leia arrive at the city lord's warehouse entrance. He orders the servants to locate the black-green magic oil, cautioning them not to let it touch fire. If they're unsure what it is, they should bring it outside for him to examine. He's confident it's stored in barrels. Inside the warehouse, piles of gold ingots are stacked, taxes Eldrien hoarded through corruption over the years. Once the crisis ends, Rein is confident that with this fortune, he can drive the city's industrial development. With steam engines, everything becomes much easier. Not long after, under Rein's orders, the servants locate several large barrels. Seeing them, Rein is thrilled and rushes forward. If this really is petroleum, his current problems just got much easier to solve. When one barrel is pried open, Rein's excitement peaks. Inside, the substance is exactly what he hoped for. He knows now the city of Islan can be saved. The scene shifts to the Olvis Empire's military camp. Inside Count Castiel's tent, Eldrien and Ravencrow are present, anxiety written across their faces. Ravencrow apologizes to Count Castiel for failing the mission. Castiel is furious. He expected failure, yes, but not this level, losing an entire city in 3 days. He calls them disgraceful. Terrified, Eldrien tries to explain that Rein used a forbidden spell to destroy the city walls. Without it, they might have held out until the Olvis army arrived at Islan. Castiel is slightly surprised, assuming that Rein's father must have sent a powerful mage skilled in forbidden magic to protect him. Ravencrow reassures Castiel, noting that a forbidden technique user couldn't sustain such magic continuously. Besides, Rein has already destroyed Islan, and the city can't be repaired quickly. Now is their best chance to attack. Castiel scoffs, saying he doesn't need their advice. He's not as incompetent as they are. He orders them back to the Olvis Empire to await further news. Ravencrow feels uneasy. He thought this plan was crafted together with Castiel, and he wants to know Castiel's true intentions. Castiel holds a scroll, gazing thoughtfully at him. After a pause, Castiel announces that Ravencrow has been removed from the plan. He tosses the scroll in front of Ravencrow. Ravencrow bends down and picks up the scroll, anxiety gripping him tightly. As he unrolls it, his eyes scan the words. The letter declares that this war was sparked entirely by Ravenlock's personal hatred, spilling blood across the land, displacing civilians, and drowning the terrain in violence. Count Castiel, a ruler who has always sought peace, expresses his deep desire to end the suffering. To prove his commitment, he orders Ravenlock's capture and surrender so that justice may be served. He hopes this action will extinguish the anger and bring an end to the conflict. Peace will be restored, prosperity return to both lands, and the people may live without fear. May the Almighty bless them, and may lasting peace endure. Ravencrow's anger boils over. He can't contain it. He roars, calling Castiel a despicable traitor. Count Castiel's expression hardens to ice. He commands his subordinates to arrest Ravencrow and hold him until the war ends. Despite Ravencrow's furious shouts and struggles, the soldiers drag him away effortlessly. He's completely powerless. Watching all this unfold, Eldrien begins to tremble violently. He realizes he should have fled long ago. Count Castiel fixes his chilling gaze on Eldrien, asking how he should be dealt with. Terrified, Eldrien collapses to his knees, voice quivering. He pleads for his life, claiming to know a secret that could help Castiel rise even further in the Olvis Empire. Castiel's interest is immediately piqued by the promise of valuable information. Meanwhile, in a grand chamber at the Lord's mansion in Rand, a young woman studies a document intently. It's Prithia, Rein's elder sister and ruler of the land. She holds deep affection for her brother, and as she reads, waves of nostalgia wash over her. She wonders how Rein is faring in his domain and hopes she can visit if time permits. Her thoughts are interrupted as a young lady enters the room. The newcomer curtsies gracefully, announcing that a letter has arrived from Lord Rein's territory, written by Leah. Prithia's face brightens with a warm smile as she takes the letter. But as her eyes scan the contents, the warmth fades, replaced by a fierce, burning fury. Her gaze sharpens, and she immediately orders Gwen to summon Vela's Hulk to her presence without delay. Gwen bows quickly and hurries off to carry out the command. Soon, Vela's Hulk kneels before Prithia, his face clouded with confusion and fear. He doesn't understand why she's so enraged. In a cautious voice, he asks what has happened. Prithia's eyes flash like blades as she accuses his family of treason. Hearing the word treason, Vela's face goes pale, his eyes wide with horror. His voice trembles as he protests, insisting that his family had no reason to betray her. He reminds her that just last month, thanks to her support, his family opened an important trade route. He swears they meant no treachery. Prithia remains unmoved. She hurls the letter at him, shouting that it is undeniable proof of his family's betrayal. Bella trembles as he picks up the letter. Cold sweat beading on his forehead. As he reads, his body stiffens. The letter details how Eldrien allied with Grand Duke Castiel of the Olvis Empire, conspiring with nobles of Islan, including General Caesar Hulk. Thanks to Rein, Caesar Hulk was captured and eliminated, but the letter warns caution regarding other members of the Hulk family. Prithia's expression darkens, her eyes flashing with killing intent as she glares at Vela. She demands his last words before judgment. Paralyzed with fear, Vela cries that the betrayal was solely Caesar's doing and unrelated to House Hulk. He begs her to investigate carefully, swearing on his life that his family intended no betrayal. Prithia watches him silently, scrutinizing every motion and expression. After a moment, she concludes he speaks the truth. Perhaps Caesar alone was to blame. Seeing she has yet to decide, Vela prostrates himself, pleading for a chance to prove his family's loyalty. Prithia's voice remains cold as she asks how he intends to do that. Vela quickly proposes sending his only daughter, Rosalind, to lead troops in support of Reign against the Olvis Empire. He insists this will prove House Hulk's devotion. Prithia considers the risk. Rosalind has just come of age and isn't fully trained at the Knight Academy. If anything happens to her, the family's line could end. But Vela is determined. He implores Prithia to trust him, emphasizing that House Hulk owes everything to her support. Ultimately, Prithia agrees. After he leaves, she orders Gwen to secretly monitor Rosalind. If there's any hint of betrayal, he is to be executed immediately. Outside, Thrand, Eldric, and Grand Duke Castile stand atop a distant cliff, looking toward Islan. Castile asks if this is truly their target. Eldric confirms in a low voice. He notes that once they breach this city, it will belong to the Grand Duke. Observing the city below, he notices the repairs to the walls, remarking that Reign had previously fortified them even more by digging a trench. Castile laughs, mocking Reign for wasting precious mana simply to reinforce defenses. Eldric doubts whether this might make their attack harder. He wonders why the Grand Duke seems pleased. Castile explains that if the city had natural defenses, such fortifications might have mattered. But the area is mostly open plains with only a small river. The terrain won't prevent a surprise assault. He adds that if the enemy mages still had their mana, they might resist. But having used it all to rebuild the walls, they're nearly powerless. Eldric immediately praises the Grand Duke for his insight. Castile, pleased by the recognition, grows even more confident. At that moment, a knight stepped forward, bowing slightly, and suggested a different approach. Instead of storming the fortress head-on, he proposed surrounding it and cutting off its supply lines. Castile's face darkened. He saw the suggestion as an insult, as if the knight doubted his ability to take the city by force. Sensing the Grand Duke's rising anger, the knight quickly dropped to one knee, hastily clarifying that he meant no disrespect. He explained that his only concern was protecting their soldiers from unnecessary losses. Capturing the city might take longer this way, but it could save lives. Castile, however, was unmoved. He insisted that casualties are an unavoidable part of war and argued that most of his troops were inexperienced recruits. Direct combat, he believed, would toughen them. Confident, he ordered a mage to accompany him to Islan, intending to personally show his might. Convinced that his presence alone would scare Reign into surrender, Castile advanced toward the city. Meanwhile, inside his office, Reign wrestled with the task of training 5 high-potential recruits. Half a month had passed, and progress was slow. He hadn't found the right candidates yet. As he pondered a solution, Leia stepped in, reporting respectfully that Grand Duke Castile of the Olvis Empire had arrived at the city gates with a mage, requesting a meeting. Moments later, Reign appeared atop the city walls. Every soldier bowed deeply, concern etched on their faces. High above, Grand Duke Castile let out a hearty laugh, but it was cut short by Reign's mocking voice. Derisively, Reign asked if this fool before him could really be Grand Duke Castile. The soldiers at his side erupted into laughter, their ridicule unmistakable. Leia, standing next to Reign, slowly nodded. Yes, that really was Castile. Above them, the Grand Duke clenched his fists, fury flaring. Veins bulged as he growled, calling Reign insolent, accusing him of disrespect that even his own father would not have dared. Reign remained calm, coldly asking what brought him to West Dekath. Castile had lost all composure. He roared that he had come to give Reign one last chance to beg for forgiveness. He claimed that if Reign surrendered immediately, the city would be spared a sea of blood. Smirking, Reign's eyes glinted with disdain. He offered Castile a counter. If he didn't want to die, he should withdraw immediately and return to his own territory. Rage overtook Castile at this demand. He saw Reign Edgar as insolent, unknowing of his place. Pointing down, he declared that he commanded an army of 100,000 men. He warned Reign that surrender was the only way to avoid death, but Reign found Castile's threats boring and uninspiring. He turned to Leia and calmly instructed her to teach the loudmouth a lesson. Leia nodded, confirming she understood. She lifted her dress slightly, revealing several small daggers strapped to her legs. Without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed one and hurled it straight at Castile. The sudden attack sent the mage beside Castile into a panic. Acting quickly, he cast a protective barrier to block the blade, but it wasn't enough. The dagger pierced through easily, cutting across Castile's face. In that instant, Castile trembled with fury. He had come to assert dominance, but was humiliated instead. His eyes burned with hatred as he glared at Rain atop the wall, desperate to strike him down. Rain stayed composed, speaking slowly and deliberately. He warned that this was only a warning. Next time his maid would not miss. Though Castile fumed, there was nothing he could do. With no other option, he stormed away with his subordinates. Rain's smirk faded as he watched them leave, his expression turning serious. He turned to Selena with a direct command. She was to prepare for battle. He was certain that the Olvis Empire's army would attack soon. Meanwhile, Castile returned to his observation post. The knights noticed the cut on his face and expressed concern, but Castile dismissed it coldly, calling it a cheap sneak attack from Rain. Without hesitation, he issued a command. The assault on the city was to begin immediately. He intended to capture Rain and make him suffer personally. A knight stepped forward cautiously, reminding Castile that they had marched 3 days straight to reach Islan's border. He suggested that the soldiers needed at least half a day to rest and prepare siege equipment. Castile's fury only grew. Without warning, he struck the knight across the head and shouted, asking if 3 days of marching had already tired them. He demanded to know if they still considered themselves soldiers of the great Olvis Empire. The knight, despite the pain, urged Castile to stay calm. Even if the troops could fight, they needed time to construct a bridge over the river and ready their siege gear. Launching unprepared would put them at a severe disadvantage. The surrounding soldiers nodded, agreeing with the logic. Castile, however, was unmoved. He roared that they understood nothing of warfare. By attacking immediately, they could catch the enemy off guard before defenses were fully ready. The knights recognized that his reasoning had merit, but they still worried about exhaustion. They tried to persuade him again, but he stood firm. Without hesitation, he ordered preparations to begin immediately. Meanwhile, at the Olvis Empire camp, the soldiers had just finished setting up their tents and took a brief moment to rest. They breathed a sigh of relief, glad to finally pause. But the respite was brief. After 3 days of relentless marching, exhaustion weighed heavily. One soldier muttered that he felt ready to collapse from fatigue. Another agreed, complaining that no one had warned him how grueling life as a soldier would be. A wide grin spread across the soldier's face as he announced he'd just seen someone butcher a sheep, meaning tonight they'd actually get a proper meal. The weary troops perked up instantly. After 3 days of non-stop marching, the thought of a real dinner was enough to lift their spirits. But that fleeting relief vanished the moment a commander stormed in, his face hard and unyielding. He barked orders. All units must assemble immediately and prepare to attack the city. Stunned, one brave soldier finally spoke up. He pointed out that after 3 days and nights without rest, everyone was completely exhausted. Tentatively, he suggested they be allowed to eat before marching into battle. The commander let out a weary sigh, clearly understanding their plight, but his expression remained firm. No arguments would be tolerated. Soldiers had to follow orders, and the attack was to start now. With heavy hearts and bodies drained of energy, the soldiers obeyed in silence. Soon enough, the massive forces of the Olvis Empire reached the outskirts of Islan. Their sheer numbers kicked up clouds of dust that rose high into the sky as they advanced. The air vibrated with the rhythm of marching feet and distant shouts. Between them and the city walls lay a wide river, a natural barrier separating the two forces. Perched atop the walls, Ren carefully scanned the Olvis army's movements. A soldier approached, bowing slightly, and asked when they should release the first volley of arrows. Ren's eyes stayed fixed on the troops struggling through the river. Something about their movements didn't make sense. He paused, then turned to those nearby and asked if anyone had prior experience facing the Olvis Empire's forces. One soldier immediately stepped forward, standing tall. He confirmed he had fought against them before. Ren nodded and gestured toward the enemy beyond the walls. He noticed the soldiers looked weak, almost starved. He wondered if this was just the usual state of the Olvis troops, or if something else was going on. The soldier studied the floundering enemy and shared his thoughts. These were likely fresh recruits, and they seemed badly underfed. Ren's brow furrowed at the news. It didn't make sense. An army heading into battle shouldn't allow its soldiers to reach such a state of hunger and fatigue. Another soldier, after a pause, offered two possibilities. First, he suggested the Olvis Empire's supplies might be running low, forcing strict rationing. Then he hesitated, unsure about the second theory. Ren noticed the hesitation and pressed him to continue. Finally, the soldier explained his second idea. Grand Duke Castile might be using these recruits as cannon fodder, sacrificing them intentionally to drain the city's defenses, forcing the defenders to waste arrows and other resources. Ren's expression darkened immediately. His eyes blazed with anger as he clenched his fists. How could their king allow such a tactic? Weren't these soldiers citizens of the Olvis Empire too? The soldier let out a resigned sigh and said rulers who truly cared for their people, like Ren himself or Duke Eldrien, were extremely rare. Most lords, he explained, were more like Duke Castile, ready to sacrifice their men without a second thought. Ren went quiet, deep in thought. If Castile could treat his soldiers as disposable, he had no right to demand mercy. The soldier added that with their current arrow stockpile, eliminating the starving recruits would be easy. He asked when they should start firing, but then Ren's expression shifted. A strange, cold smile crept across his face, and his eyes sparkled with an unreadable glint. He issued a surprising command. There was no need to fire. The soldiers nearby froze, shocked by his unexpected decision. The battle at Islan took on a bizarre turn. Without boats, the Ulvis recruits had no choice but to swim across the river, weighed down by heavy armor. Starved and exhausted, many collapsed as soon as they reached the far shore, barely able to stand, let alone fight. Ren and Selena exchanged a brief look of astonishment. Ren quickly regained his composure and instructed Selena to command the mages to unleash wind and ice magic. Without hesitation, Selena obeyed, trusting that Ren had a plan. She floated elegantly into the air, drawing the gaze of the struggling Ulvis troops below. Calm and precise, she cast Extreme Frost Seal. Suddenly, fierce winds swept across the battlefield, carrying a biting frost that blanketed the area around the city. The temperature dropped sharply, freezing the drenched soldiers to the bone. Limbs stiffened, and their remaining strength ebbed away under the merciless cold. From his vantage in the Ulvis camp, Grand Duke Castile watched and unexpectedly laughed. A confident smirk crossed his face as he explained his plan like a seasoned strategist surveying the board. Nearby Knight, puzzled, asked why he was so amused. Castile revealed he had sent the recruits first to deplete the city's arrows, but to his surprise, Ren hadn't taken the bait. Instead of wasting arrows, he'd burned mana from his mages just to harass the recruits. Castile then declared that once the city's mages ran out of mana, his elite cavalry and mages would strike in full force. He was confident Islan would fall with almost no resistance. The soldiers around him cheered, praising Castile as a brilliant strategist. Their admiration only fed his pride. A smug smile formed as he pictured victory. In his mind, Ren kneeling at his feet, begging for mercy, was already real. Outside Eslan, the battle pressed on, yet not a single drop of blood had been spilled. The inexperienced Ulvis recruits, already starving and exhausted, were rattled further by the sight of enemy mages atop the walls, figures capable of obliterating entire squads with a single spell. Fear spread like wildfire among them. Some turned and fled, panic written on their faces. Others sank to their knees, pleading desperately for mercy. They cried out, begging to live, lamenting they hadn't even had the chance to marry or start a life. Chaos consumed the battlefield. Eventually, they noticed something strange. Despite the freezing wind and plummeting temperature, the enemy mages hadn't attacked. Only the cold moved. Nothing else had changed. Their confusion was interrupted by a shout from a commanding officer, demanding to know why they were hesitating. He ordered them to grab their weapons and fight. Reluctantly, the trembling recruits tightened their grips and resumed their weak assault on the city, unease heavy in their hearts. On the walls, Selena landed gracefully after finishing Extreme Frost Seal. A flicker of doubt passed through her eyes as she glanced at Ren. She questioned whether such a basic frost spell could really push back the enemy. She suggested calling in a few thunder mages to bolster their firepower. Ren, however, just shook his head, smiling with quiet confidence. There was no need. Since ancient times, he explained, what truly broke a soldier's spirit wasn't weapons or destructive magic. It was hunger and bitter cold. And now his words were proving true. Outside the city, the air had turned bitterly cold. Soldiers already drained from wading through the river were now facing an even harsher torment. The freezing wind gnawed at their bodies, teeth chattering violently, limbs trembling uncontrollably. Cries of desperation began to rise across the battlefield. Some soldiers screamed that the cold was killing them. Others shouted in disbelief, wondering why the air had turned so bitter so fast. Many admitted they couldn't fight anymore. They just wanted to go home. The cold became too much for some, who dropped their weapons entirely. Others, desperate to hold on to even a shred of warmth, removed pieces of armor and curled up against the icy wind. The commanding officer's anger flared like wildfire. He bellowed across the battlefield, calling them cowards and demanding that they pick up their weapons and fight. But the soldiers could only plead back. Their voices shook with exhaustion and fear, explaining that their hands were numb and they simply couldn't grip their weapons. They insisted they had no strength left to fight. They weren't just freezing, they were starving. If forced to continue, they feared they'd all die out here on the battlefield. The commander's face darkened as he took in the pitiful sight of his troops. Without hesitation, he ordered one soldier to rush back to camp and report the disaster to Grand Duke Castile while forcing the others to keep pressing the attack. At that very moment, Grand Duke Castile had no idea just how badly things were going outside the city of Aslan. Inside his command tent, he sat in comfort, indulging in a lavish feast. Roasted lamb, fine wine, and countless delicacies surrounded him. The warmth of the tent and the richness of the meal stood in stark contrast to the frozen misery awaiting his soldiers outside. A soldier stepped in, bowing as he announced news from the front. Castile waved him forward lazily, signaling to hear the report. But before the soldier could speak further, another man stumbled in, the wounded, barely holding himself upright. Covered in injuries, his breath ragged, he saluted hastily. He tried to speak, but his eyes locked on the sumptuous feast before him, and he faltered. Rage boiled up inside him, watching the officers gorge themselves while his comrades froze and starved. Resentment filled him. He silently asked himself why those who endured the battlefield's suffering were left to die while their commanders feasted. Still, he forced himself to push the anger down and continued with his report. He informed Castile that the front lines were in chaos. Ren had used frost magic to cripple their forces. The soldiers couldn't fight, they were freezing and unable to hold their weapons. He requested a temporary retreat, speaking with cautious respect. Castile's face twisted into mock outrage. He slammed a fist onto the table. He sneered at the battlefield, dismissing the soldiers as worthless cowards afraid of hardship, unfit to serve the mighty Olvis Empire. One soldier, terrified, fell to his knees, stammering in protest. He pleaded that the men weren't scared of death. They were starving and too weak to fight. But Castile didn't flinch. Cold eyes swept over him, and without a trace of remorse, he ordered the soldier executed for questioning him. Inside, he was thrilled. His plan was working. Islan's defenses were faltering, and now he could lead the assault personally, proving his brilliance as a strategist. A nearby officer, worried for Castile's safety, stepped forward, urging him not to take such a risk. He insisted that they would gladly put themselves in harm's way for him. Castile just chuckled, a sly arrogance in his voice. He said he didn't doubt their loyalty, but he wanted everyone to witness his genius firsthand. With that, he ordered the main forces, including mages and cavalry, to move in and completely encircle the city. He commanded the earth element mages to build bridges across the river, making sure the cavalry could cross easily. The mages rose swiftly into the air, hands raised as they chanted their spells, one after another. Sturdy earthen bridges began to form, stretching seamlessly from bank to bank. As the last bridge finished, Castile shouted the order for an all-out assault. He promised handsome rewards to whoever captured Ren. A deafening battle cry erupted as thousands of cavalry surged forward, the sheer momentum threatening to crush anything in their path. From the city walls, Ren watched the advancing army, calm, a small smile on his lips. Night approached, reporting respectfully that the Alvis Empire had begun its full-scale attack. Ren nodded slightly, eyes sharp, then turned to Leah with a command. He told her to unleash their prepared strategy, making sure every trap and trench was fully engaged and escape routes sealed. Leah didn't hesitate. She moved instantly to follow his orders. The soldiers poured oil through pipes leading to the trenches outside the city. The thick black liquid spread slowly across the water's surface, while the Alvis army remained oblivious. The real battle was just getting started. Meanwhile, as the fight for Aslan raged on, another force raced toward the city. Cavalry unit, led by Rosaline Hulk, surged forward at full speed. Riding her trusted steed, Rosaline's expression was fierce with determination. Every muscle tensed. She was determined to reach Islan in time and protect Lord Ren from danger. Before leaving, her father had reminded her again and again that the family's survival depended on the success of this mission. Rosaline had promised him then that she would see it through. At that moment, a knight caught up beside her, concern in his voice. He urged her to rest, warning that they had been riding for 3 days without pause. Even if she could endure it, the soldiers could not. Rosaline, keeping her pace steady, asked sharply about the remaining distance to Aslan. The knight replied quickly. Only a day's ride remained. Without a second thought, Rosaline ordered the mage at her side to project a map into the air. The mage obeyed immediately, conjuring a glowing map that displayed their precise position. Rosaline studied it carefully, She deduced that the border fortress of Islan had likely fallen to the Alvis Empire, and that Lord Ren was now holding his ground inside the city. Then, a sudden realization hit her. Her eyes flared with clarity. She yanked sharply on the reins, stopping her horse abruptly. Her voice rang out, commanding the empty space ahead. "Nox, the Shadow Mage," she demanded. "Reveal yourself and discuss our strategy." Silence followed, thick and tense. Moments later, the air rippled strangely before her. A pitch-black rift tore open, and from its depths a figure emerged. Nox had arrived. As he stepped through the shadowy rift, the knights instinctively raised their weapons, suspicion written on their faces. Their captain immediately barked orders, forming a protective circle around Rosaline and demanding to know who this sudden stranger was. Before any soldiers could react, Rosaline moved swiftly, keeping her composure. She locked eyes with the shadowy figure and addressed him directly, her voice steady. She stated plainly that he was Nox. The man's brows furrowed in annoyance, but he didn't answer immediately. Instead, he fixed her with a cold stare, his voice sharp as he asked, curtly, what she wanted. Rosaline ignored his tone, her resolve unshaken. Calmly, she laid out her plan. She would lead a strike force to cut the Alvis Empire's supply lines, then hit them from behind, taking Aslan's enemies by surprise. Her gaze stayed locked on Nox. She acknowledged that Lady Prithia had sent him to watch her, but insisted that right now she needed his help. Nox spoke slowly, his tone icy, as though this matter barely concerned him. His orders were only to stop her if she endangered Lord Ren. He noted that assisting her wasn't part of those orders. Rosaline, unfazed, offered a faint smile and countered. She reasoned that their goals were aligned, keeping Lord Ren safe, and helping her didn't break his orders. Nox stayed silent, studying her words carefully. After a brief pause, he finally nodded, asking how she wanted him to help. Rosaline turned to the map and began to outline her strategy. She explained that she would circle around Islan to strike the enemy's rear. Meanwhile, Nox was to use his magic to block the fortress moat's upper stream. At the right moment when her mages signaled, he would release the water to flood the battlefield, sweeping the unsuspecting Ulva soldiers away. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, deep within the elf tribe, Saintess Elria had returned to her homeland, carrying an important letter from Ren. In it, he proposed a full-scale alliance with the elf tribe. He offered the resources they needed to improve their lives and ensure survival. After reading the letter, the elf queen looked at her council and asked their thoughts on Ren's proposal. One elder spoke cautiously, warning that humans were deceitful and rarely honored their word. He suggested avoiding any dealings with them. Another advisor spoke up with a different perspective. He acknowledged the elders' concerns, but pointed out their reality. The elf tribe couldn't survive on its own resources alone. Every winter they had to buy food from humans. Refusing Ren's alliance could mean great suffering for their people. The queen paused, weighing the conflicting advice, before turning to Elria. She noted that Elria had personally met the new lord of Islan and asked for her opinion. Elria took a moment to choose her words. Finally, she said thoughtfully that Ren was a cunning and formidable man. Then, reconsidering the weight of her words, she corrected herself. No, Ren wasn't just cunning, he was brilliant. She shared that following his guidance had ensured their winter food supply was plentiful and had saved them considerable resources. A man beside her, surprised, remarked that he hadn't expected to find such a remarkable figure among humans. A blonde-haired elf frowned, remaining skeptical. She questioned Ren's intelligence, recalling that scouts had reported him in battle just a few days prior. Frustration crept into her tone as she noted how humans often threw themselves into war every autumn, wasting lives recklessly. Turning to Elria, she stated bluntly that any trade agreement depended on one condition: Ren had to survive this war. If he fell, everything they discussed would be meaningless. Elria felt the weight of her words. The elf queen spoke again, her voice commanding the room. She told Elria to remain calm and allow her to make the final decision. After a pause, she agreed with the blonde elf's point. If Ren died, trade plans were worthless. Resolute, she announced, she would personally go to the battlefield and assess the situation herself. Back at Islan, the battle had reached its peak. The enemy forces pressed relentlessly, scaling the walls as the defenders shouted orders to fire arrows, preventing anyone from climbing. Chaos reigned on the battlefield. Yet Ren stood composed atop an observation tower, his sharp gaze never leaving the scene below. Beside him, Selena spoke, concern threading her voice. She asked if they should act now. Ren answered calmly. There was no rush. He explained that they had to wait until Grand Duke Castile personally entered the fray. The plan, he emphasized, could only succeed once. Castile could not be allowed to escape. Selena bit her lip, struggling to keep her anxiety in check. She wanted to speak further, but her attention snapped to the mass of Alva's soldiers scaling the walls. From his vantage, Grand Duke Castile was stunned to see his troops breaking through defenses so quickly. Sensing victory within reach, he ordered a full charge into Islan to capture Ren alive. Under Castile's command, the entire Alvis army surged forward. Their war cries rolled across the battlefield like a tidal wave, weapons clashing, and screams of desperation filling the air. From above, Ren narrowed his eyes, a sharp, calculating glint in his gaze, as he watched Castile finally set foot on the earthen bridges, entering the city. Without hesitation, Ren turned to Selena, confidence unwavering, and gave the command. It was time to act. On the walls, the defenders rushed to intercept the Ulvis soldiers climbing up. The captain moved in front of Ren, shielding him, and ordered his troops to eliminate anyone who reached the wall. He made it clear Ren's safety came first, ignoring the chaos on the battlements. Ren told Selena to target the black waters of the moat with fire magic. Selena didn't hesitate. She lifted her hands, eyes locked on the dark water below, summoning blazing mana into her palms. The fireball ignited instantly under her focus. Within moments, a storm of flaming spheres arched through the air, raining down toward the moat. Across the battlefield, Grand Duke Castile saw the sudden assault and shouted a warning, alerting his troops that the enemy mage was attacking with fire magic. He assumed it was a desperate last-ditch strike and ordered his mages to intercept the projectiles. The Ulvis Empire mages stepped forward immediately, raising a shimmering magical barrier. Fireballs smashed into the barrier, sending sparks and embers flying. But Selena's relentless assault didn't let up. The magical walls shuddered under the constant barrage, straining to hold. Some of the fireballs broke through, plunging into the moat below. Noticing the cracks in their defense, a knight dashed forward, urgently trying to assess the situation. He reported that their mages were draining their mana just to keep the barrier intact. The knight warned that if the enemy had another plan, things could get disastrous. Castile, however, just laughed, mocking the notion that the defenders had anything left to fight with. He declared that the rats inside the city had exhausted themselves, and that the fireballs were nothing but a final futile gasp. Confident of victory, he ignored the ones that had fallen into the moat, dismissing them as harmless and inaccurate. The knights around him erupted into cheers, hailing their Grand Duke as a military genius whose name would be celebrated across the empire once the city fell. Castile basked in the praise, smiling triumphantly. In his mind, Ren was just a foolish child, and the entire resistance seemed laughable compared to his tactical brilliance. Then, without warning, the ground trembled. The fireballs that had landed in the water hadn't gone out. Instead, a massive blaze erupted from the moat, spreading instantly and forming a wall of fire that cut off the Ulvis army's retreat. Castile's confident expression drained, replaced by sheer terror. Panic rippled through the Ulvis ranks like a virus. Horrified screams tore through the night. Castile, overwhelmed, demanded to know how this could be. He couldn't understand why the water-filled moat had turned into a raging inferno, its intensity rivaling forbidden magic. Soldiers too close to the flames cried out, their bodies vanishing in the blaze. Castile froze, eyes wide with disbelief. He had thrown his entire army into the city, and now with their escape cut off, they were trapped, left to burn alive. Trembling, he looked up at the city walls and saw a single figure standing tall, coldly, watching the battlefield. A chilling thought struck him. That figure wasn't human. He was a demon, a monster capable of burning 100,000 soldiers alive without mercy. Terror gripped Castile's heart, and his body shook uncontrollably. As the flames consumed more soldiers, a knight rushed to Castile's side, shouting that an immediate retreat was necessary. Snapping out of his daze, Castile realized he had to act. He ordered a retreat and commanded the mages to extinguish the flames to clear a path. But the mages, pale and spent, reported they had no mana left. Every last drop had gone into maintaining the barrier. A crushing despair settled over Castile, heavier than any armor he'd worn. He stood paralyzed, his dream of victory reduced to ash, just like his soldiers. High above, Selena felt a sharp wave of fear. Below, the battlefield was a raging inferno. From what she could see, the flames carried the destructive power of a forbidden spell. Yet the real terror wasn't the scale. It was that Ren had created this chaos with nothing but a few barrels of oil. No mana, no magic, just pure strategy and fire. Ren stood firm atop the city walls, watching as the flames consumed the enemy. He didn't flinch at the distant screams. Though the suffering below weighed on him as a human, he accepted it as the cost of war. He reminded himself that if he wanted to protect his people from such tragedies again, the city's industrial development had to accelerate, fast. Eventually, he turned away from the destruction. He couldn't watch any longer. Handing command to Selena, he left the wall. She immediately ordered the city's mages to launch an all-out magical assault. Moments later, the sky lit up as bolts of magic rained down like divine judgment. The scene became grotesque. The Olvis Empire's army was nearly annihilated. Far from the city's edge, Castile survived only by sheer luck, saved by a loyal knight who shielded him with his own body. Even then, Castile emerged barely recognizable, scorched and broken in spirit. He limped back to his camp, greeted only by silence. No guards, no soldiers, nothing. Confused, he tried to understand the abandoned outpost. That's when he noticed something falling from the sky. Squinting, he realized it was a sword, a massive one. It plummeted faster than anything natural, crashing into the ground before him with a thunderous impact. Shocked, Castile stumbled back as a figure appeared beside the fallen weapon. His face went pale with terror. He stammered, asking who she was. The woman said coldly that his clothing gave him away. He was a noble of the Olvis Empire. She added that she had been searching for him for a long time. Still on the ground, trembling, Castile asked what she wanted. She approached slowly, a leather whip swinging loosely in her hand. Her voice was tight with restrained anger as she demanded to know the location of his main army and whether Lord Ren was still alive. Before he could answer, the whip cracked sharply against his side. He screamed, raw and desperate, shouting that he would talk, that he would tell her everything. He confessed that Ren had burned the entire army using forbidden-level magic. He declared that he was Grand Duke Castile and insisted she had no right to treat him this way. Rosaline looked down at him in disbelief. The story sounded too outrageous to be true. Was he seriously trying to deceive her with such nonsense? Did he think she was that gullible? Without a word, she signaled her soldiers. She gave a sharp command. Seize Grand Duke Castile and keep pressing him until he finally revealed the truth. After taking control of the Olvis Empire's camp, Rosaline decided to hold her position. Her focus was clear. She needed to extract the location of Castile's main forces. While studying a large map with growing concern, a soldier entered the tent. Rosaline immediately demanded an update on the prisoner. The soldier hesitated, then reported that Castile was astonishingly stubborn. He claimed he truly was Grand Duke Castile and insisted that Ren had wiped out his entire army of 100,000 with a forbidden fire spell at Islan's border fortress. Rosaline's face went cold with fury. She slammed her fist onto the table, making the tent echo. She ordered the soldier to continue the interrogation until Castile stopped lying and spoke the truth. Still thinking about Ren's safety, she added new orders. The troops would rest until dusk. Then at nightfall, they would assault the border fortress to rescue him. Intelligence reported that the enemy had built several makeshift earthen bridges over the moat, now abandoned, but still intact. Rosaline planned to use these bridges to move her cavalry swiftly and breach the fortress defenses. She knew a direct assault wasn't feasible. Her strategy was to draw the remaining enemy out, coordinating with mages sent by Lady Prithia. The operation required precise timing and total control. Just as she considered bypassing the fortress and heading straight to Islan, a sudden loud commotion erupted from the nearby forest. She acted immediately. Shouting that the camp was under attack, she rallied her soldiers to arms. Troops quickly formed a defensive perimeter around her. Some called out into the trees, demanding the attackers show themselves, warning that the army was now alert and would not be caught off guard. From the dense woods, figures slowly emerged. They didn't charge or brandish weapons. They moved calmly, showing no signs of aggression. As they stepped into the open, their features became clear. They were elves. Among them stood the Holy Maiden Era, several high-ranking elders, and even the Elven Queen herself. Rosaline's eyes locked onto the group. Shock flickered across her face, though her voice remained icy and controlled. She accused them of aligning with the Olvis Empire, claiming they were conspiring against Lord Ren. A blonde-haired elf stepped forward sharply, calling the accusation absurd. She explained that Ren had personally reached out to the Queen for trade discussions, questioning how Rosaline could claim the elves were plotting against him. Rosaline sneered. She dismissed the story as laughable, a cover-up to hide an alliance with the enemy. The blonde elf's voice rose with anger, declaring that Rosaline had insulted the honor of the entire elven race. She commanded the elven archers to ready their bows. Rosaline countered immediately, ordering her knight battalion to take positions and prepare for incoming arrows. Tension crackled in the air, teetering on the edge of battle, when the Elven Queen stepped forward and raised her hand. A shimmering magical barrier appeared, stopping the conflict before it could erupt. With calm authority, the Queen explained that their visit wasn't an act of war, but a diplomatic mission. She said a young man named Ren Edgar had written regarding trade negotiations. If Rosaline's forces were aligned with him, there was no reason to fight. If not, the elves would withdraw and wait until hostilities ended. She asked if this arrangement was acceptable. Rosaline, still wary, demanded proof. She required confirmation that the queen represented Lord Ren. Without hesitation, the queen turned to Holy Maiden Era and instructed her to present Ren's letter. Era stepped forward and handed the letter to Rosaline. The moment Rosaline saw the seal, recognition replaced doubt. The magical mark on the document was unique, impossible to forge. Rosaline confirmed its authenticity, yet she declared only provisional trust. She would believe them for now, but her guard would remain up until she verified everything directly with Lord Ren. She ordered that the elven envoys be monitored during their journey. The elven queen, unoffended, nodded. She understood the caution and acknowledged that mutual wariness was natural in times like these. Rosaline then ordered her soldiers to stand down and rest, maintaining her plan to launch the assault at dusk. Back in her tent, she issued specific instructions to her officers. The elves were to be watched closely, and any suspicious actions reported immediately. Meanwhile, the elves moved quietly toward their designated area, raising no objection. Among them, the blonde elf voiced concern. She noted that the humans clearly didn't trust them and questioned why they were even considering trade with such people. The elven queen responded with a calm smile. She said that if the humans truly trusted them, they wouldn't be human. Despite the cold reception, she hoped that Ren would live up to his promises in the letter. Her people were at a turning point. Survival now depended on transformation. They could no longer remain isolated or unchanged. As dusk fell, Rosaline's forces mobilized, marching swiftly toward the border city. Along the way, a scout returned with surprising news. The flag flying over the fortress wasn't Olvis. It still bore House Edgar's crest. The report caught Rosaline off guard. A thought flickered. Could the fat man's story be true? But there was no time to dwell on doubts. She resolved that whoever held the fortress, reaching Lord Ren without delay was the priority. She ordered the city to be surrounded immediately. Whether friend or foe, the defenders had to know reinforcements had arrived. Without hesitation, she commanded all cavalry to cross the abandoned earthen bridges and storm Islan. Mission was clear. Reach Lord Ren before nightfall. The cost was secondary. By now, the fires that had engulfed the city's outskirts had died down, leaving a field of charred corpses, the air thick with the stench of burned flesh. It was a grotesque, sobering scene. Amid the devastation, Ren stood silent and still. His hands were clenched tightly, trembling not from fear but from anger. His fury wasn't directed at the horrors of war, nor at the fallen enemy. What made him seethe wasn't the battle itself, it was the sheer waste of human potential. Every fallen soldier, friend or foe, was a lifetime of labor gone. He couldn't help but think bitterly that they could have spent their days in his factories, producing something meaningful until their very last breath. Nearby, Leah noticed the tension in his shoulders and the tight line of his jaw. She stepped closer, moving with quiet care. In her heart, she believed his sorrow came from empathy, that he grieved even for those who had come to kill him. She stood beside him and spoke softly, trying to ease the weight she felt pressing down on him. She told him not to mourn these invaders. They had brought their fate upon themselves. Ren cleared his throat a little awkwardly. "You've got it wrong," he said. "It's not about mourning." He was just about to explain when a soldier came rushing in, urgency written all over him. The soldier reported that a military force was advancing rapidly from the Olvis Empire's direction. He added that the banner they carried resembled that of the Second Lady. Ren's eyes widened, disbelief etched on his face. He froze for a moment, stunned by the news. The scene shifted to the interior of Ren's office within the border fortress, where an entirely different tension was unfolding. Seated across from him was a guest of the highest importance, the queen of the elven race. Ren met her gaze with steady confidence. "One day," he said, "the city of Islan will become the crown jewel of this continent." He explained that those who invested now wouldn't just be witnesses to its rise, they'd be remembered as its architects. His words carried vision, certainty, and ambition. The elven queen listened quietly, her expression composed, though a shadow of doubt lingered in her eyes. She didn't interrupt, but her gaze spoke volumes. When she finally replied, her tone was calm but firm. She admitted the plans sounded interesting, but insisted they held little relevance for her people. She reminded him that elves had lived in harmony with nature for centuries. Their lives had remained peaceful and fulfilling without the inventions he described. Ren's brow furrowed slightly, caught off guard by her blunt honesty. He kept his composure, acknowledging her point, but didn't hide his disagreement. "If that's truly how you see it," he said, "then the path your people walk will be a difficult one. Needs aren't given, they're created, and it's those very needs that push civilizations forward, forcing people to change, adapt, and shape the world around them." The queen tilted her head, a brow raised in silent challenge. She said many so-called human needs were just distractions, problems disguised as solutions. Her people lived simply, close to the natural world, and human inventions were, to them, just noise. Her voice sharpened, carrying the weight of authority. She meant no offense, she said, but human empires often fell chasing endless desire and ambition, only to destroy themselves. Ren nodded slowly. He wasn't offended. He saw the truth in her words. "You're right," he said. "Many human civilizations have been undone by greed. But it's that same drive that has also built humanity's greatest achievements. Humans dreamed of flying, so they built airplanes. They longed to explore the ocean depths, so they made submarines. And they dreamed of the stars, so they built spacecraft." He told her that one day, if she stood atop Island's tallest tower and looked out at the city below, she would feel something entirely new, the pride of witnessing a miracle she had helped create. For a brief moment, the queen seemed caught in a quiet daze, his words lingering in her mind. She thought to herself that she didn't fully understand him. Airplanes, submarines, spacecraft. These things were foreign to her. Still, she kept her poise. Meeting his gaze, she admitted his confidence was rare among humans. But she reminded him elves weren't like that. For thousands of years, they had lived free of desire's chains. Could he really expect them to abandon that for a commercial city, no matter how impressive? Ren didn't flinch. "If you invest now," he said firmly, "you'll witness a future unlike anything you've ever imagined." The word future stirred something deep in her. A quiet thought surfaced. What if this man could somehow alter the fate she had foreseen? A prophecy had once warned of a dark future for her people, a weight she carried silently for years. Would this bold, strange man be the key to averting it? Still cautious, she gave a reserved nod. "Your words are impressive," she said, "but not enough yet to sway me. I need time to consult with the elders of my tribe before any decision." Ren smiled calmly. "Your caution is wise," he said, "and I respect that." He added that he was more than willing to wait for their investment. Then, without another word, he glanced at Leah and gave a subtle nod. Leah stepped forward with quiet elegance, holding something carefully in her hands. As she approached the queen, she offered it with both hands, a finely crafted invitation presented with complete respect. Ren spoke softly with conviction as the queen accepted the invitation. "This," he said, "is a formal invitation to the inauguration of the Island City Dam. I sincerely hope you will attend. This will be the first step into a new industrial era, and I want you to see it with your own eyes." The story shifted back to the day before. Rosalind was leading her troops swiftly toward the border fortress. The army was still some distance away when one of her aides came galloping forward, breathless and urgent. He reported news from the front lines. Lord Ren was alive and unharmed. Not only that, he was personally overseeing the cleanup after the battle at the fortress. Rosalind froze for a moment, whispering unharmed under her breath, trying to process it. How could Ren have survived? The Olvis Empire had attacked with over 100,000 troops. She tightened her grip on the reins, a mix of disbelief and cautious hope clouding her mind. Could the rumors be true? Was there really some hidden sorcerer aiding Ren? She shook her head sharply. Now wasn't the time for theories. She had to reach him. When Rosalind and her forces reached the outskirts of the border city, the aftermath of the battle was still visible, though subdued. Most of the field had been cleared, tattered banners hung limply in the wind, and blood-stained earth was masked with pale sand. It was a strange mix of ruin and restoration, like the battlefield had been scrubbed clean too fast, as if to hide the violence that had just taken place. Without a moment's hesitation, Rosalind entered the city and headed straight for Ren's office. As she stepped through the doorway, her face was a mixture of worry and regret. She dropped to her knees without hesitation. "I am Knight Rosalind of House Hulk," she said, voice trembling. "Sent by Lady Priscilla to support you, I beg your forgiveness for arriving late. If punishment is needed, I will accept it without complaint." Ren's gaze was calm and unreadable. He regarded her coolly, his tone measured. He confirmed she was the one his sister had sent. When she nodded, he narrowed his eyes. "Why did you approach from the Olvis Empire's direction?" Rosalind spoke quickly, words tumbling out. 3 days ago, I received orders to support you," she said. "At that time, I believed you had already retreated to Elilan, so I led my troops on a wide flanking route through the city to block the Olvis Empire's retreat. It seemed like the most strategic choice." Ren leaned forward, genuinely puzzled. 3 days?" he asked, eyebrows raised. "Lady Priscilla's territory to the border fortress is over 100 kilometers. How did you manage that so fast? Even I haven't finished the railway yet." Rosalind blinked in confusion. "Railway?" she asked. Ren paused, then shook his head and waved it off. "Never mind. What matters is that you and your troops made it. You can stand now. But Rosalind stayed kneeling. It wasn't hard at all, she insisted. This is simply what House Hulk owes you, especially after the disgrace my uncle caused. Ren's expression tightened. Wait, confirm something? You really are from House Hulk? And Caesar is your uncle? Rosalind nodded, steady and unwavering. Pride and shame mingled in her voice. I am his niece, she said, and I beg for the chance to redeem my house. She added that she would accept any punishment he deemed necessary without complaint. Ren fell silent, thinking. Then something seemed to strike him. Without another word, he told her to wait, turned and left the room, leaving Rosalind alone in the quiet. She remained where she was. 1 hour passed. Then another. A full day slipped by without a single word. The room's silence grew heavy, almost suffocating. Anxiety gnawed at her, though she kept her composure. Her mind raced. Was this it? Would House Hulk be denied any chance at redemption? She let out a soft sigh, telling herself that if she couldn't even speak with him, her house had no future. Then, at last, the door opened. Ren stepped back in, a faint smile playing on his lips this time. His voice was calm as he apologized for the wait. Rosalind rose quickly, still tense, unsure of what to expect. He raised a hand, easing her nerves. There's no need to be tense, he said. I came back because I wanted to speak with you. She nodded, serious and alert. Inside, she told herself, this is it. The moment her family needed, she had to make it count. Then Ren asked a question, steady, layered with meaning. Would you be willing to become one of Asterisks? Rosalind froze, her cheeks flushed bright red. Clearly she had misunderstood. While her mind scrambled with wild misinterpretations, Ren kept speaking, calm, composed, precise, explained that her battlefield performance had left a strong impression. Her daring flanks, her reckless solo charges, these showed not only bravery but true skill. He saw her as exceptional, and he didn't rely on intuition alone. He could see her stats. Strength, 87. Strategy, 82. Magic power, 85. Leadership, 91. But the stat that truly stood out, loyalty, a perfect 100. It was rare, maybe unheard of. Despite his praise, Rosalind stayed humble. It was just my duty, she said softly. Nothing more. Ren smiled, unmoved by modesty, and asked again if she would join him. Rosalind lowered her head, her voice quiet, hesitant. She said she understood. If he wanted to use her as recompense for her family's failures, she would give herself entirely. It was bold and tinged with tragedy. Ren's expression shifted immediately, his tone sharpened. Something about the conversation felt off. He questioned her interpretation, especially the phrase, make up for. He insisted he had never said that. Rosalind panicked and sank to her knees again. Her voice trembled. I've always dreamed of serving as a holy knight by your side, but if you need my body to atone for my uncle, I will endure it without complaint. Ren quickly stepped toward her, urging her to rise. His voice softened. He clarified she had completely misunderstood. He wanted her to serve as his knight, not as a sacrifice or an object. Nothing more, nothing less. Rosalind's eyes widened in surprise. She repeated his words, seeking confirmation. Ren cut her off with a calm smile. He added that, no matter her choice, he wouldn't hold her uncle Caesar Halsey's mistakes against her or her house. Clearing his throat, he returned to a serious tone. Will you pledge your loyalty as a knight under my command? At that moment, Rosalind was overwhelmed. Not only had he spared her family, he had also offered the dream she thought was lost. She dropped to one knee, placing a hand over her heart. Her voice steady. She declared that serving as his knight would be the greatest honor of her life. Later, in the quiet of his office, Ren hunched over his desk, pen in hand, drafting a letter to his sister. He began with a brief update. The crisis in Islan had been resolved. He went on to speak of Rosalind, calling her a truly exceptional knight and expressing his wish to retain her in his service. He ended the letter with a formal request for Priscilla's approval. Once finished, he handed it to Leah, instructing her to deliver it the next day. He also asked her to include an invitation to the water dam's upcoming inauguration. With that task complete, Ren turned toward the window. His eyes scanned the horizon, sharp and focused. He still needed 4 more like Rosalind, individuals with potential, discipline, and loyalty. Time was running out, and now he had found his first. Rosalind, his thoughts were interrupted when Leah rushed in, voice urgent. She reported that the Grand Duke of Castile had been captured by Rosalind's own knights. She asked what should be done with him. Ren stood, frustration flickering across his face. I completely forgot about him, he muttered. Where is he now? Leah answered immediately. The prisoner was being held in Island City Prison. The scene shifted to that prison, a dim, cold chamber where the Grand Duke of Castile sat behind a heavy iron door. The light cast harsh shadows across his face, sharpening his grim expression. The door creaked open, and Ren entered. His tone was cool as he greeted the man, but the Grand Duke responded with a snort full of disdain. "You're pathetic," he spat. "Your downfall is coming." Ren's expression hardened, unflinching. He asked, confused, what the Duke meant. After all, wasn't he the one in chains? The Grand Duke's eyes snapped open, glinting with mockery. He told Ryan that clearly his father hadn't taught him much. He explained that forbidden spellcasters across the continent were tightly regulated, and under strict laws they were forbidden from interfering in mortal wars. He warned that Ryan had broken that sacred rule right there on the battlefield. And it wouldn't be long before every powerful spellcaster turned their wrath on Ryan's family. Ryan paused, caught off guard by the threat. He furrowed his brow. "Are you talking about Lady Selena?" he asked. The Duke laughed cruelly. "Selena? She's just a high-ranking mage, nowhere near forbidden level. The destruction you saw, only a true forbidden spellcaster could pull that off." Only then did Ryan seem to understand. He let out a light chuckle. "If you mean the explosions," he said, "you're mistaken. No spellcaster was involved, just barrels of oil placed cleverly. And I could create a dozen more without touching a single room." Grand Duke's face twisted in rage. He shouted that Ryan was lying. He insisted that only a forbidden-level caster could summon such destructive force. There was no way a pampered noble boy could manage that. Ryan sighed, unimpressed. "Call it what you want, spell or strategy. It doesn't matter," he said. He wasn't here to argue. His voice dropped colder, lower. "Tell me," he asked the Grand Duke, "who is backing you? What's the real plan behind these invasions?" For a moment, the Grand Duke hesitated. Then, recovering quickly, he insisted there was no one behind him. "The Ovis Empire doesn't need anyone's help to crush the weak," he claimed. But Ryan didn't buy it. He had already reviewed the records. Year after year, the same pattern played out. The army would cross the border in spring, attack recklessly, then withdraw in autumn. Never leaving garrisons, never holding territory. Ryan stepped closer. Was their king insane, or were these invasions tests for something else? He asked. The Grand Duke paled, sweat gathering on his brow. He stammered a vague excuse, claiming the Empire had no interest in barren land, only in showing strength. But Ryan's voice darkened. "Was this really just a show of strength, or were you testing something no one knows about?" The question shattered the Grand Duke's composure. His jaw clenched. He looked away, refusing to answer. Ryan didn't push. He simply turned and said the man could stay locked up to think it over. Leaving the prison, Ryan's mind raced. The invasions, the retreats, it all felt scripted. He was being manipulated, and he hated it. If there was a deeper game at play, he needed to expose it, and fast. 10 days later, a letter from Ryan reached his sister's hands. After reading it, Priscilla gave a knowing smile. She turned to her aide. Tomorrow, Gwen should inform Velvina that Ryan has taken an interest in her daughter. He can finally relax. She flipped the invitation card in her hand, eyes scanning the elegant print, announcing the inauguration ceremony of the water dam. She asked Gwen if she even knew what a dam was. Gwen bowed her head and admitted she did not, humbly adding that her mind could never hope to grasp Lord Ryan's genius. Priscilla let out a soft laugh, curiosity shining in her eyes. "We'll visit Ryan's territory in the coming days and see this dam for ourselves." Then, almost as an afterthought, she added one last order. She told Gwen to gather a few girls around Rosaline's age. She wanted to know what kind of girl her little brother was actually drawn to. In the grand hall of the Ovis Empire's palace, the emperor sits on his throne, his expression dark with frustration. The nobles stand before him, tension thick in the air. One noble exclaims that the capture of Grand Duke Castile will shake the army's morale. Another mutters, questioning who let Castile insist on his own way and end up in such a mess. The emperor slams his fist on the throne's armrest. "I want solutions, not quarrels," he booms. His voice echoes through the hall. Pointing fingers now won't help. A cautious noble steps forward, suggesting that someone could be sent to Asura City to negotiate with the enemy. Another noble roars that the Ovis Empire cannot stoop to negotiate with such a barbarian land. A third quickly agrees, declaring bowing to the Caradoral Empire would be disgraceful. The first noble interrupts urgently. If Castile leaks Empire secrets, all their years of planning will be ruined. He urges the emperor to judge wisely. The emperor falls silent, considering the words carefully. After a moment, he concedes that peace talks might be acceptable, but questions if they have suitable candidates. The envoy must not only have enough status to represent the majesty of the Orvis Empire, but also possess courage and wisdom. The noble notes the emperor's words are curious, hinting at deeper meaning. Craven thinks a simple peace talk isn't hard, as long as compensation limits are set. He narrows his eyes, realizing the emperor's true intentions. The emperor turns to Craven. "Have you considered a suitable candidate?" he asks. Craven bows respectfully. "I recommend Miss Velvina, only daughter of Duke Richard." A murmur runs through the hall. One noble points out that Duke Richard was recently imprisoned for offending the emperor. The emperor studies Craven closely, noting his cleverness. Craven continues, listing 3 reasons for his recommendation. First, he points out that Miss Wilvina, being Duke Richard's only daughter, carries a noble status that could show the empire's sincerity. Next, he adds that even though Miss Wilvina has just come of age, she speaks with clarity and makes decisions without hesitation. Most importantly, Craven explains that this mission could give Miss Wilvina a chance to make amends for her father's crime. He suggests that the emperor might pardon Duke Richard if she proves her loyalty through service. Another noble nods, admitting that Craven's reasoning is convincing. After a pause to think, the emperor decides to leave the matter in Craven's hands. He orders him sharply to make sure Miss Wilvina, Duke Richard's only daughter, stays safe. Craven bows deeply, promising that he will carry out the emperor's orders without fail. In the dim halls of the Olvis Empire's palace, a shadow kneels before the emperor. The emperor's voice cuts low and steady as he notes that Wilvina and Castiel are on their way back. He adds coldly that the kneeling figure knows exactly what must be done. The subordinate bows deeper, assuring the emperor that they will meet their end in the corrupt Caradoral Empire. A cruel smile curls the emperor's lips as he muses that the envoy being killed by Caradoral gives him one more reason to strike with force. The scene cuts to the lively marketplace of Salina City. Vendors shout out their fresh produce, fish, and goods as townsfolk weave through the crowded stalls. A merchant calls out cheerfully to Master Ren, asking if he's shopping today. Ren laughs lightly and admits he's just wandering, seeing what the people might need. The townsfolk respond warmly, praising Master Ren for making their lives easier. One man even jokes that he used to live worse than an animal, but now he finally feels like one. Ren winces at the wording and mutters that if the man can't speak properly, he should at least say less. Flustered, he urges everyone to get back to work. The crowd waves cheerfully as he leaves. Elsewhere, Ren studies a series of floating status screens, his expression tense. He notes the stats of several candidates carefully. With a heavy sigh, he thinks to himself that finding high-attribute talent among ordinary citizens is far tougher than expected. He recalls all the time he's spent traveling across Salina City lately. Yet he hasn't come across a single suitable candidate. A system notification flashes in his vision, showing 5 high-attributed characters currently in cultivation. Current focus: Rosalind Holker. Ren rubs his temples, musing whether he should ask his older sister or eldest brother for any talented individuals. But he shakes off the thought quickly, reminding himself that they already have enough issues in their own territories. He resolves to handle this on his own. In his quarters, Leah watches him with concern. She tells him he's overworked after the last 3 days and insists he take a break. She also mentions that she's posted notices around the city, calling anyone who thinks they have talent to come forward. Ren gives a tired smile, noting that while those who come forward are indeed capable, they mostly make excellent laborers for his factory. His expression darkens as he laments that the factory still isn't ready to operate. The elven investment hasn't made any headway, and the dam will take another half-month to finish. He sighs, hugging Leah tightly, muttering that it's a shame to let magicians focus on chemistry instead. He lets out another sigh, thinking the system's latest task is almost impossible. He mutters that it's just too much. Suddenly, a commotion breaks out outside. Someone shouts angrily, calling another a liar and daring them to show their face in the city. A confident voice replies with a grin, insisting that there's absolutely no problem this time. Ren checks the stats, and his eyes widen. He realizes that this boy is highly talented in both strategy and magic. He's finally found what he's been searching for. Meanwhile, Armando is still trying to convince a shopkeeper. He pulls a small vial from his coat, a bottle of shimmering green liquid, and declares confidently that this time the formula is perfect. He claims that just a single drop will keep any plant healthy and vibrant for a full year. Shopkeeper remains unimpressed, his scowl fixed. He snaps that Armando should stop spouting nonsense and leave. He reminds him that last time, his so-called pesticide ruined an entire crate of apples. Armando flushes with frustration, his voice rising as he insists the mishap was a mistake. He explains that his pesticide simply wasn't meant for soft fruits like apples. Before he can finish, the shopkeeper shoves him hard, shouting that he's done being conned. He tells Armando to quit trying to scam people, making it clear he won't fall for it again. Armando stumbles, hands outstretched, trying to plead, but the shopkeeper won't hear him. With no other choice, Armando steps back and walks away defeated. Ren, who's been watching from nearby, feels a mix of amusement and curiosity. He hadn't expected to find someone like this in such a rundown corner of the city. Leah notices the change in Ren's expression. Her eyes narrow slightly as she glances at the retreating Armando. She wonders if Ren is actually taking an interest in that loud-mouthed alchemist. The thought makes her uneasy, and she silently vows not to let some trickster fool him. Meanwhile, Armando slumps at the edge of the street, clearly dejected. He sighs deeply, thinking bitterly that no one worthwhile came by today and that he's starving. Suddenly, a hand reaches toward him. It's Ren. With a calm smile, he introduces himself and says he's intrigued by the potion Armando mentioned. He asks if Armando can explain more. Armando's eyes light up instantly. He thinks he's finally found a promising mark. Armando straightened up, brimming with energy, and responded with a showy, almost over-the-top enthusiasm. He boasted that Rein had a rare eye for quality and claimed to stock every potion imaginable. From his bag, he pulled out several small vials, each swirling with bright, vivid colors, holding them out like precious treasures. Rein, however, didn't flinch or reach for a single vial. Instead, he asked calmly for Armando's name and why he had never seen him around Ireland before. Armando grinned and introduced himself as an alchemist who seldom visited the city. Rein followed up, asking if his only purpose in coming was to sell potions. Armando nodded eagerly, assuring him that no matter what he needed, he could craft it. Leah stepped closer, whispering into Rein's ear that he shouldn't trust an alchemist. She warned him that most of them were just clever tricksters. Rein offered a faint smile, replying that in time, it would become clear who was fooling whom. Leah frowned, confused by his confidence. She couldn't read what he was thinking. Rein then gestured to the vials, asking how much they cost. Armando immediately picked one up, praising Rein's discerning eye, as if recognizing a kindred spirit. He explained that the yellow potion could make any object glow in the dark. Another, he said with a sly grin, could boost someone's speed, and one more, he added, would bring a woman joy for hours. Rein's expression darkened. He dismissed the potions as worthless and asked if Armando had anything of real value. Armando bristled. Skepticism he could handle, but mocking his work, that was too much. He muttered that if that was the way it was going to be, he wouldn't hold back. Leah's gaze sharpened. Her eyes went cold as she studied Armando, ready to react at the first sign of trouble. Noticing her stare, Armando shifted nervously, pointing out that her glare was unnerving. He asked Rein if his maid always looked like she was about to attack someone. Rein ignored the jab. He pointed out that the glowing potion was mostly beryllium zinc silicate phosphor, a substance with dim glow and high toxicity. He recommended calcium-based phosphors instead, safer, brighter, and cheaper. Armando's eyes went wide in disbelief. He insisted there was no way Rein could know that, claiming the formula was a closely guarded secret. Rein just shrugged and said calling it a secret was ridiculous. It was basic chemistry. If that was all Armando's alchemy could do, Rein thought, then it wasn't very impressive after all. Fuming, Armando jabbed a finger at Rein, shaking with anger. He accused Rein of stealing his notes and demanded to know where he'd learned the formula. Rein smiled, amused. He said he had no interest in stealing from a starving alchemist who couldn't even sell his own creations. Then, more seriously, he offered Armando a choice. Swear loyalty, and he would teach him the true science behind alchemy. Armando scoffed and asked who Rein even was. Leah stepped forward, announcing his full title. Lord Ren Edgar, second son of Grand Duke Eldrien of the Caradoria Empire. But Armando laughed instead of backing down. He said he had mistaken Rein for a plump little sheep, only to discover he was a fat fish, and then, defiant. He declared he would rather starve than serve a noble. Rein's expression darkened. He commented that Armando clearly had issues with nobility. Armando replied sarcastically, claiming he dared not offend Rein. After all, a man couldn't get angry at a dog. Leah's eyes flared with fury. She ordered Armando to apologize immediately, or face the consequences. Armando cut her off, asking if she intended to kill him and mocking her for choosing violence over reason. He sneered that her noble pride clearly didn't extend to restraint. Leah tensed, ready to strike, but Rein raised a hand, telling her calmly to stand down. Rein turned to Armando directly. He admitted he didn't care about whatever wrongs Armando had suffered at the hands of nobles. He was offering a real chance, an opportunity to learn the truth behind chemistry and physics, to leave a lasting mark on the world. If Armando wanted to waste away on the outskirts of Islam, that was his choice. Armando didn't move. He saw the offer as nothing more than a trap dressed up in fine words. He declared that nobles cared only for status and wealth, while commoners were expendable. He vowed he would never serve one. His decision was final. As a result, the loyalty value Rain had been tracking dropped sharply from 50 to 30. The failed negotiation weighed heavily on him. Not only had he failed to recruit Armando, but he might have turned him into an enemy. Armando pointed at Rain, his voice steady and full of conviction. He said he would never trust a word from a noble's mouth. The tension was thick when a young girl came running toward him, her voice bright and cheerful. She called out, asking when he had arrived in the city. Armando froze, taken aback. He asked her why she had come to such a dangerous place, and warned her to leave at once. Her name was Irina. She looked at him, confused, and asked why he seemed so worried. Armando glanced at Rain and explained that the man was a dangerous noble, and even children weren't safe around someone like him. Irina ignored the warning. Her face lit up with recognition and joy when she saw Rain. She asked excitedly if he was really the same Mr. Rain she knew. Rain blinked, surprised, then smiled and stepped closer, asking her if she really knew him. Irina's face lit up with a bright, genuine smile. She told him that everyone in the city knew who he was. Her mother often said their lives had improved because of him. Without Rain, she explained, things would have been far harder for their family. Rain asked if her father had worked on the city's dam project. Irina nodded eagerly and shared that her father used to be caught up in gambling. But once Rain had given him a job, he'd changed completely. Their home had become peaceful. Her mother and she always encouraged him to work hard for Rain, knowing that the better he did, the better their lives became. The cheerful moment shattered. Armando suddenly grabbed Irina, pulling her behind him. His glare cut sharply toward Rain, full of fury. He stood his ground, his voice laced with anger, accusing Rain of exploiting the city's people. He claimed Irina's father had been forced into slave-like labor for barely anything. Rain's face shifted. Surprise quickly hardened into irritation. He asked what had led Armando to believe such a thing. He wanted to know who had spread the rumor that Irina's father had been coerced. But Armando, already brimming with distrust toward nobles, needed no proof. He said exploitation wasn't just possible, it was their defining trait. He gestured at Irina's worn, frayed clothes, pointing out that despite Rain's grand promises, she was still wrapped in rags. He accused Rain of hypocrisy, claiming nobles would never touch such filth, yet commoners had no choice but to live in it. That was the final straw for Leah. She stepped forward, her voice sharp with anger. She told Armando he had gone too far and demanded he stop slandering Lord Rain. She insisted he had no idea what Rain had done for the city, that it was Rain's faith in his people that had pulled Island out of despair. Irina, normally gentle and trusting, now faced Armando with a determined expression. She told him everything Leah had said was true. She asked him not to speak unfairly about Rain, whom she called truly kind. She explained that he had provided jobs, shelter, and food for everyone. Thanks to him, they no longer shivered through cold nights. They had roofs over their heads. They had warm meals, too. She paused briefly, then continued, her voice steady. She warned Armando that if he kept insulting Rain, she wouldn't speak to him anymore. She reminded him he had never lived in the city. He couldn't possibly understand what Rain had done for them. Her words hit like a slap. Armando froze, stunned by the rejection. For the first time, doubt crept into his fortress of certainty. Rain saw the opening and stepped in. He explained calmly that Irina and the other children still wore old clothes not because they were poor, but because the city's textile production hadn't developed yet. He added that food and shelter were only the beginning. Once the city's light industry grew, they wouldn't just have prosperity, they'd have proper clothing, stable jobs, and dignity. Armando remained unconvinced. He said he didn't care about light industry or any of that. The only truth he recognized was that nobles had never, and would never care about the people. Every action, he claimed, was rooted in greed. That was when Irina snapped. She cried out that he hadn't listened to a word she'd said. She insisted Rain was different, that he was a good person, and demanded that Armando stop insulting him. Armando turned away, disappointment etched across his face. He muttered that he didn't want to see another noble wearing a mask of kindness. He warned Irina to be careful, claiming that behind their smiles lay dangers she couldn't even imagine. Rain watched silently as Armando walked off, the tension thick between them. A new resolve formed in his mind. After searching so long for someone with that raw talent, he couldn't let Armando vanish. Not like this. He stepped forward, ready to call out. But his body betrayed him. A sudden tremor coursed through him. His vision dimmed. and before he could speak, he collapsed. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying in a familiar room. Leah sat beside him, relief washing over her face when she saw he was awake. He offered a tired smile and told her not to worry. But Leah burst into tears. She scolded him, reminding him how often she'd warned him not to push himself so hard, not to roam the city chasing talent until he collapsed from exhaustion. She accused him of never listening, of always bearing everything on his own shoulders. Rain gently took her hand and apologized. He promised that from now on he would take better care of himself. Then he asked the one question still lingering in his mind. Had Armando already left? Leah shook her head, surprise in her voice. She revealed that after Rain had passed out, they'd rushed him back to the city lord's estate. But to her astonishment, Armando had returned. She explained that he had handed her a vial of medicine, saying it would help Rain recover. Then, just as quietly as he'd appeared, he had left again. Rain's eyes widened. He asked if she had actually used the medicine on him, if that was why his fever had subsided so quickly. Leah chuckled softly and said of course she hadn't. She explained she wouldn't give medicine from an unknown source to her lord, no matter the intention. Instead, she'd called the city's best doctors. Their care and prescriptions had brought him back. As for the vial, she'd placed it safely on his desk. Rain asked to see it. Leah offered to fetch it, urging him to stay in bed and rest. When he finally held the vial in his hand, he examined it closely. Its color, clarity, and craftsmanship told him one thing. It had been made with precision and care. He suggested they have the city's doctors analyze its properties the next day. Leah hesitated, asking if he truly intended to recruit Armando. She noted his arrogance, especially toward nobles, and his clear lack of respect for their status. Rain didn't hesitate. He said yes. He still wanted Armando. He wasn't just talented. He was the rare kind of genius who could push the city forward. Guided properly, Armando could achieve what no one else could. But Rain knew there was more. That hatred Armando carried didn't come from nowhere. Something deep must have caused it. To truly win him over, Rain would first need to uncover that pain. Far away, in a small, quiet room, Armando stood alone. His eyes were fixed on an old photograph. Pain flickered there, deep and raw. He whispered to himself, voice barely audible. He spoke of the noble he had met. Someone strange and unlike anyone else. He said that with just one glance, the man had seen through his entire alchemical formula. He admitted he didn't understand much of what had been said. Even Irina, someone he trusted, seemed to like the noble. His grip tightened. His voice dropped to a whisper, but he swore to his master not to worry. Armando's voice trembled with anger as he vowed he would never be fooled by a noble's tricks. He swore he'd finish the research he and Liesel had started and make the nobles pay for what they'd done. Hatred burned in his eyes. At that exact moment, in the quiet of the holy temple, Rain sat in thoughtful silence, listening. Beside him, Saintess Eldrien prepared to reveal the truth. She explained why Armando held such deep-seated hatred for nobles. Her story focused on a woman in the photograph, Liesel. 15 years ago, Liesel had been the most brilliant alchemist in all of Islan, a true genius, but also an idealist. She believed alchemy should help everyone, not just the wealthy. She had taken in Armando when he was a homeless orphan. She fed him, taught him everything she knew, and shared every piece of her precious knowledge. Their bond went far beyond that of student and teacher. To Armando, she had been a mother in every way that mattered, except by blood. Her teachings extended beyond potions and mechanical schematics. She'd instilled in him a moral compass, the importance of balancing invention with compassion and science with humanity. But that fragile world shattered. Liesel's humanitarian work angered a powerful noble in Islan. Unable to accept her ideals, the noble orchestrated a raid on her home, seized all her work, and accused her of forbidden magic. The accusations were false, but they stuck. In the end, Liesel died in what the public called an accident, though it was anything but accidental. Armando was just 15 when he saw the one person he cherished most ripped away by cruelty and greed. After her death, he salvaged what remained. Her notes, unfinished designs, and theories scribbled across torn pages. He made a vow then, one carved deep into his soul. He would complete her work no matter the cost. As Saintess Eldrien recounted the story, tears ran down her face. The weight of Armando's grief lingered even now, pressing down like stone. He bore not just Liesel's legacy, but the crushing loneliness of a boy who had lost the only family he'd ever known. Rain listened quietly, brows furrowed, before finally breaking the silence with a flat, steady question. He said that while the story was tragic, it didn't answer what he really needed to know. Where was Armando now? Eldrien flared with anger, asking if he had no compassion at all. Rain remained cold. He said compassion wouldn't feed anyone. rebuild infrastructure, or bring progress. He said the world kept moving forward no matter the pain of yesterday, and each sunrise demanded action. Her outrage faded into reluctant acceptance. She sighed deeply, then admitted he was probably at Lizelle's old house, his favorite refuge. The notes, the equipment, everything Lizelle had cared for was still there. Satisfied, Rein stood and remarked that things had just become simpler. Now that they knew where Armando was, there was no time to waste. They would leave immediately. Just before stepping out, Rein turned back and asked Eldrien if she knew what Lizelle had been working on before she died. The question made her pause. After a long moment, she replied that it had something to do with steam. The single word struck Rein like lightning. His eyes widened, his composure cracking. He stepped closer to Eldrien, voice tense, demanding she repeat what she had just said. She stammered, startled by his intensity, and confirmed she remembered the word steam, though she admitted she didn't understand its full meaning. Rein's grip tightened on her shoulders. He stared into her eyes, urgency and hope in his voice. He said that if what she remembered matched his suspicions, they could be standing on the edge of a revolution, not of politics or war, but of the way the world functioned. He spoke of transforming industry, changing how people lived, worked, and built their future. Still dazed, Eldrien asked if it could really be that powerful. She mentioned someone once called it a toy, but Rein was done talking. He ordered her to take him to Lizelle's house at once. She agreed, pleading only that he not rush her so much. Rein dashed ahead, thoughts racing. If Lizelle had indeed studied the steam engine, and her work included detailed blueprints and experimental logs, this was no small discovery. In his former world, steam engines were ancient history. He hadn't needed to study them in depth, but as a mechanical engineer, the concepts were ingrained in him. He understood the physics, the theory. What he lacked were the initial breakthroughs, proofs of concept, and refined designs. If those were buried in Lizelle's notes, he had everything he needed to kickstart a new industrial age. At that very moment, inside Lizelle's old home, Armando was bent over a crude, whirring device. The engine on the floor hissed faintly, its valves twitching like they had a life of their own. But before he could make adjustments, his senses sharpened. Someone was coming. Without hesitation, Armando tossed a cloth over the device and stepped outside. His eyes were cold, his voice sharp. He demanded to know why Rein had come. This place was off limits. Rein had no right to be here. Rein, undeterred, stepped forward slowly, eyes unwavering. He asked where Lizelle's research was, insisting he wanted to see her notes and understand her work. Armando's whole body tensed. He stepped closer, suspicion darkening his gaze. He said he didn't care how Rein had learned about the notes. No matter what, he would never hand them over. Not to him, not to any noble. Sensing the rising tension, Eldrien moved quickly to intervene. She told Armando they weren't there to steal anything. Rein only wanted to see if Lizelle's work could improve the lives of the city's people. But Armando wasn't listening. He reached into his coat and pulled out a combat knife. He pointed it directly at Rein, growling that nobles like him had no place here. This was sacred ground. Leah's hand immediately went to the dagger hidden under her cloak. Her eyes blazed with fury. One thought consumed her. She would not let anyone harm Lord Rein. Not even a genius. Before she could act, Rein raised a hand, moving to her side. His voice was low but firm. He told her to stay put. He would handle this himself. Ignoring the threat, Rein stepped forward another pace. He met Armando's eyes directly, his words cutting. He called him a fool, he said. Armando didn't understand what the steam engine really was, or what it could mean. He accused him of failing Lizelle's dream by hoarding her research instead of sharing it. He said the brilliance she had left behind was being wasted, buried beneath fear and pride. Armando clenched his jaw, eyes blazing with fury. He demanded to know what gave Rein the right to lecture him, what made him think he understood Lizelle's research better than someone who had devoted his life to it. A cold, calculating smile curved across Ren's face. He proposed a wager. Logic and pleading wouldn't sway Armando, so Ren decided a bold gamble might be the only way to earn his trust, or at least get him to cooperate. Armando let out a scoff and asked what kind of wager Ren had in mind. Ren stayed composed as he laid out the terms. If he could get Lizelle's alchemical device up and running, Armando would serve him. No complaints, no hesitation. But if he failed, he'd leave Island City forever and never come back. Armando burst out laughing, incredulous. The audacity of it all made him shake his head. "That's the funniest thing I've heard in ages," he said, still chuckling. A pampered, noble kid who couldn't name half the tools in an alchemy lab was now claiming he could make Lizelle's invention work. The thought alone was hilarious. But that laugh was exactly what Ren had hoped for. In it, he saw the challenge acknowledged. Still, Armando wasn't done. He tossed in a final condition. If Ren failed, it wouldn't just be leaving the city. He'd also have to kneel at Lizelle's grave and offer a proper apology. Eldrien, furious, spoke up against it. She argued it was too much. Ren hadn't done anything to deserve that kind of humiliation. But Armando didn't care. To him, it didn't matter what Ren had or hadn't done. Every noble was guilty by default. He locked eyes with Ren and asked if he had the nerve to accept. Without a second thought, Ren agreed. If he failed, he would bow at Lizelle's grave himself. With the terms settled, he turned to the machine hidden under a cloth and asked Armando to step aside so he could get a closer look. Calm on the surface, Ren's hands trembled slightly with excitement. He muttered under his breath, a smirk tugging at his lips. Once he fixed the steam engine, Armando would have no choice but to fall in line, and he'd make sure to put him to work, stoking furnaces and keeping the pressure valves in check. Armando yanked the cloth away, revealing a massive, awkward contraption. "Don't break it," he warned. The machine, he said, was priceless. Leah and Eldrien stared wide-eyed at the device, both awestruck and confused. They'd never seen anything like it, and they couldn't understand why Ren was so obsessed with a jumble of gears and pipes. Alchemy had never looked this strange. Ren ran his hands along the surface, barely able to contain his joy. This was it, the machine he had dreamed about. A steam engine, real and almost fully functional. After a long moment of quiet admiration, he finally said it out loud. Lizel had truly been a genius. Not just in theory, but in the way it all came together. Hearing Ren speak so highly of his mentor sparked something in Armando. His pride softened, flickering into a rare moment of shared excitement. Of course Lizel was a genius, he admitted. Unlike the pretenders who paraded around in alchemy robes without understanding a single principle, Lizel had been the real deal. Ren asked if Armando had spent all this time just trying to get the machine working. Armando nodded. Lizel, he explained, had never left instructions on operating it. Her notes contained theory and concepts, but nothing practical. Ren suggested opening it up to see the inner workings. He thought the problem might be mechanical, but Armando immediately objected. He called Ren crazy for wanting to take it apart, warning that if it couldn't be put back together, everything would be ruined. Ren's expression hardened. "Do you know who you're talking to?" he asked. There wasn't a machine in existence he couldn't fix. Then he held out his hand. "Get me a screwdriver." Armando blinked blankly. He had no idea what a screwdriver was. Ren let out a disbelieving sigh. How had this machine even been assembled if Armando didn't know basic tools? Armando, completely unfazed, explained that it had been built with magic. Almost condescendingly, he added that every component had been forged by dwarven craftsmen under Lizelle's commission. It was something far beyond what a pampered noble like Ren could even dream of fully grasping. Ren rolled his eyes. "Shut up," he muttered. "No screwdrivers? No problem. He'd just find another way." He turned to Leah and asked for her dagger. With the blade in hand, he started dismantling the machine, carefully navigating its foreign but oddly familiar mechanisms. As he removed the first few pieces, inspecting the precision of each part, his excitement surged. Lizel really was unmatched, he murmured. Every piece, so precise, so advanced. But the deeper he went, the more uneasy he felt. Something wasn't right. Critical components were missing. He paused, brow furrowed, and looked at Armando. His voice sharpened. "Where are the internal pieces? The ones that go in the core?" Armando froze. He hadn't expected Ren to notice. He fumbled for an answer, then tried to brush it off. "Maybe you're imagining things," he suggested. As far as he knew, the machine had always looked like that. Perhaps Ren was just making excuses in case he failed. But Ren wasn't buying it. He pointed straight at the empty mounts. "It's clear the control system's been removed," he said. "Something essential is gone." He demanded to know who had taken it. Cornered, Armando went silent. Pain and resentment flickered across his face as he finally admitted the truth. The missing components had been stolen by a noble. Ren stared, stunned. He asked why. What could a noble want with specialized alchemical parts? Armando explained bitterly. The pieces were made from a rare, valuable mineral. Once the noble learned of it, he seized them and melted them down. Not for research, not for progress, but to craft a gaudy statue of himself. Ren's eyes darkened, fury simmering just beneath the surface. He cursed the arrogance of turning something so vital into a monument to idiocy. He demanded to know who this noble was and where he could be found. Armando's face darkened, the weight of the news pressing down on him. He spoke carefully, warning that the man in question held power far beyond Rain's reach. Rain took a step forward, his body trembling with barely contained anger. He spat out that no title, no rank, could put anyone out of his grasp. He snapped at Armando to speak up. He demanded to know who dared to block the path of his industrial revolution. Finally, with fists clenched and a low growl in his voice, Armando revealed the name, Duke Eska. The name hit the room like a thunderclap. Saint Elria gasped, her eyes wide, shock painting her face. Rain spun to her immediately. "Who is Eska?" he demanded. Elria took a deep breath and began, explaining that Duke Eska had started as a low-ranking noble in the city of Aslan. From a young age, he showed remarkable talent in alchemy, steadily building a reputation with a string of groundbreaking inventions. Over time, his brilliance caught the emperor's attention, and that attention came with more than just praise. He was granted the title of duke and given his own territory to govern. Rain asked quickly, "Where is this territory?" Elria replied that it was in Grands, located to the upper right of Atheron. Leah, listening closely, added that Grands answered to Grand Duke Therese Elra, not the Edgar family. It was beyond Rain's control. The pieces snapped together in Rain's mind, and his expression darkened. The name Therese Elra sparked a memory. His father had mentioned tension between their family and Elra's before. Leah confirmed it. Grand Duke Elra and Rain's father often clashed politically at the Imperial court. It wasn't personal, it was the Emperor's design, a deliberate balance of power, one duke to check another. Rain understood instantly. This wasn't a fight he could pick right now. Not directly, not with so many forces at play. For the moment, he refocused on the one responsible for melting down Lae'zel's invention. Duke Eska. He swore that day Eska would pay, and not just a little, he would make him regret destroying those gears 100 times over. Elria's voice was cautious, laced with concern. She asked if he really intended to challenge Duke Eska. Rain's reply was sharp, venom dripping from every word. He said Eska wouldn't just pay, he would suffer. Tenfold. Not enough. 100-fold. Still not enough. Justice would be done. Leah flinched, eyes betraying the tension she was forcing down, silent but uneasy. Armando, still skeptical, challenged Rain. Was he seriously planning to go up against someone as formidable as Eska? Rain met his gaze without flinching. He said he wouldn't just rebuild the steam engine, he would make Eska see the true worth of what he had destroyed. His tone left no room for doubt. Nothing would sway him. Then Rain turned back to Armando. "Do Lae'zel's notes include the design schematics for the missing gears?" he asked. Armando shook his head. They didn't. Lae'zel had probably shared the gear designs with a dwarven master craftsman instead. But he added with a sigh of frustration that craftsmen had always refused to meet with him. Rain placed a steady hand on Armando's shoulder. "Leave that to me," he said. "He would give it a shot." Armando warned him not to get his hopes up. The blacksmith was stubborn and notoriously bad-tempered. Later, Rain and his team arrived at Bram's workshop. The instant they stepped inside, Bram's scowl hit them like a hammer. He barked at them to leave, voice rough, loud, and dripping with disdain. He had no patience for little brats and glared as if their presence had insulted his forge. Elria rushed forward, trying to reason with him. Her tone was urgent, sharp, pleading. She reminded Bram of all Rain had done for Anceling, driving out corrupt nobles, feeding the poor, and begged him not to dismiss Rain as just another noble. Bram sneered. "I know who he is," he muttered. "A noble boy playing hero. Sure, he's done a few good things, killed a few rotten nobles, fed a few mouths, but I'm not impressed. Lords are supposed to do those things," he added. Feeding the people? That wasn't an achievement. Just like a blacksmith's duty is to forge, a lord's job is to serve. No one praises a smith for doing his work, so why should Rain get special credit? Rain surprised him by nodding. "You're right," he said. "It's a lord's duty to care for the people, and that's exactly why I'm here today." Bram paused, something flickering behind his eyes, though he didn't show it. Then he asked bluntly if Rain had come to request a forging job. Rain didn't hesitate. He laid it all out. He needed the gear designs Lae'zel had commissioned, or better yet, for Bram to recreate the gears himself. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bram's face hardened. His scowl darkened further. He exploded with rage, shouting at them to leave. He wouldn't give them a single thing. Rain, confused, asked why. Bram's voice cracked with pain as he answered. Those gears had cost Lae'zel her life. He blamed himself. If he hadn't insisted she use dragon crystal ore for safety, maybe she never would have drawn the attention of the noble who ultimately destroyed her. Every word dripped with guilt, his hands trembling slightly, as he vowed never to craft anything like it again. Armando jumped on the contradiction. He reminded Bram that a blacksmith's job is to forge for others. So why refuse now? Wasn't that hypocrisy? Bram snapped at him. Quiet. No means no. Even if you had rare dragon ore, it wouldn't work. Rain didn't back down. He seized on Bram's mention of dragon crystal ore. Only gears forged from that material could make Lizelle's engine run. It had to be essential. Bram's eyes flickered for just a moment, betraying a trace of doubt, before he quickly masked it with scorn. Rain pressed harder, voice sharp and challenging. Could it really be impossible for a master like Bram to craft functional gears from regular iron? Couldn't he do it even without the dragon ore? Bram snapped at him, jabbing a finger in his direction and yelling that a brat like him didn't know the first thing about this, and he should stop talking nonsense. Then he waved toward the pile of iron ore tucked in the corner and said that only the ancient dragon tribe on the continent had the ability to smelt raw iron ore into molten metal. He warned Ren not to chase after impossible dreams. Ren paused, lost in thought for a moment, like he had just worked something out in his head. Finally, he gestured toward the forge and asked, "So Uncle Bram's forge can't reach the temperature needed to melt iron ore?" Bram shot him a look full of pure disdain, like he was staring at a complete fool. He scoffed, saying there wasn't a single forge on the entire continent that could melt iron ore into liquid, and that it was basic knowledge Ren clearly lacked. Ren grinned and asked, "But what if I built a forge that could? Would you believe me then?" Bram's eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity, but he quickly shut them, pretending like nothing had caught his attention. He warned Ren not to get ahead of himself, adding that if such a forge were possible, it would completely change the Empire's entire approach to metallurgy. Then he questioned what gave a young noble boy the right to speak so arrogantly. Ren, used to being underestimated, didn't take offense. Instead, he calmly asked to put that aside. What he really wanted to know was, if he could actually build a forge capable of melting iron ore, would Bram then agree to forge the missing parts for his steam engine? Bram, certain Ren couldn't pull it off, nodded confidently. "Fine, if you can build a forge like that, I'll make the gears." Hearing that, a rush of joy surged through Ren. Finally, he had Bram's agreement, but Ren's expression turned serious again. Looking Bram in the eye, he said it was settled, and asked him to prepare the iron ore for smelting. Bram slowly stepped toward the door, but not before turning back to warn, "If you fail, get out and never come back." Once Bram was gone, Ren stayed put, eyes fixed on the forge. He ran through the numbers in his head. Iron melts at 1,538 degrees Celsius, and it was obvious the Ren forge couldn't reach anywhere near that. The forge had no system to pump in extra oxygen, meaning the fuel could never burn at maximum efficiency. Ren picked up a hefty hammer and started walking slowly toward the forge. Then, with controlled, powerful strikes, he brought it down 4 times, opening up a sizable gap in the forge's structure. Eldrien gasped, rushing over and grabbing his hand. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice full of worry. Behind her, Armando had completely lost his composure. He shouted that Ren was a madman, that he'd just wrecked the old man's forge. And how on earth was Bram supposed to forge the parts now? Ren just smiled, calmly reassuring them he wasn't acting recklessly. He explained that the holes were extra oxygen inlets he had designed himself. With them, the forge's combustion would at least double in efficiency, allowing it to reach the temperatures needed to melt iron ore. Eldrien didn't understand a word of it. She worried that such a simple tweak could really make the forge hot enough. Ren told her again not to underestimate science. He said once they added more fuel, the furnace would absolutely melt the iron ore. Right then, Bram returned, carrying a large basin of ore. He announced that the ore was extremely hard, but he froze the moment he saw the forge, now with 2 big holes punched into it. Furious, he shouted that Ren was a little brat who had dared to damage his furnace. "Do you even know how much work went into building this?" He roared, vowing he would risk everything to take Ren down that day. Ren stayed calm. "Relax," he said. "This isn't the time to get angry." He assured Bram the furnace could now melt iron ore, still skeptical. Bram shouted that Ren thought forging was a joke. He accused him of thinking he knew more than the blacksmith himself. He questioned if Ren even understood how tough the ore was. A normal furnace couldn't reach that temperature, and the holes would only let heat escape, dropping the temperature even further. Ren didn't bother explaining more. "Let's start smelting," he said. "We have the materials and fuel. Just throw them in and see for yourself." Bram, still trying to control his anger, agreed. He wanted to see what kind of trick Ren was pulling. "If it doesn't melt, I'll beat you to a pulp," he growled. He began loading the materials into the furnace, starting the smelting process. Everyone in the room held their breath, eyes glued to the furnace, waiting to see if Ren's claim was true. It didn't take long for excitement to light up their faces. The iron ore had begun to melt. Rivers of molten metal slowly started flowing out of the furnace. Eldrien gasped, astonished. "It's really melting the iron's actually liquid." "How is that even possible?" she asked. Armando turned to Ren, eyes wide with curiosity. He was eager to know how it worked. Ren, unhurried, just smiled and glanced at Bram. "Your thoughts?" he asked. Bram looked like he had just woken from a dream. He stammered at first, and then, a moment later, his expression shifted from shock to sheer amazement. He asked Ren how in the world he had done it, just by punching 2 holes. The furnace was hot enough to melt iron ore. Ren shrugged casually. "Mostly, it's just basic aerodynamic principles," he said. He added that if Bram wanted, he could go over the details later. For now, though, he asked if Bram could help him forge the gear that Miss Liesel had left behind. Bram's initial excitement slowly faded. He let out a long, measured sigh, then finally nodded, agreeing to help forge the gear. He acknowledged that Ren had won the bet. Still, he couldn't resist issuing a warning. He made it clear that if the noble returned to cause trouble, he wouldn't take responsibility for what happened. Ren's eyes cooled, and he replied with calm assurance. "No need to worry. If the noble didn't come looking for him, he would go find the noble himself." After Ren adjusted the furnace to reach the perfect temperature to melt the iron billets, Bram completed the missing piece of the steam engine. With the gear finally in hand, Ren and his team rushed back to Liesel's laboratory. Ren studied the gear closely, an eager smile spreading across his face. Finally, he held the core component needed to finish the steam engine, a massive breakthrough that could usher in an industrial era in a world still ruled by magic. Standing beside him, Leah couldn't hide the edge of concern in her voice. She pointed out that while the gear looked solid, she wasn't convinced it could handle the intense operation of the steam engine. If it cracked or broke while running, it could put him in serious danger. From behind her, Eldrien added her voice, suggesting maybe she should ask her tribe to find some dragon crystal ore instead, since it would be a safer, more reliable option. Ren, confident as ever, offered a reassuring smile. As an experienced industrial engineer, he explained there was no need to worry. Liesel had only used dragon crystal ore because her understanding of industrial engineering wasn't deep enough. Hearing that, Aramondo's brow furrowed, his frustration barely contained. He scolded Ren for speaking disrespectfully about his master. Ren let out a soft chuckle, his sharp gaze locking onto Aramondo. He reminded him to focus on himself and nudged him about their agreement. If Ren successfully repaired the steam engine, Aramondo would become his subordinate. Clenching his fists but standing firm, Aramondo promised to honor the wager, as long as Ren truly completed the repairs. In that moment, Ren slowly placed the gear into the empty slot of the machine. As each piece clicked perfectly into place, a wave of satisfaction surged through him. Once everything was secure, Ren called the team over. He told them to get ready. They were about to witness something extraordinary. With that, he pulled the lever. As he'd expected, the steam engine shivered at first, then gradually settled into a steady rhythm. Thick white steam hissed from the boiler, accompanied by a roaring sound that felt like the birth cry of a new era. Eldrien couldn't contain her excitement. She shouted that it worked, praised Lord Ren, and cheered as the machine came alive. Amid the dense mist, Aramondo remained silent. His heart was overflowing. He had never imagined living long enough to see the miracle his beloved master had poured her life into come back to life. Memories surged through him all at once. Visions of his teacher, of journeys across uncharted lands, intense metallurgy lessons, even the countless scoldings for mistakes. Every single moment, joyful or painful, had become a memory he would never let go. When Liesel had completed the steam engine, her face still showed exhaustion from days without rest, but her eyes shone with unwavering excitement. From that day on, lives would slowly improve because of this invention. Yet that very machine had also led to the tragedy that ended her life. Years of bottled-up emotions surged like a flood, and Aramondo could no longer stay standing. He collapsed, crying out between sobs that his master's wish, her dream, had finally come true. Watching him, Eldrien looked worried for a moment. She turned to Ren, silently asking what to do. Ren just shook his head and told her to let Aramondo cry. These were years of pent-up tears, he explained, and letting them out was part of finding peace again. 3 hours later, a new visitor entered Liesel's laboratory. Bram had come, curiosity driving him. He wanted to understand how an ordinary iron component could bring a steam engine to life. Watching it firsthand, his expression turned puzzled. To him, it seemed like the engine did nothing but produce smoke. Eldrien agreed with Bram's assessment. She admitted she was a little thrilled to see a machine running without magic, but in practical terms, it seemed to only release steam without doing anything meaningful. Ren let out a quiet sigh. Just as he was about to respond, Bram shook his head with a hint of sarcasm. He remarked that the contraption seemed to do nothing but puff smoke and spook people. Unable to ignore the dismissive tone, Ren stepped forward. His voice was calm but unwavering. This, he said, was a steam engine. Not just a machine that blows off steam, it was the foundation of an industrial civilization. The unfamiliar terminology left everyone staring, wide-eyed, as if he'd just spoken nonsense. Running his hand along the machine's frame, Ren continued. He explained that this device generated immense force, turning gears and powering other machines. It could drive textile mills, transport vehicles, and even future weapons of war. He declared the steam engine the greatest invention in human history. Even if she didn't understand all the details, Eldrien felt the weight of the future Ren had just described. Bram crossed his arms, nodding in partial admiration, though a sliver of doubt lingered. He admitted it sounded impressive, but questioned whether the machine was really as miraculous as Ren claimed. Ren smiled, confidence shining in his eyes. He acknowledged their skepticism, but promised that in time, they'd see its true value for themselves. From that moment on, he vowed to guide them step by step into the world of industry, so they could see firsthand what real progress looked like. His words seemed to spark new energy in the room, stirring lively conversation among everyone present. Just then, a voice rang out from a distance, urgent, commanding. Someone called for Lord Ren. The shout came from Rosaline, riding toward them at full gallop. When she arrived, she leapt from her horse and bowed deeply before Ren. She reported that Lady Priscilla had just entered their territory. The moment he heard his sister's name, Ren's face brightened. He shared a close bond with Priscilla. The dam he'd been designing almost finished. It was the perfect moment to encourage her to invest further in his industrial projects. Rosaline continued, her words slightly rushed. She explained that Lady Priscilla had sent a message. She'd prepared a special gift for Ren and requested that he return immediately. Ren's eyes lit up with anticipation. He began running through possibilities in his head, hoping it might be gold or banknotes, figuring he might not need to ask her for money this time. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked Rosaline if she knew what the gift was. Her expression darkened slightly, and her voice lowered. She revealed that the gift was a group of young women who had recently come of age. Ren's eyes went wide in shock, his face a mix of disbelief and confusion. He had never expected his sister to bring something like this. One thought instantly crossed his mind. This gift wasn't meant for him at all. Once he heard that Priscilla had arrived in Island City, Ren immediately headed back to the Lord's mansion. The moment he stepped into the grand hall, a soft figure rushed at him, wrapping him tightly in an embrace. She was so overjoyed that she held him firmly, showing no hesitation in hugging her beloved younger brother. The hug was so intense that Ren's face pressed against her chest, turning his cheeks bright red as he awkwardly tilted his head to look up at her. He told her he missed her too, but stammered that he had an important question to ask first. Before he could finish, he pointed toward the group of young women standing quietly in the corner. Each of them was strikingly beautiful, and he asked, in a serious tone, why they were there. Priscilla smirked, a teasing glint in her eyes. She asked if he was feeling shy, and with mock innocence, suggested that maybe none of them were his type. Ren scratched the back of his head and let out an exasperated sigh. He said that wasn't the point. Ever since the women had arrived, the servants and guards had been giving him odd looks. It was honestly starting to make him uncomfortable. Priscilla's eyes widened in genuine surprise. She asked seriously if anyone there truly dared to disrespect the city lord. Ren's gaze flicked to Leah, standing silently in the back. What unsettled him most was her unreadable expression, so cold and distant that it left him uneasy. He couldn't help but wonder if she now thought he was some kind of pervert. That thought made him lean closer to Priscilla and whisper that Leah's face looked unusually stern, almost like she wanted to kill him, despite normally being so gentle. Priscilla, on the other hand, found the situation amusing. She chuckled softly, saying Leah was probably acting that way out of care. Maybe, she teased, Leah had feelings for him and was just jealous. Her impulsive personality and simplistic reasoning left Ren feeling utterly helpless. He sighed, realizing there was no changing his sister's way of thinking. He straightened his expression, speaking sternly. He asked her to stop joking and just tell him the real reason she'd brought all these girls here. Seeing her younger brother finally serious, Priscilla calmly explained that it was because of the letter he had sent her. Ren furrowed his brow, confused. He asked why his letter would make her think bringing a whole group of girls was necessary. Priscilla smiled mysteriously. She said that in his letter he had mentioned being distracted by Rosalind, so she thought he might need some new options to broaden his perspective. She gestured toward the women and explained that each came from a different background with unique personalities. She'd brought them to see what kind of woman Ren truly liked. Ren panicked, interrupting her. He insisted she'd completely misunderstood, and that he had never claimed to have feelings for Rosalind. This was just a huge miscommunication. Priscilla quickly covered her mouth in mock embarrassment, then added with a sly smile that Rosalind was indeed a great girl, asking if he was sure he didn't want to reconsider. Before Ren could answer, Priscilla turned to Leah with a mischievous grin. She asked if Leah would mind if Ren decided to take a few more wives. The question clearly surprised Leah, but after a brief pause, she regained her composure. Calmly, she said that Priscilla must be joking and reminded her that she was just Ren's servant. She explained she had no right to interfere in such personal matters, and that whatever Ren chose to do was entirely up to him. Ren sighed again, feeling helpless, and turned to Leah to reassure her. He told her not to take anything his sister said seriously. But just then, Priscilla's eyes narrowed slightly. She had noticed something. Leah's hands were clenched tightly, knuckles faintly trembling, as if suppressing a surge of anger. Priscilla thought perhaps she'd taken the joke too far. Her gaze shifted to her subordinates, and in a cooler tone, she announced the joke was over. She ordered the girls escorted downstairs to rest. One of the women immediately bowed and replied respectfully, "Yes, my lady," quickly following the command. Back in the office, the tension eased. Finally, Ren and Priscilla could sit down for a proper conversation. Ren spoke first. He shared that in just a few days, the Island City Dam would be completed. It wouldn't just control water supply, it would irrigate nearby farmlands and could even serve as a large-scale hydroelectric source. Priscilla looked slightly flustered. She admitted she had no idea what a dam, generator, or even a steam engine really was. To her, it all sounded like some kind of advanced magical formation. Ren noticed her confusion and smiled. Patiently, he explained that these were tools to harness moving water to operate machinery. They generated a new kind of energy that could light buildings, run machines, and improve productivity in daily life. He emphasized it wasn't magic or runecraft. It was a completely new system based on engineering. Priscilla still didn't fully understand, but she nodded, genuine curiosity in her eyes. She asked if his work could really help solve the nation's food crisis. Ren confirmed firmly. It might sound unbelievable, he said, but this wasn't fantasy. It was a new path, one built on knowledge and science, not strength or magic. Priscilla leaned back, gaze sharpening, tone cooling. She asked where he had learned all this. She clearly remembered that he hadn't read a single book back then. Always obsessed with sword training, he had ignored everything else. Her eyes narrowed further, voice sharper than ever. She asked directly who he really was and what had happened to her little brother. Ren froze instinctively, a cold sweat breaking at the back of his neck. Outwardly calm, inwardly, he was spiraling. He thought to himself how sharp she'd always been. He remembered the day he transmigrated into this world, waking in excruciating pain, probably from a sword training accident. Faced with her piercing gaze, Ren decided to play the role of the pitiful little brother. He slumped his shoulders, lowered his head, and looked completely defeated. He told her he was indeed her brother, and that about half a month ago, after waking injured, he couldn't train with a sword anymore. Stuck at home with nothing to do, he had started reading to pass the time. Priscilla's brow furrowed slightly, but then a memory seemed to surface. She murmured that Leah had mentioned it in a letter. After Ren recovered, he had started reading obsessively because of his health. The doubt in her expression slowly began to fade. A soft smile appeared on her lips. She asked if those books had come from their household library. She admitted she couldn't recall seeing anything like what he described, and wanted to know more. What did the book even look like? Ren reached into his coat and pulled out an old, worn notebook, Liesel's journal. He handed it to Priscilla, explaining that this was the kind of material he had been reading. Priscilla opened it and began flipping through the pages. Her eyes widened gradually in astonishment. The strange theories and impractical diagrams unfolded before her, almost like peeking into another universe. She looked back at her younger brother, and this time her gaze was full of pride and affection. She said she was impressed, remarking that only her little brother could take a few bizarre books and turn them into something real. Ren scratched the back of his head, slightly embarrassed. He admitted he had only dived into the material because he couldn't train in martial arts anymore. Priscilla stepped closer and stood beside him. Her voice softened as she said she understood what he had gone through, that he hadn't given up swordsmanship out of weakness, but to survive. She urged him not to overexert himself and assured him that no matter what happened, she would always be there for him. Feeling her warmth, a deep familial bond he had never known in his previous life washed over Ren. He smiled faintly and said he was truly okay. He told her he was alive, well, and had even come up with ideas that might actually help others. Priscilla replied gently that it was good to hear, reminding him once more that she would always stand by his side. She said that if any part of the territory needed support, all he had to do was ask, and she would give him everything she had. Ren couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking that sounded a lot like a request. And he spoke with confidence. He said there was indeed a special place where he truly needed her help. Priscilla's smile widened as she deliberately drew out the moment. She teased him, saying it hadn't been long before he was already asking for her help again. Leaning back in her chair, she told him to go ahead and explain what he needed this time. Ren stepped forward, voice steady and sincere. He said he hoped she would invest in him, clarifying that his plan was crucial for the future development of Islan. Priscilla raised an eyebrow. Deep down, she could tell he wouldn't be asking unless it was serious. She tapped her chin thoughtfully, chuckled softly, and pointed out that he had already secured resources from the city's nobles. Wasn't that enough? Ren shook his head calmly, a small smile playing on his lips. It wasn't money he needed people. He lifted his gaze, eyes steady with purpose. He explained that Islan had suffered massive damage from war and natural disasters, and the population had dropped sharply. Skilled artisans, experienced farmers, capable administrators, these essential people were now scarce, and they were exactly what was needed to rebuild. Priscilla's eyes widened in surprise. She asked if he was really asking her to send people from her domain to Islan. Ren nodded. He hoped she could send craftsmen, farmers, and administrators to help with reconstruction. Quickly, he added that he would cover all costs. Housing, food, clothing, even access to the advanced technologies he was developing, everything would be provided. Priscilla twirled her hair, deep in thought. The people he was asking for weren't just anyone. They were her territory's foundation, not something she could give up lightly. Ren's face tensed slightly, anxiety creeping in. He reminded her that she had promised to support him, pressing further. Was she going back on her word now? He added that if Islan prospered, she would benefit too. Priscilla laughed softly, shaking her head. She told him not to accuse her so quickly. She said she would send the people he asked for, but under one condition. Ren asked what that condition was. Priscilla leaned forward slightly. He would have to prove himself first, show real results, she explained. Evidence that sending those people wouldn't waste her time, energy, or trust. Ren's lips curved into a faint smile. His eyes lit up with confidence as he said he had no doubts. He would prove how industrial power could reshape the future. Time passed. In a luxurious room, Priscilla sat alone in her chair, gazing through a tall window at the night beyond. Standing quietly before her was her loyal servant, Gwen. Priscilla spoke with quiet pride, saying that in the end her fears hadn't come true. Ren had not become a puppet of the king. He was still the little brother she remembered. Gwen replied slowly and respectfully. She agreed Lord Ren was clever, and now devoted to rebuilding Islan, its future looked increasingly bright. Priscilla's eyes suddenly narrowed, her voice dropping with seething fury. She said she would never forgive the king. Poisoning her brother was unforgivable. She gripped the armrest tightly, voice low, cold, and full of intent. Because of the king, Ren could no longer train in martial arts. Because of that man, her brother had been poisoned. She declared that to make it fair, the king should lose one of his own children. Without hesitation, she gave the order. Her voice icy, she told Gwen to find the royal heirs. She instructed her to identify the easiest target and make the king pay. Gwen dropped to one knee, bowing in the formal style of a noble retainer. Her expression was firm. She assured Priscilla that everything would be handled efficiently and cleanly. Even as the wheels of revenge started turning, Priscilla's eyes blazed with rage. In her heart, she cursed the king repeatedly. She thought if he dared harm the person most precious to her, he alone would bear the consequences. She promised herself she would repay the pain tenfold if necessary. Far away, the scene shifted to a remote forest. The forest was dark, damp, and heavy with night. A group moved swiftly and silently through narrow paths littered with wet, rotting leaves. Behind them, 3 horse-drawn carriages were tightly covered with coarse cloth, hiding whatever or whoever was inside. One man walking behind the wagons turned and grinned. He told the leader they'd caught some real prime goods this time. Once delivered, they'd be rolling in a fortune. Another man, a few steps behind, clicked his tongue in irritation. Most of the money would still go to that old bastard Elbert, he complained, who never did anything but collect the largest share. A third man joined in scornfully. They were the ones risking their necks, while Elbert only had to mumble a few words to see the gold flow in. Working under him really sucked. Leader snapped. His voice cut through the air like a whip. He barked at them to shut up and turned to face them, eyes cold and piercing. He reminded them that while Elbert might be greedy, he was still their backbone. Without him, did they think they could have operated freely in Island these past years? Acting like it was some open market, he stressed each word, warning them clearly if they didn't want to cooperate anymore, they were free to leave. The tension was thick, like a bowstring pulled tight. No one dared speak. Then a scout came running back, pale and gasping. He stumbled to the leader, trying to catch his breath, and blurted that something was wrong. The leader asked sharply what had happened. The scout struggled, finally saying there was a new lord of Islan. The leader stared, stunned. He repeated the words in disbelief. A new lord? Since when? The scout swallowed hard and explained that at the city gate, all the guards were unfamiliar. He explained that he had tried small talk and even slipped them a few coins. But instead of taking the bribe, they pressed him, demanding his name, his purpose, and why he was arriving at such an hour. To avoid suspicion and leave safely, he had to lie, claiming he was visiting family. Later, while staying at a small inn near the city gate, he overheard whispers that sent chills down his spine. Elbert was no longer the Lord of Islan. The news threw the group into chaos. One man, panic etched across his face, suggested they turn back. He warned that things were too unstable and that moving forward might lead them straight into disaster. The leader shot him a glare and growled, frustrated. Turn back? With what? There was no going back anymore. He took a steadying breath and reminded them that the women they were carrying had already been pre-ordered by Duke Eska and one of the Empire's older clients. The deal was for 3,000 gold coins. If they failed to deliver, they'd have nothing left. And if they failed, none of them would live to see another day. Still uneasy, the same man asked what would happen if the new lord refused them entry. The leader scoffed, eyes sharp with contempt. It didn't matter who was in charge. Everyone had a price. If necessary, he said, they'd just pay more. Money always talked. He turned and issued orders. Camp here for the night. Tomorrow, they'd disguise themselves as merchants and sneak the women into the city. If it worked, they could keep running these trips. A fat man in the group spoke up, clearly unconcerned with the risk. He asked if the boys could have a bit of fun that night. He reasoned that who knew if they'd live to see tomorrow. Another man laughed crudely, adding that they might as well enjoy a little sweetness before walking into hell. The leader looked over them, disgusted by their lack of discipline. After a pause, he sighed and spoke quietly. He relented but warned them, do not touch the red-haired girl. The rest, do as you please. Two thugs lit up with excitement, bowing repeatedly in thanks. Their eyes drifted hungrily to the wagons, gleaming with predatory intent. Soon after, the traffickers set up a crude camp near a hidden cave in the forest. Two men rushed to one of the wagons and pulled out a young woman. She screamed, tears streaming, begging them to let her go. The fat man licked his lips, desire burning in his eyes, drool threatening to spill. He told her to relax, promising he'd be gentle. Ignoring her desperate cries, the two men forced her to the ground. Firelight flickered across their twisted faces as she thrashed and sobbed. Her screams rang out, raw with horror and helplessness. Then, cutting through the night like a blade, a voice rang out, sharp, cold, unmistakable, let her go. Instantly, everyone froze. From the thick mist, a lone figure stepped forward. It was Rosaline, hair tied back, eyes sharp and unyielding, locking onto the scum before her. A gleaming spear caught the firelight in her hand. She demanded to know who they were and what they were doing there. The temperature seemed to drop, and silence swallowed the camp. Seeing a woman confronting them, the bandits didn't initially look concerned. Their faces twisted into mocking grins as they advanced slowly, eyes filled with malice. Rosaline stood her ground, her voice cut like steel as she repeated her demand, asking what they were doing to the girl. The fat man didn't even notice her fury. What caught his eye were her curves, not her presence. With a lewd smirk, he spoke in a greasy tone, suggesting she already knew what was going on and maybe wanted to join them. He added she'd have a good time if she did. In that instant, everything became clear to Rosaline. Her expression hardened, eyes burning with silent rage. Without a word, she sprang into action. In a blur, she charged at the two bandits. Barely had time to react before her spear smashed into the skull of the thinner one. The sound was sickening, bones shattering, his head twisting grotesquely as he fell lifeless to the ground. The fat one stumbled back, panic on his face, clutching his head and stammering, but Rosaline didn't slow. Her spear lashed out again, this time sinking deep into his bloated torso. Blood sprayed, his scream echoing into the night before his body hit the ground with a heavy thud. He didn't even get a chance to regret his actions. The brutal fight sounds echoed through the cavern, startling the rest of the bandits. Their eyes went wide in horror when they saw their comrades sprawled, blood soaking the dirt. Rosaline stepped forward, spear in hand, radiating authority. She moved like a born warrior, each motion exuding power. A faint, almost sacred glow shimmered around her, as if some divine force watched over her. The bandits glanced at each other, paralyzed with fear. Not a single one dared move. They turned and bolted deeper into the cave, scrambling to alert their leader. Hearing the panicked cries, the leader emerged, irritation twisting his features. But after only a few steps, he froze, eyes locking on the bloodied corpses and fleeing men. One of them shouted desperately for help, claiming the woman was a demon. Behind them, the fat man lay motionless, drenched in blood. Rage darkened the leader's expression. He bellowed, demanding to know what she wanted from them and what they had done to deserve such an attack. Rosaline didn't flinch. Her voice was icy, gaze unwavering. She asked calmly whether the girl they assaulted had been kidnapped. The bandit leader stepped forward, trying to regain control. He straightened, forcing a serious tone. She was mistaken, he claimed. They were just slave traders working under Duke Eska's authority. He insisted they were delivering the slaves to legitimate buyers, everything above board. As proof, he produced a permit and held it toward her. The moment she heard Duke Eska, Rosaline's eyes narrowed. A memory flashed Ren's voice during patrol briefings, warning her to stay alert for anyone linked to Duke Eska. At that time, she had asked if there was any particular reason behind his warning. He just smiled, saying that if she ever ran into troublemakers from that region, she'd know exactly what to do. While Rosaline was still considering her next move, the bandit leader casually pulled out a gold coin, holding it toward her. His smug grin made it obvious. He thought a simple bribe could solve the whole problem, even without fully understanding Rain's warning. Rosaline's loyalty was absolute. She trusted him more than any permit or explanation. Without hesitation, she slapped the coin aside. Her voice rang out, sharp and commanding, demanding to know who Duke Eska was and how they dared cause trouble on Lord Rain's land. She declared that unless they all dropped to their knees immediately, she would show no mercy. Realizing the situation wouldn't be settled peacefully, the leader's face twisted with fury. He snarled, calling her a filthy brat, warning her not to think they were afraid. If she planned to be stubborn, he threatened, she shouldn't expect to leave the forest alive. At his command, more bandits emerged from the shadows, surrounding her. Rosaline didn't flinch. Calmly, she spun her spear in a smooth arc and slammed its base into the ground with force. Her eyes scanned the group, delivering one last warning. She told them they had one chance left: surrender or die. The bandits, confident in their numbers, ignored her warning. Their leader raised his blade, shouting orders to attack. They charged, encircling her completely. The leader led the assault, swinging his weapon toward her with deadly intent. Rosaline didn't flinch. With a single sweep of her spear, she knocked him off balance, sending him stumbling. In the same instant, she lunged forward and landed a brutal kick to his chest, hurling him across the cave. He hit the ground hard, groaning, utterly overwhelmed. She walked toward him slowly, the tip of her spear pressing against his throat. Her voice, cold and commanding, cut through the air. She warned them, if they valued their lives, they would kneel. At that moment, the patrol knights arrived, rushing forward, concern etched across their faces. Rosaline assured them she was unharmed and immediately issued orders. She instructed them to tie up the remaining bandits and lock them in the dungeon. She added that she would report directly to Lord Rain, who would decide their punishment. Within minutes, the knights rounded up the entire group. The bandits, broken and stunned, were restrained without resistance. Night deepened, but the work continued. Back at the Lord's mansion, Rain remained in his study, candlelight flickering over scattered documents. Though it was late, he was still hard at work, eyes fixed on blueprints and plans. Then a sharp knock echoed through the room. A voice called out, "Rosaline, reporting something important." Rain gave permission to enter. Rosaline entered with firm strides, dropping to one knee in full respect. She reported that she had just captured a group of merchants from Duke Eska's territory. Rain's eyes gleamed with satisfaction at the unexpected opportunity to confront Duke Eska. He praised her work and asked what they had been transporting. Rosaline's expression darkened. She revealed they had been trading slaves, trafficking them, and that they even carried official documents bearing Duke Eska's seal. She was about to continue when a loud crack echoed. Rain slammed his fist onto the table, fury contorting his face. He shouted that those bastards had dared steal his labor force and sell it as property. He barked that those miserable worms had a death wish. With confirmation that the group had been captured, his anger boiled over. He immediately ordered Rosaline to escort him to the dungeon to confront them. The ringleader, held in a separate cell, remained calm and arrogant. Cunning and hardened by years of crime, he didn't flinch at approaching footsteps. Confident in Duke Eska's protection, he believed no one would dare touch him. Rain entered the cell, eyes cold and intense. He glared at the bandit, his voice sharp with anger as he demanded to know how they dared traffic humans on his land. Ringleader sneered, mocking Rain for daring to challenge Duke Eska. He added he wasn't sure how Rain had replaced the fool Eldric and become the new lord, but advised him to cooperate, warning that resisting would make his end miserable. Those words gave Rain pause. His expression shifted as the pieces fell into place. The possibility that Eldric had colluded with these traffickers all along began to take shape in his mind. Sensing Rain's silent realization, the ringleader smirked. He boasted that they had delivered hundreds of women annually to the Empire, and what Rain had seen earlier was just a small fraction. Rain's eyes burned with outrage. Just a small part? He repeated in disbelief. That meant more captives were hidden somewhere. He demanded to know where the rest were kept. The ringleader's twisted smile turned into cruel laughter. He said Rain could kneel and beg if he wanted to know. Even then, he spat venom, refusing to reveal a thing. Rain tried to stay composed. He reminded the man that his life was now fully in Rain's hands, warning that silence would bring unbearable regret. But the ringleader showed no fear. He claimed Duke Eska's protection and warned that if Rain touched him, he'd be condemning himself as well. Rain let out a dry laugh. The idea that political protection could intimidate him here, in his own territory, was absurd. It carried no weight. The ringleader's confidence wavered slightly at Rain's reaction. Still, he insisted Rain was bluffing and that such words didn't scare him. Not wanting to waste more time with threats, Rain signaled Leah, who had been silently standing behind him. Without hesitation, Leah flicked her hand, sending a small dagger flying through the air. It buried itself deep into the ringleader's shoulder, eliciting a sharp cry of pain as he staggered, blood pouring down his arm. Rain watched him silently for a moment before speaking again, his voice calm but edged with authority. "So will you cooperate and talk or not?" The ringleader, chest heaving and slick with sweat, finally broke under the pressure. He spilled the truth. The rest of the slaves were being held in an abandoned hunter's cabin deep in the southern forest. With that crucial detail locked down, Rain turned to Leah. He instructed her to alert Rosaline immediately. The cavalry needed to move now. Every moment counted to get those captives out safely. Before leaving, Rain fixed the ringleader with a piercing glare, sharp as a blade. His low, dangerous voice cut through the tension. If the man lied, he'd make sure he wished he'd never been born. Once Rain was gone, the ringleader let out a nervous chuckle. Quietly, he muttered to himself. The boy's already dead. A smug thought ran through his mind. That cabin was guarded by assassins trained under Count Eska. No matter how many troops Rain sent, they'd never walk out alive. Not long after, Rain arrived with a unit of knights at the hidden cabin, nestled deep in the southern forest. He stayed outside while Rosaline advanced carefully, her heavily armed squad close behind. She swept the area with trained eyes, scanning every shadow before returning with her report. She confirmed the cabin was far from innocent. Everything pointed to foul play. He hadn't been lying. Without a second thought, Rain ordered the knights to surround the cabin. Every exit was blocked, leaving no chance for anyone to escape. With the perimeter secure, Rain stepped inside alongside Rosaline and Leah. Rosaline took the lead, sword drawn, and announced she'd handle opening the door. The moment the wooden door creaked, all three froze. Inside, cages lined the walls, each shrouded with rough cloth. Muffled voices trembled beneath the coverings. Pleas for mercy, desperate promises to obey, frantic cries begging not to be harmed. Stepped further in, and the horror only grew. There weren't just a few cages. There were dozens, each one crammed with young women trapped like livestock. Rain didn't waste a second. He gave the command to start the rescue immediately. Rosaline surged forward, working to unlock one of the cages, when suddenly an arrow shot from the shadows. She reacted instantly, swinging her sword in a flash to deflect the arrow mid-flight. Shouting, she warned Rain, it was an ambush. Almost immediately, the cavalry charged in, forming a tight ring around Rain. Their massive shields created an unbreakable barrier. From the shadows, the assassins began to emerge. Leading them was a tall man with cold eyes and a ruthless air. He scanned the knights and asked if they were under Grand Duke Eldrien, claiming he didn't want unnecessary conflict. He suggested they could talk it out instead. Rosaline snapped back sharply. There was nothing to discuss with scum like them. She was about to give the order to attack when Rain lifted a hand, stopping her. He turned toward the assassins. Then tell me, what exactly do you want to discuss? The leader's lips curled into a sly grin, clearly pleased to have the floor. He revealed that over the years they'd been selling slaves to Duke Eska. A high-quality female slave could fetch thousands of gold coins, sometimes even more. He offered a deal if Rain agreed to cooperate. They'd share a portion of the profits with him every year. Grinning, he added, they could even provide him with a few slaves tailored to his personal tastes, free of charge. Rosaline's eyes flared with anger. She looked ready to cut him down where he stood, but Rain's reaction caught her off guard. He almost smiled, calm, composed, intrigued. He called it an interesting offer and casually asked how much money they were offering. The question left everyone stunned. Even Rosaline paused, her fury replaced with confusion. None of them could guess what Rain was plotting. The slaver's smirk widened at Rain's question, full of smug confidence. He promised that if Rain cooperated, they'd hand over 10,000 gold coins every year. Rain's faint smile wasn't amusement. It was disdain. The offer was laughably small, more insult than bargain, as if the man thought he was some beggar begging for scraps. He remarked that his sister gave him more pocket money than that every month. The slaver faltered, clearly flustered, but pressed on. Calmly, he asked what Rain wanted instead. Without a beat, Rain stated his price, 100,000 gold coins per month. The words hit the slaver like a hammer. He froze, disbelief written all over his face. Such a demand was absurd. No one could ever pay that from selling slaves, even over a full year. Rain sighed, his tone carrying a mild frustration. If you're unwilling to pay, there's no reason to continue. His eyes turned cold as he looked to Rosaline. Turn them into porcupines. The knights reacted instantly, drawing dozens of gleaming arrows, aimed without hesitation at the slavers. The leader panicked, shouting desperately for Rain to wait. He claimed he couldn't decide alone and begged for permission to report back to Duke Eska. Inside, though, his thoughts were darker. He told himself that if he escaped, he'd return with Eska's troops, and a small force like Rain's would stand no chance. Trying to show sincerity, the leader fumbled out a heavy pouch, claiming it held 10,000 gold coins. He begged Rain to accept it and let him leave. Rain, however, stayed cold and unmoved. His face didn't change. He rejected the plea and once again gave Rosaline the order to strike. The steel in Rain's voice sent a shiver down the spines of the slavers. In a flash, they abandoned the cabin, sprinting with every ounce of speed toward the rugged mountains behind it. They hoped the rough terrain would hide them from any pursuers. Rosaline's sharp command cut through the night air. She ordered that no one, absolutely no one, was allowed to escape. At her signal, the knights let loose their arrows. Steel bolts streaked through the air, tearing toward the fleeing slavers like lightning. The leader, seeing his men in danger, raised his hand and called upon water elemental magic. A shimmering white barrier sprang up, forming a protective shield around his fleeing subordinates. But that brief pause to cast the spell gave Rosaline the opening she needed. She lunged forward with blinding speed, swinging her sword in a devastating arc. The blow nearly ended him, but he twisted just in time, scraping by with his life. Rosaline's eyes narrowed with icy resolve. She declared that his men were already trapped under their control and warned him to accept his fate. The slaver leader glanced at his subordinates. They were crumbling, strength fading fast under the relentless knights. Dread filled his gaze. He knew if this continued, all of them would die. Desperation sharpened his thoughts. He focused on Rain, a dark plan forming. He realized his only chance was to grab Rain as a hostage. With that decision, he barked orders to his men, demanding they distract the knights while he made his move. The attack unfolded instantly. The slavers lunged recklessly, trying to break the knights' formation. Rosaline shouted, warning Rain to stay alert. She commanded her soldiers to shield their lord at all costs, letting no enemy come near. The outer ring of knights tightened, forming a solid protective circle. But the slaver leader had already closed the distance, eyes gleaming with triumph. He roared, convinced Rain had brought this upon himself. But before he could celebrate, a cold voice cut through the chaos. It declared that he was asking for death. His eyes widened as a massive fist suddenly appeared before him. Leah had moved like a flash of lightning, landing a punch squarely on his face. The impact sent him flying, crashing to the ground with a bone-jarring thud. Disbelief painted his features. Panic set in. He hadn't expected interference, especially not from her. Scrambling to rise, he yelled at her, incredulous that a mere maid had struck him down. Humiliation burned hotter than pain. Being bested by a woman fueled his rage. Ignoring his injuries, he lunged again. Not to capture, but to kill. But Leah was ready. As he closed in, she struck again. Her leg shot out in a devastating kick, shattering his ability to fight. He was thrown violently through the air, rolling helplessly across the ground before landing at the knight's feet. The knights exhaled in relief and moved quickly to restrain him. To them, he was already finished, nothing more than trash awaiting disposal. Leah wasn't done. Her voice burned with fury as she charged again, shouting at him for daring to touch Lord Rain. The slaver leader, broken and groaning on the ground, slowly forced his eyes open. In that moment of terror, desperation took hold. Trembling, he pulled a small knife from his belt and hurled it straight at Rain. The blade sliced through the air too fast for Leah to stop it. She spun, eyes wide, but it was already too late. The knife sank deep into Rain's shoulder with a sickening thud. Gasps of horror erupted. Panic rippled through the nights, but Rain, searing pain notwithstanding, stayed composed. His voice was steady as he urged them to remain calm, to hold the formation. But his words couldn't ease the fear of those who cared most. Rosaline and Leah rushed to his side, commanding the knights to form a tight wall around him. Amid the chaos, the slaver leader saw his chance. He struggled upright, slipping quietly into the shadows, retreating from the battlefield with every ounce of strength left. Rosaline's gaze fell on Rain's wound. Her heart clenched. Blood was already soaking through his clothes. She quickly ordered the knights to abandon the pursuit and focus entirely on escorting Lord Rain back to the city. She called for Leah to treat his wounds immediately, but when she turned to check, she was startled. Leah was gone. Deep in the forest, the slaver leader ran desperately, branches tearing at his arms, forcing himself forward. His lungs burned, but all that mattered was survival. He had to live and report this disaster to Duke Eska. He could already see the reinforcements crushing Rain's forces in his mind, but his frantic escape hit a sudden stop. Standing before him was a woman who had appeared from nowhere. Tall, elegant, with a commanding presence, yet a serene smile on her lips. She greeted him softly, as though the night itself were ordinary. "Good evening," she said. The leader froze, heart hammering in his chest. Fear twisted through him, but at first glance, her delicate frame made him think she couldn't be a threat. An illusion that shattered the moment she spoke again. She introduced herself calmly, with quiet authority. "I am Priscilla Edgar, eldest daughter of Grand Duke Eldrien, ruler of Thran territory." The words hit him like a lightning bolt. Priscilla Edgar, the eldest daughter of Grand Duke Eldrien, here in this forsaken forest? Dread knotted his stomach. If she was here, their plans for Duke Eska might already be exposed. Yet Priscilla's gentle smile never wavered. She told him plainly that the one he had confronted in the valley was none other than her younger brother, the second son of Grand Duke Eldrien. His name was Ren Edgar. At that revelation, the leader's face drained of color. The boy he had struck down, the one he dared to wound, was the Grand Duke's son. No punishment could save him now. Priscilla's voice remained light, her composure unshaken. She said that tonight had been a success. Through the chaos, she had witnessed her brother's growth, his resilience, his calm under mortal threat. The slaver leader stumbled back, confused, unable to understand. Why was she praising Ren's composure while he himself was falling apart? Her tone shifted, sharp as ice, her steps heavier now. She declared that her brother had not disappointed her. He stayed clever, controlled, even when facing filth like him. Then, with a faint smile, she told him not to worry. Tonight she would not lay a hand on him. Confusion washed over the leader. If she meant no harm, why reveal so much? What were these cryptic assurances supposed to mean? Priscilla answered casually. She said she had come only as a spectator, but her next words left no doubt. He had already made an unforgivable mistake. Death awaited him inevitably. The leader's breath caught as a wave of killing intent swept over him, sharp and suffocating. He spun around, heart pounding. Leah was there. No one had seen her approach. One moment she was gone. The next she was behind him, eyes blazing with murderous fury. His body trembled uncontrollably as he realized the truth. This maid was no ordinary woman. She radiated raw power, both physical and magical, an aura so overwhelming it crushed all resistance. Her voice thundered with rage. He had dared to harm Lord Ren, and now he thought he could run. Her eyes glowed violet, as if some hidden force was awakening within her. The man dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. But his words dissolved into screams as his body lifted off the ground. Leah's invisible magic held him aloft, writhing helplessly above the forest floor, crying out in terror. His mind raced. What magic was this? How could a servant wield such devastating power? She had already proven herself unmatched in combat. Now her sorcery defied all reason. With a flick of her finger, Leah unleashed her wrath. A glowing sigil streaked toward him, snaring the air around his body. In an instant, space itself compressed violently, twisting him into grotesque shapes. His screams cut off abruptly as his body exploded into a horrific sphere of blood, hovering in the night sky. Droplets fell like crimson rain, painting the ground in gore. Leah remained untouched, a shimmering barrier protecting her from a single splash. Her face stayed cold, though inside, her fury still burned. His death was a small repayment for the crime he committed, daring to lay a hand on Ren. When everything was done, Leah turned to Priscilla respectfully. She reported that young Master Ren was injured and that she needed to return immediately to care for him. Priscilla smiled faintly and nodded, granting her leave. Having seen Leah's loyalty firsthand, she was more than satisfied. As Leah departed, Priscilla's smile lingered. She murmured softly to herself, wondering if she should remind her brother never to truly anger Leah. At that moment, the air in front of her rippled. Violent energy gathered and condensed into a dimensional portal. From it, Gwen emerged gracefully, bowing before her lady. Gwen spoke calmly, assuring Priscilla that no matter how Master Ren treated Leah, the girl would never raise a hand against him. Priscilla chuckled lightly, suspecting a teasing jab that her brother acted like a frivolous playboy. Gwen panicked, waving her hands desperately, begging forgiveness and insisting she never meant such an implication. Priscilla gave a sly smile, teasing instead. She asked how Gwen would feel if she were married off to her younger brother. Gwen's face flushed crimson, flustered as she waved her hands frantically, begging her lady not to joke so cruelly. After a brief moment of amusement, Priscilla returned to her usual calm, issuing a command. Gwen was to send a message directly to Duke Eska. She was to ask whether he had grown too idle, bold enough to act recklessly, and remind him that provoking the Edgar family was a burden he could never bear. Gwen bowed solemnly, promising to carry out the order immediately. Priscilla added that they must return quickly before Ren discovered she had slipped away. Meanwhile, back at his residence, Ren had already been treated and bandaged carefully by Leah's magic. Seeing the worry in her eyes, Ren offered a gentle smile. He assured her it was just a minor wound and that she need not fret so much. But when he lifted his arm to prove it, a sudden jolt of pain shot through him, forcing a soft groan. Startled, Leah stopped him immediately, insisting he mustn't move or worsen the injury. Her gaze softened with genuine concern. Until he fully healed, he must remain in the house. Ren smiled again, trying to reassure her with gentle words. Leah would not accept his dismissal of his own well-being. Her tone grew firm. Once the wound was dressed, he must rest immediately. The warm, concerned exchange was suddenly interrupted as the door burst open with a loud crash. Priscilla rushed into the room, her face tight with worry. She hurried straight to her brother's side, asking anxiously if he was okay and whether the wound might have long-term effects. Ren gave her a reassuring smile. "It's nothing serious," he said. "Just a scratch on the surface." Leah, standing close by, didn't look convinced. Her voice trembled with concern as she warned that he shouldn't take it lightly. "If that dagger had been even a little off," she said, "you could have been killed." Priscilla's expression hardened, her eyes sharpening as she agreed with Leah. "You can't treat your life so carelessly," she said firmly. Then her gaze turned icy as she asked what had really happened. Ren sighed and began to explain. Rosaline had caught a group of bandits trafficking humans. As they investigated, Ren discovered that more captives were hidden in a nearby valley. He had personally led a patrol to rescue them, but when negotiations failed, the situation turned violent. During the chaos, a dagger thrown from the shadows struck him. Priscilla already knew these details but kept her act. She pressed further, asking about the bandits' origin. "Why would they dare traffic women?" she demanded. "Slavery is forbidden in our domain." Leah spoke for him, explaining that interrogations revealed the bandits were acting under Duke Eska's orders. Priscilla's eyes narrowed, though her smile stayed calm. "Cowardly Eska," she muttered with icy disdain, "daring to operate in our territory." Ren added that Eldrien had likely cooperated with Eska in the past, and the two had profited heavily in recent years. Priscilla nodded, letting out a sigh. "Eldrien left us a lot of trouble," she said, "but he's no longer a concern." Then she asked Ren what he planned to do with the rescued women. Ren explained he would personally check on each of them. With the city short on manpower, if they had nowhere to return, they could stay. He would arrange basic education and eventually assign them work within the territory. Priscilla thought that was a smart plan. It helped the women and bolstered the city's workforce. She praised Ren, noting that his judgment had become more thorough. Ren shrugged modestly. "It's nothing to praise," he said. "Just doing my part for the family." Noticing his fatigue, Priscilla softened. She told him she wouldn't disturb him further and urged him to rest, but firmly reminded him to be more careful. "I don't ever want to see you hurt like this again," she said. Warmth spread through Ren at her concern. He gave a faint smile and promised he would take care of himself. Priscilla then turned to Leah, her gaze heavy with meaning. She said clearly that she was entrusting her brother's safety entirely to her. Leah froze, her cheeks turning red. She understood exactly what Priscilla meant. Embarrassed but resolute, she lowered her head. "Lady Priscilla," she said softly, "you can rest assured I won't let anything happen to Ren." Satisfied, Priscilla smiled quietly and left the room. Outside, Gwen was already waiting. The moment she saw her lady emerge, she rushed forward. "How is he?" she asked. Priscilla replied calmly that it was just a small wound, but her expression told a different story. She was far from pleased. Her eyes flashed with restrained fury. She turned her sharp gaze down the empty hallway. "Knox," she commanded. "Show yourself." The air rippled violently, the space around her trembling as a portal tore open. From it, a cloaked mage stepped forward and immediately knelt, bowing low. "Your command, my lady," he said respectfully. Priscilla ordered him to descend to the dungeon and interrogate the captured bandit leader. She demanded every secret be extracted. She added coldly that torture was permitted if necessary, but under no circumstances was the man to be killed. Ren would still question him tomorrow, and she wouldn't allow him an easy escape. Knox accepted the order without hesitation and departed. Next morning, Ren's office received an unexpected visitor. It was Armando. The young man bowed deeply, his posture cautious and humble, and declared that he admitted defeat, and was now willing to serve Ren. Ren smirked, mocking him as he quoted Armando's old words. He reminded him how he had once declared he'd rather die than serve a noble, how he had been a man of ideals, willing to starve rather than submit. Armando flushed with embarrassment, unable to argue. Those had been his words. As Ren continued teasing, a sharp sting from his wound made him wince mid-sentence. Armando watched, puzzled. Could this really be someone worth following? This noble acted nothing like the distant, arrogant lords he'd once despised. Despite the teasing, Ren felt genuine satisfaction. He could sense Armando's loyalty, swelling, solid, unwavering. Inwardly, he smiled. Steam power had won this young man over completely. "From now on," he said with satisfaction, "you'll be a good worker in my factory." The thought of this fiery youth contributing to his industrial plans made Ren laugh aloud. Armando, bewildered by Ren's laughter, grew more confused. "I've admitted my mistakes," he cried. "Please stop teasing me. Give me an order. What should I do?" Ren turned serious, his voice steady. He asked if Armando was truly ready to become his subordinate. Armando straightened and replied solemnly that he was ready. He would serve Ren wholeheartedly and loyally. In that instant, the system updated. The number of talented individuals had grown to 2. Ren felt immense satisfaction and immediately appointed Armando as the head of the city's first factory. Armando, however, was completely bewildered. The title meant nothing. He had no idea what a factory head even did. He was trained as an alchemist, not an industrialist. Ren didn't bother explaining. Instead, he handed over a blueprint and told Armando to study it carefully. He added that once the dam was finished, they could move on to the next stage of turning the city into a fully industrial hub. Armando unfurled the blueprint, and his eyes immediately widened. The designs were intricate, brilliant ideas even his teacher had never imagined. In that moment, he thought to himself that Ren's genius far outshone anyone he had learned from. Suddenly, the office door burst open. Rosaline stormed in, urgency in her voice, announcing that something had gone terribly wrong. The tension in her tone made Ren sit up straighter. "What is it?" he demanded. Rosaline reported that the bandit leader held in the dungeon had been killed overnight. Ren's eyes sharpened immediately. Without hesitation, he gathered his men and rushed to the prison to investigate. The news stunned everyone. A murder within the mansion itself. The most secure place in the city was unthinkable. Inside the cell, the bandit lay sprawled on the cold floor, lifeless. Ren's expression darkened. He asked when exactly the body had been discovered. Rosaline answered quickly, her face serious. The guards had found him dead about half an hour earlier while delivering his meal. Ren scanned the chamber and noticed 4 strange characters scrawled across the wall. "Can anyone read these?" he asked. Selena stepped forward quietly and extended her hand. She closed her eyes, sensing the residual energy clinging to the symbols. After a moment, her brow furrowed. She explained that the writing pulsed with the lingering power of a dark mage. Rosaline's eyes went wide in shock. She hadn't imagined that a dark mage could infiltrate their castle. Ren knew all too well the danger such beings posed. He exhaled slowly, realizing that threats were appearing in his city one after another. Leah, her worry evident, urged him to leave immediately. She explained that dark mages had abandoned the light and lived in shadows, and that their lingering magic could harm him if he stayed too long. Ren only gave a faint smile and waved dismissively. "Don't worry," he said. "This prison is dry, with no wind. There's little chance of it affecting me." Selena's expression remained serious. She agreed with Leah, warning that the danger was real. Dark mages struck from hidden corners with terrifying precision, and their magic could bring disasters like plagues. Ren thought silently that it sounded a lot like scientists experimenting with dangerous bacteria, but he said nothing. Selena warned everyone to stay alert. The dark mage's motives were unknown. If the murder was only to silence the prisoner, that was one thing. But if Ren himself was the true target, they would need to act and prepare a countermeasure immediately. The next day, Ren visited the city's orphanage, where many of the rescued girls had been gathered. He introduced himself calmly, explaining that he was the lord of the city and had personally rescued them from the bandits just the day before. He offered them two options. The first was to tell him where their homes were, and he would arrange transport to return them. The second was to stay in the city. He would provide food, lodging, and eventually a chance to become official residents. Ren smiled gently, asking them to tell him what they wished for. But the girls' faces fell. Sorrow weighed down their expressions, and not a single word escaped. The grief in the room pressed heavily on Ren. His expression darkened with concern. Softly, he asked if none of them remembered where their homes were. Silence stretched until the priestess standing nearby spoke. She explained respectfully that most had been kidnapped very young. They had endured deception, cruelty, and endless threats, making it hard for them to trust anyone who claimed to help. She warned Ren that earning their trust could take a long time. Ren, however, thought such delays unnecessary. To him, coaxing children was simple. Without hesitation, he told Leah to have the kitchens prepare pastries, especially cookies, and to make plenty. Soon, trays of warm cookies arrived, filling the air with a sweet, comforting aroma. Ren carried a tray over to the girls, smiling gently. "You must be hungry," he said. "These are the best cookies in the city. Go ahead, try them." Their eyes sparkled with curiosity, but fear held them back. Seeing this, Ren acted first. He picked up a cookie and offered it to one girl. "Try it," he said softly. "If you don't like it, you don't have to finish. No one will force you." Trembling, the little girl accepted it. After a long, nervous pause, she brought it to her lips. The moment the sweet, crisp flavor hit her tongue, her cheeks flushed pink. She couldn't help but exclaim how delicious it was. The spell of fear broke. Realizing they were safe, the other girls eagerly reached for cookies, soon eating happily, their faces lighting up with joy. Watching this, Ren smiled, satisfied that his plan had worked. He then suggested they play a game together. Curious, the girls asked what game it was. Ren explained it was called Truth or Dare. Simply, each person would draw a question card. They must either answer truthfully or take a small challenge. Successfully doing so earned another cookie. Hours passed. As Ren had hoped, the children's wariness melted away completely. Laughter filled the room as they spoke openly, voices steady. One by one, they shared where they lived and spoke about their families. Ren praised them for their courage and thanked them for trusting him. He reassured the girls that they could rest easy. He promised to see that anyone wishing to return home would be escorted safely. Turning to the priestess, Ren instructed her to make arrangements the next day so that children with families could be returned to their homes. The priestess bowed deeply, promising the task would be completed. Ren's attention then shifted to the girls who had no family left. He decided they would be placed in temporary foster homes. But before finalizing anything, a thought struck him. He needed to check if any of them were gifted. Quietly, he activated his system to assess their potential. Unfortunately, all were ordinary, showing no exceptional talents. Just as he prepared to move on, he noticed a red-haired girl sitting alone in a shadowed corner. Curious, he activated the system on her. The display revealed her name, Aliyah, age 17. Her stats were remarkable. Loyalty 50, Leadership 42, Strength 90, Strategy 30, Magic Power 88, nearly on par with his strongest warriors. Meanwhile, in a chamber of the Lord's mansion, Priscilla was seething. Nox, the dark mage, knelt before her. Her voice was sharp as she demanded to know why the prisoner had been found dead. She reminded him firmly that she had ordered the man to be kept alive, regardless of any torture inflicted. Nox, visibly nervous, hurried to defend himself. He admitted to using dark magic to torment the prisoner, but swore he left him alive. Priscilla's expression grew grave. After a calm sip of tea, she ordered him to report everything learned during the interrogation. His report left her deeply dissatisfied. The prisoner had revealed nothing, just a lowly pawn with no valuable information. Priscilla frowned, doubts clouding her mind. If he was truly worthless, why had someone gone to such lengths to silence him? Nox suggested the death might not have been to silence him, but because his body was needed for a ritual. He explained that certain dark magic required a corpse as a catalyst. Priscilla's mood darkened further. Her eyes glimmered with concern as she ordered Nox to ensure that, no matter what, Ren must be kept safe at all costs. Nox bowed deeply, promising to obey, then withdrew. Left alone, Priscilla sat in silence, her expression unreadable before whispering to herself that perhaps this time she had truly arrived at the right place. Far away in the domain of Duke Eska, The corrupt lord lounged in his chambers, indulging in the company of two beautiful women. Having grown rich from years of slave trading, he surrounded himself with the most exquisite companions. His indulgence was suddenly interrupted when a soldier rushed in, clearly anxious. Bowing deeply, the soldier begged forgiveness for the interruption and reported that an honored guest awaited him. Eska's face twisted with fury. His eyes blazed with anger as he demanded to know who dared disturb him. The trembling soldier explained that the visitor was none other than Lord Eldric, claiming he had urgent matters to discuss. At Eldric's name, Eska's rage eased. He muttered that it was odd for that fool to show up suddenly, but perhaps he had brought some new merchandise. He ordered the soldier to show Eldric into the drawing room, deciding he would join him shortly. As he rose, a greedy smile curled on his lips, remembering the stunning women Eldric had delivered before. Surely tonight would bring the same delight. Moments later, Eska strode into the drawing room, his mood light. He greeted Eldric cheerfully, laughing that it had been too long, and asked why he had come at such a late hour, assuming he had brought new treasures. Eldric's expression was grim, clouded with unease. He apologized for the intrusion, saying he had brought no women this time, only critical information. Eska's smile faltered, though he still hoped the news might be valuable. Eldric revealed bitterly that he had been driven out of Island City by Grand Duke Eldrien's third son. From now on, he could no longer supply Eska with women. The words struck Eska like a thunderbolt. Shock and fury contorted his face. "Eldrien cast him aside after all these years of service?" he exclaimed. Eldric sighed, continuing. The new lord, Ren Edgar, was far too young and arrogant, believing he could control everything. He explained that he had personally infiltrated Island and killed the bandit leader responsible for delivering slaves to Eska. Eska's eyes widened in alarm. He hadn't known about the capture. Unease rising, he asked if Ren had discovered their operations. Eldric replied grimly that it was likely, which was why he had rushed to warn Eska. Eska asked anxiously if this meant Ren intended to attack him. Eldric didn't answer directly but reminded him of a harsh truth. The Empire strictly forbade cross-border slave trading, and Eska had no alliance with Eldrien. If Ren reported this to the Emperor, Eska would be finished. Sweat dripped down Eska's brow as panic set in. Desperate, he asked Eldric if there was a solution. Eldric smiled thinly, explaining he had overheard news earlier that day. The dam had been completed. This, he said, was their opportunity. He explained that the dam could release water downstream, flooding Island completely. If unleashed, the city would be submerged, its people destroyed. They could swoop in and claim the stronghold amid the chaos. Hearing this, Eska shot up from his seat, panic written all over his face. He blurted out that trying to kill Grand Duke Eldrien's son was insanity. If the Grand Duke found out, they'd both be executed without question. Eldric just smirked, icy and unbothered, reminding Eska that if Rain exposed them to the Emperor, death was inevitable anyway. But if Rain died in what looked like a mere accident at the dam, not even the Grand Duke could intervene. And once Eska took control of Island, he'd have free reign over any woman he wanted, with no limits. The temptation was too strong. Silence hung heavy for a moment before Eska finally, reluctantly nodded in agreement to Eldric's plan. Back at Island, Rain was already making moves. After noticing Aaliyah's remarkable potential, he personally brought her into his mansion and ensured she was well cared for. 3 days passed, and the red-haired girl hadn't uttered a single word. She now sat quietly in his study, her expression distant and withdrawn. Determined to reach her, Rain tried to start a conversation, asking softly with a gentle smile how she liked the cookies that day. Aaliyah looked up, startled, then quickly dropped her gaze again, sorrow shadowing her face. Rain felt a weight in his chest. He wondered what horrors this child had endured, what torment had left her so silent. Surely the bandits had been cruel, breaking her trust and locking her heart. Just then, Lily burst into the room, her face alight with excitement. She announced, practically beaming, that the dam was finally finished. Rain's eyes lit up at the news, clutching the acceptance papers, every bit as thrilled as Lily. Finally, the first milestone of his plan to build an industrial empire was complete. He wasted no time, ordering Leah to summon every elf and noble from Island to the dam. He wanted them all to witness the dawn of a new era for the city. Once Leah left, Rain turned to Aaliyah with a cheerful grin, inviting her to join him at what promised to be a lively celebration. Seeing her hesitate, he added that there'd be plenty of tasty food and children her own age to play with. Still, her expression remained downcast. Rain realized she had no intention of going. He sighed and told her he'd leave 2 maids to watch over her. If she changed her mind, they would bring her to the dam. Soon after, Rain arrived at the massive hydraulic structure. The reservoir behind it looked more like a hydroelectric plant than anything this sorcery-powered world had ever seen. The crowd was a mix of awe and apprehension, some staring in fascination, others whispering fears. The Elven Queen stepped forward, her voice sharp. Could the dam really handle such pressure? One slip and both island and her village could be wiped out. How could anyone live with such a threat looming? Rain just smiled calmly. No need to worry about things that won't happen, he said. He explained that the design was perfected with natural laws and solid engineering, and he'd personally inspected every inch. Today, they'd see it in action. At that moment, the sorceress, Selena, floated upward, announcing that everything Rain had requested was ready. 3 massive stone slabs had been installed under the outlet gates, each heavy enough to hold back the water's force. Beneath them, an iron gear system had been set in place to control the flow and prevent sudden surges. Rain nodded in thanks. In this world, magic still had its uses, especially for heavy labor. He turned to the Queen and his sister, pride in his voice as he invited them to release the water for the very first time. Together, they would witness how this project could bring new life and hope to Island. The Queen, still uneasy, reminded him of the danger. One misstep and the farmland below could be devastated. Priscilla echoed the worry, asking if it was truly safe to release the water like this. Rain just smiled. His noble bearing and calm presence radiated confidence that was hard to shake. He assured them that the release was small, harmless, and fully tested. Every connection had been personally inspected for safety. Once the water flowed, it would nourish the farmlands downstream and change Island's future. This dam, he promised, will be a miracle. His words eased their fears. Both women nodded and stepped forward to stand beside him. The 3 approached the lever. With one pull, the sluice gates would open. But just as Rain reached for it, a mocking laugh echoed from above. The sound froze everyone in place. Rain looked up. Eldric hovered in the sky. A flicker of concern ran through him. Eldric's bold return could only mean trouble. Eldric called down loudly, teasing that it had been a long time. The Elven Queen demanded to know who he was. Priscilla answered grimly. Eldric was the former mayor of Island, who had rebelled and fled after being defeated. Rain straightened, his voice cold. He had thought Eldric dead in the last battle. Seeing him alive now made Rain wonder what schemes were brewing. Eldric sneered, mocking Rain, saying his presence was a mistake. There would be no escape. Then he boasted that he had joined the Orbis Empire, and even earned a noble title there. Rain sneered, saying Eldric must have given up because he wasn't satisfied with the noble title here. Compared to Orbis, their empire's rewards were already generous enough. Eldric dropped all pretenses, openly declaring his hatred for Rain's family. He was here for revenge, pure and simple. Rain almost laughed, telling him there was no way he could pull that off alone. "Have you lost your mind?" he asked. Eldric's face twisted into a cruel grin as he laughed again. "You really think I came by myself?" he taunted. Then he revealed the truth. A team of powerful sorcerers was already stationed upstream. On his command, they would unleash devastating water magic, summoning a massive wave to crush the dam. He promised that when it fell, Islan would vanish from the map. The Elven Queen froze, stunned by his words, while Priscilla's hands clenched, fury blazing in her eyes. Swearing by the Edgar family name, she vowed that Eldric would be dragged back and made to suffer the most excruciating death. Their rage only fueled Eldric's excitement. He pulled out a glowing orb and flung it into the sky. It burst in a bright explosion, signaling his hidden allies. Almost immediately, a deep rumble rolled in from afar. A towering wave, dozens of meters high, surged toward the dam. The Elven Queen's eyes widened in horror. She urged Rain to retreat, insisting it was far too dangerous to stay. But Rain didn't budge. Calmly, he watched the monstrous wall of water approach, reassuring them that no matter how much Eldric unleashed, the dam would hold. But the Queen pressed him again, doubt in her voice. Rain just smiled confidently, cutting her off. He explained that every safeguard, every stone slab, every gear had been meticulously calculated. No flood, however violent, could shake this structure. At that moment, the colossal wave loomed above them, mere meters from crashing into the dam. Seeing the wave barreling toward the dam, Rain immediately pushed the water control lever. The spillway system roared to life, torrents gushing from the massive gates, sweeping everything in their path. The sheer force smashed the giant boulders placed to absorb pressure, damaging parts of the structure. As the stones crumbled, Eldric laughed maniacally, shouting that Rain's dam had been destroyed without effort. The Elven Queen's anxiety spiked. She told Rain the dam had been breached and that they needed to leave immediately before the flood swept them away. Rain stayed silent, uneasy about the damage, but confident in his design. Priscilla added her voice, urging an immediate evacuation. But Rain, watching the white-capped waters crash against the dam, reassured them once more. This surge wasn't nearly enough to destroy it. He lifted his gaze toward Eldrien, asking if this was truly all he had. Beneath one of the spillways, immense pressure cracked a stone plate. Eldrien, hovering above, began condensing a glowing orb of power, convinced Rain's calm was a mask for fear. With cold contempt, he declared that if Rain wanted to die, he'd happily help. Then he struck the reservoir with devastating force. The explosion rocked the air, pressure surged inside, and the water thundered through the spillways with even greater intensity. A second stone slab shattered, and the torrent below grew even more violent. The Queen shivered, dread running down her spine. If this continued, the consequences could be catastrophic. Priscilla, desperate now, pleaded that they must leave immediately. Rain's expression didn't change. Once again, he urged them to stay calm and wait just a bit longer. Eldrien, furious at his composure, gathered his strength. Determined to shatter both the dam and Rain's confidence, he unleashed his strongest attack. The monstrous explosion thundered louder than before, shattering the final massive slab. Water from all three spillways surged downward at once, raging with unstoppable force. But then, machinery clanked and echoed. Downstream, several smaller gates opened, diverting the flow and reducing its fury. Priscilla gasped as she saw the water spilling into the farmlands. To her astonishment, the flood calmed, causing almost no damage. At that moment, Rain smiled and looked up at Eldrien. He said that without Eldrien's help, it would have taken much longer to release enough water for proper irrigation. He even thanked him, calling his efforts impressive. Eldrien's magic was nearly spent, his strength drained, and Rain's mocking only fueled his anger further. Rain explained confidently that the dam had never been built just to block water. It was meant to harness it. The bigger the flood, the better the farmland would be irrigated. Once again, Rain gave Eldrien a nod of thanks, acknowledging the chaos he'd helped create. Eldrien trembled with rage, but his power was spent. There was nothing left to continue the fight. Rain sneered, declaring that Eldrien's plan had failed, and that it was finally time to settle the matter of his rebellion. Eldrien spat, promising they would meet again soon, then turned and fled toward the Orbis Empire. Watching him retreat, Rain's voice rang out cold and sharp. "Do you think Eldrien is some kind of amusement park where you can come and go as you please?" He immediately ordered Selena to bring Eldrien back alive. Standing atop the city walls, Selena gathered her magic, her hands crackling with energy. With a sudden release, the power shot into the sky as a bolt of lightning tore across the clouds. Eldrien sensed it too late. The strike engulfed him, freezing his body and sapping all resistance. He was struck down mid-air. Once Rain confirmed the dam's stability, he turned to the Queen and Priscilla, smiling. "It's done. Now, let's discuss our investments and business plans." The three returned to his manor. The Queen praised Rain's insight and vision after all that had unfolded. Priscilla agreed, though she pressed him for details on how their cooperation would work. Rain smiled, explaining that while the dam solved the flooding problem, true prosperity required economic growth. The Queen asked if he planned to turn Islan into a trading hub for the empires. Rain nodded, adding that was only part of the plan. He intended to profit from the merchant guilds passing through the city. Priscilla frowned. "You mean raise travel fees?" she asked, warning that such tactics had caused resentment before when Caesar extorted traders. Rain just smiled. "No," he said. "I don't plan to exploit merchants. The goal is a thriving community that meets their needs, so they'll spend right here in Islan." After finalizing the plan to make Islan a trade hub, Rain brought the Queen to a ruin just outside the city. He explained that the location was crucial. It sat on the only road from the border fortress to Islan, making it perfect for development. He added that the site had once housed an illegal casino. Rebuilt caravans would stop there, spending money and boosting commerce. The Queen frowned, seeing only rubble. "If it were really promising, the casino wouldn't have closed," she remarked skeptically. Rain felt a twinge of unease, knowing his men had destroyed the place after confiscating it. Hiding the truth, he claimed the casino collapsed from poor management, insisting that under his guidance, success was guaranteed. The Queen sensed he was hiding something, but after a pause, she decided not to press it. Instead, she asked what exactly he planned to build. Rain spread a map across the table, detailed plans laid bare. He explained he would create not just service shops, but a hub to meet every need. Inns, supply posts, rest stops, restaurants, cafes, everything a caravan or traveler might need. The ruins would transform into a bustling commercial center. Though the Queen didn't fully grasp his vision, she admitted it sounded promising. Encouraged, Rain pressed on. He explained that caravans constantly moved between Islan and the border fortress. this hub would spark consumption, investment, and industrial growth. The queen asked what benefits the elves would gain, since so far it seemed aimed at humans. Rain smiled. He assured her the hub would double as a food distribution center. Caravans would bring grain, spices, and crops from all over the world. Passing this road, the elves would never worry about shortages again. Their granaries would stay full, and they could buy from every nation at favorable prices. The queen's eyes widened. "Are you serious?" she asked. Rain confirmed she was. Not only would Islan prosper, but even the elves' borderlands would enjoy endless food reserves. The queen thought to herself that if this were true, her people would never go hungry again. Seeing her silent, Rain added that prosperity only comes from building roads and opening trade routes. With this hub, the elves would know stability like never before. Finally, the queen smiled, ready to trust his plan. If the road could bring food and wealth, the elves would support it. Rain thanked her, asking how much gold she would invest. She replied that she would start with 150,000 coins as a trial, contributing more if it succeeded. Rain nearly lost his composure inside. He hadn't expected her to be so wealthy. To him, the elves were like fat sheep waiting to be sheared. The queen, however, demanded a full construction plan and strict accounting. Her own people would supervise. Rain readily agreed, promising to personally oversee every detail. Back at his estate, excitement carried him straight to his study. He told Leah that the elves had agreed to invest. Islan was saved. Leah, seeing his joy, shared in it wholeheartedly, convinced that Rain's wisdom had secured the city's future. But Rain knew that while the funding was solved, managing the money would be another challenge. He instructed Leah to summon Selena. When Selena arrived, her expression worried. She bowed and asked what Rain meant by falsifying the ledgers. Clearly, Leah had briefed her along the way. Rain was surprised. "Have you studied mathematics?" he asked. Selena lowered her gaze, admitting softly that she had only learned spells and magic, never numbers or accounting. Rain turned to Armando and asked the same question. But Armando admitted he too knew nothing about ledgers and hadn't mastered his role as overseer. Frustration welled up in Rain. These were his smartest people, yet neither could help him here. At that moment, Leah suggested asking Lady Priscilla, since her domain was full of skilled merchants who would surely understand. Rain shook his head. He told her that such sensitive matters could only be trusted to his inner circle. The fewer who knew, the better. Instead, he ordered Leah to gather all the merchants in Islan the next day. He would test them to see if any were truly intelligent. Meanwhile, at the gates of Islan, a beautiful woman appeared for the first time. As she walked deeper into the city, she thought to herself that no matter the cost, she would force Rain Edgar to promise the release of Duke Castile. She swore she would save her father at any price. As she entered the bustling city, the liveliness immediately caught her eye. People hurried about, faces glowing with cheer. Curious, she approached a passerby and asked what festival was taking place. The man smiled, explaining that she must be an outsider. Today, Lord Rain was hosting an accounting examination, and everyone was rushing to witness it. The girl blinked in surprise. "An accounting examination?" she asked. The man admitted he didn't know much, only that Rain had promised that whoever passed would not only earn the chance to serve him, but also receive a wish of their choosing. Her heart leapt. A wish, if she passed. Would Rain truly agree to release Grand Duke Castile unconditionally? The crowd pressed forward, and she decided to follow, curiosity and purpose, sharpening her resolve. Inside the city lord's estate, the examination had already begun. In a grand chamber, candidates bent over papers filled with questions Rain himself had written. He oversaw everything personally. The problems designed around the service district he planned to build were notoriously difficult questions even seasoned merchants struggled to answer. Rain intended the test to uncover hidden talent and collect fresh ideas for the city's future growth. Inwardly, he brimmed with pride, imagining the reports he'd receive, revenues surpassing expectations, trade routes monopolized, merchants from every land forced to spend their coin in Islan. He could almost hear the praises already. The thought filled him with joy, and he had to resist laughing aloud. With so many participants, he was sure a true accounting genius would appear. His hopes rose further when one candidate finished quickly and approached, asking him to review the paper. The others whispered anxiously, astonished at such speed. Some recognized the man as the owner of a local brothel. Rain smiled inwardly, certain his instincts were correct. Islan must harbor hidden brilliance. His optimism crumbled the moment he looked at the answers. The page was blank. The man, embarrassed, admitted he hadn't understood a single question. Rain's expression darkened. He demanded to know why the man had taken the test at all. The brothel owner explained that terms like balance sheet, depreciation allocation, and working capital were completely foreign to him. He had hoped Rain might explain them in detail. Fury surged in Rain's chest. He cursed silently. Fake ledgers, and this fool wanted clarity. One step further, and he could end up in prison himself. Another servant stepped forward, handing him more papers. He read through them and felt his anger rise. Not a single submission had quality. Some were so bad they seemed like insults. One candidate even scrawled, "I have an unmarried daughter, just 8 years old. If you visit my home, I will prepare a private room for you." Rain tore the papers apart in fury, silently vowing to arrest that man later and send him to ideological re-education. But disappointment weighed on him. In a city as vast as Islan, not a single person could falsify records properly. Hidden among the spectators, the young woman noticed the Lord's despair. Her curiosity deepened. What kind of problem could leave an entire city stumped? Unable to resist, she stepped closer to a guard and asked if she could still take the exam. The guard, startled, demanded to know who she was. She smiled and introduced herself simply as a traveler. If the rules allowed, she wished to attempt the test. The guard explained that only elves were forbidden, so she was free to join. Still, he warned her that so far, no one had solved even 2 questions. She accepted the paper and sat down. As her eyes scanned the questions, they gleamed with a mix of disgust and excitement. The very first problem asked how to adjust a store's books so that profits of 8,000 gold coins could be reported as less than 5,000, thereby avoiding the 30% tax. 3 different methods were required for the first question. Wolvina's lip curled with a mix of annoyance and determination. So this was the game. Rain wasn't looking for talent. He was hunting for someone capable of manipulating the accounts. He was no different from the greedy officials she knew back home. But if mastering these problems gave her leverage, she would play along without hesitation. Pride meant nothing compared to her father's life. If Rain wanted fraud, then fraud she would deliver. Meanwhile, Rain slumped in frustration as he scanned yet another stack of useless submissions. Then a soldier approached, carrying a new paper. He took it without expectation, glancing over it casually until his eyes froze. Every single question was answered perfectly. He read again, disbelief washing over him. Every calculation, every method, executed flawlessly with a mastery he hadn't imagined possible. His gaze landed on the signature. Wolvina, a name completely unfamiliar to him. Soon after, the girl herself approached. Rain looked up, meeting the eyes of the beautiful stranger, wondering just where she had come from. She introduced herself plainly, saying she was a noble from the Orvis Empire. The room tensed immediately. Soldiers exchanged nervous glances, unsure why a noblewoman from a rival empire had appeared here. Some whispered that she should be arrested on the spot, but Rain raised a hand, commanding silence. Fear would not dictate his actions. With a smile, he praised her honesty and asked what had brought her to Iceland. Wolvina answered without hesitation. She had come to negotiate. Rain's eyes narrowed, a flicker of intrigue lighting them. It was as if he had already guessed the reason, and the thought thrilled him. Rain and Wolvina continued their discussion in his office. He told her he was extremely satisfied with her answers, noting her flawless solutions in such a short time. He added that such speed and precision made him wonder if she might be the Orvis Empire's financial advisor. Wolvina smiled modestly, saying she only knew a little about finance but was grateful he valued her so highly. Her humility surprised Rain. Her responses weren't just correct, they exceeded his expectations. Privately, he accessed the system to check her attributes. The readout confirmed his instincts. She had talent for command, a cunning mind, and real strategic potential. She would be a valuable asset, and he resolved to bind her to his plans for Islan. After a moment, he asked her directly what the Orvis Empire sought in coming here. Wolvina explained that she represented Grand Duke Castile of the Orvis Empire and had come to plead for his release. She added that, in exchange, the Empire would provide substantial compensation. Rain smiled. Money wasn't his concern at the moment. Wolvina stiffened. She hadn't expected that answer and wondered what Rain truly desired. Territory? Concessions? When she asked what conditions he required to free Castile, Rain calmly pointed at her. "I want you," he said. He wanted Wolvina to serve him. The demand shocked her. "What do you mean?" she asked, reminding him she was a noble of the Orvis Empire and could not bow to a rival lord. Rain replied that he never joked about matters of true value. A talent like hers must not go to waste. Her worth far exceeded that of the swine Castile. Anger flared in Wolvina. The demand was absurd and insulting. How could a noble become a servant? She spoke with dignity and disgust. Rain maintained that he never joked about serious matters, especially when it came to talent like hers. He would never allow such value to be wasted. Wolvina stared, calculating. Was he serious or mocking her? His demeanor left no doubt. If she refused, would he even let her leave alive? She probed carefully. If she refused, was there nothing left to discuss? Rain smiled, believing the conversation had been productive. Her exam answers had already helped him solve major issues. He needed talent like hers to build Islan into a truly prosperous city. Wolvina sighed. "I can't promise anything," she said. Rain, concerned, asked why. Was it because she was a noble, bound by pride, and unable to bow to enemies? Wolvina shook her head. Her objection was different. Her father remained imprisoned in the Orvis Empire, and she needed Castile returned in exchange for his freedom. She pleaded that Rain honor the public promise. The examination winner would be granted a wish. Rain studied her and said he understood. He agreed to honor the promise and ordered his soldiers to bring Grand Duke Castile from prison so Wolvina could take him away. Wolvina rose and bowed deeply, thanking him for his generosity. Rain only smiled, saying they would meet again soon, a statement that left her puzzled. Why would he say that if everything was settled? Soon after, Wolvina and her entourage departed with Castile, heading back to the Orvis Empire. Inside the carriage, Castile's face twisted in displeasure. He seethed at the humiliation of his imprisonment, swearing that once he returned, he would have the Emperor raise an army to flatten Islan and punish the brat responsible. Wolvina watched him with contempt, thinking him a fool, already defeated, yet still plotting revenge. She called him a stupid pig in her head. The rough road jolted the carriage, and Castile complained loudly about the shabby ride, insisting that as Grand Duke, he deserved the best. Wolvina, keeping her composure despite her irritation, explained that the road was rough, and no elegant carriage could smooth out the bumps. Castile fumed, threatening to report her to His Majesty, but Wolvina stayed silent, seething inwardly. She reminded herself that it was the Grand Duke who had committed the crimes, and the Emperor would have reason to punish him. As the light faded toward dusk, a soldier called out that a stream was ahead and asked if she wanted to stop and rest. Wolvina ordered the camp to be set up. Moving through the forest after dark would be too dangerous. They stopped and made camp by the water's edge. Castile stepped down from the carriage, sour-faced, relieved to be free but irritated by the empty, quiet surroundings. Wolvina ignored his sulking and replayed Rain's words in her mind, questioning whether he had truly meant what he said about wanting her as his servant. Nearby, a maid moved around the camp, tending to chores. The long hours of confinement had left Castile restless and eager for distraction. When he spotted the young servant, his irritation twisted into something darker. Without thinking, he lunged forward, grabbed her, and demanded she submit to him that night. The maid screamed, pleading desperately. But Castile only mocked her fear, insisting it was an honor to serve him. When she resisted, he struck her. He warned her that refusal would mean death. The girl collapsed to the ground, sobbing, scrabbling backward, begging him to spare her. Wolvina could no longer stay silent. She stepped forward, warning Castile to consider the dignity a noble was supposed to uphold. Castile snapped at her in anger, insisting it was his business alone and ordering her to look away, unaware of the danger closing in. In that instant, a shadow moved with lightning speed. Before Castile could react, the figure was upon him, driving a sword straight through his chest. His eyes widened in shock and pain, meeting his assassin for just a heartbeat before he collapsed. The attack stunned everyone watching. Wolvina froze, staring at the mysterious killer. The iron blade had pierced Grand Duke Castile's chest, ending his life instantly. The assassin then turned slowly toward Wolvina, his voice icy as he said she was next. The suddenness of it all froze her in place. Her hands shook as she stumbled back. Then instinct took over. She spun around and ran, shouting for her guards to protect her. Her cry tore through the air, and immediately her guards drew their weapons and rushed to her side. Seeing them coming, Wolvina yelled desperately that Grand Duke Castile had been murdered. The captain of the guards froze for a moment, then barked orders to form a defensive line. Behind her, the assassin advanced with calm, deliberate steps, his composure sending a chill through the air. He scanned the gathered guards, smiled faintly, and said it was convenient to see them so neatly arranged. It would save him the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Then he added coldly that none would leave alive. Furious, the captain shouted that the assassin was surrounded and demanded he surrender before being cut down. The assassin laughed, dark and low, dismissing their claim of being surrounded as a foolish illusion. Then, with a smirk, he pressed 2 fingers to his lips and whistled sharply. Piercing sound was immediately followed by the thunder of boots as knights poured out from hidden positions all around. Wolvina's heart sank as she saw the armor, the Orvis Empire's insignia gleaming on every chest. Panic surged. Why were Orvis soldiers here? The captain quickly realized they were hopelessly outnumbered. He ordered his men to tighten their formation, then glared at the assassin, demanding to know how he could command the Olvis army, if he even belonged to them. The assassin cut him off coldly, saying since death was imminent anyway, he might as well tell the truth. He explained that the emperor needed a war, and for that, a justification. The deaths of Castile and the guards would give the perfect excuse for the Olvis Empire to strike at Islan. Wolvina's face went pale. The truth hit her like a blade. This was a trap. She had walked right into it. She had never imagined the emperor would sink so low as to kill his own nobles to start a war. The assassin lifted his sword toward the terrified guards, declaring that their belief didn't matter. Their fates were already sealed. With a cold command, he ordered his knights to charge. Clash was sudden and brutal. Wolvina stumbled backward, breath coming fast and uneven. In her heart, she whispered an apology to her father for disobeying him, for being caught in this trap, for being too naive. His warnings echoed in her mind. He had told her she was too trusting, too easily deceived, and only now did she understand. The battlefield had descended into chaos. Wolvina's guards were being cut down one by one, overwhelmed by the relentless knights of the Olvis Empire. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, a thunderous voice cut through the turmoil. Ren Edgar appeared, mounted on a warhorse, eyes sharp and cold as steel. He shouted at the Olvis commander, demanding to know how he dared step onto Islan's soil. Wolvina froze as Ren's cavalry surged behind him, their Islan banners snapping fiercely in the wind. Ren's voice carried authority, ordering both sides to halt and demanding to know why foreign blood was being spilled on his land. The Olvis knights hesitated, uncertainty flashing across their faces. They couldn't explain where Ren's forces had appeared from. According to their intel, this area should have been secure. Ren noticed their confusion and let a faint smile appear. He commented that the Olvis Empire's tactics were laughably crude and painfully obvious. Wolvina turned toward him, voice trembling as she asked why he was here. Ren answered calmly that he was here because of her. Then his tone sharpened as he asked if she truly thought she and Grand Duke Castile could return safely to the Olvis Empire. She stared at him, stunned, her heart racing. How did he know what I didn't? Ren's expression remained cold as he told her he had known from the start that neither she nor Castile would make it back alive. Wolvina pressed for an explanation, but even before he spoke, realization began to dawn. She finally understood why Ren had so easily allowed her to escort the Grand Duke. Everything had been predicted and planned. Seeing the understanding in her eyes, Ren gave a chilling smile. He stated that the Emperor's plan to use their deaths as a pretext for war was no secret to him. The Emperor was a fool, he said, to think Islan would remain blind. The assassin erupted in mocking laughter, taunting Ren. Even if the Emperor's plot was exposed, it changed nothing. He shouted that if Ren fell here, Islan would descend into chaos, and declared it was time to bury them all. At his command, the Olvis knights advanced again. But Ren's composure never wavered. With a quiet, almost amused tone, he commanded Rosaline Hoke to deal with the intruders who dared spill blood on Islan's land. In an instant, Rosaline descended from above, landing between Ren and the charging enemy. Her spear gleamed, eyes cold and predatory, like a wolf ready to strike. Her loyalty to Ren was absolute. Anyone who opposed him became her enemy instantly. The moment she appeared, she ordered the Islan knights forward to crush the invaders. She moved like a storm incarnate, spear flashing as she tore through the Olvis soldiers. Every strike shattered steel and pierced flesh. No one who faced her stood for long. The battlefield turned into a massacre. Soldiers at the rear froze in terror, whispering among themselves, wondering if the woman before them was even human. Seeing his men hesitate, the assassin shouted for them to steady themselves, insisting that no matter how strong she appeared, she was only one person. But his words drew Rosaline's attention. Gripping her spear, she charged directly at him, her roar booming like thunder. The assassin barely lifted his blade in time. A clash cracked the ground beneath them. A knight lunged at her from behind, but Rosaline sensed him instantly. She spun, slicing him cleanly in half before kicking the assassin with brutal force. He crossed his arms to block, but the impact sent him sliding backward, gasping for breath. The first time he realized her true power, and it terrified him. Rosaline leveled her icy gaze at him, stating plainly that he had two choices: surrender or die. The assassin tried to sound brave, claiming no fear. But before he could finish, Rosaline struck again. She moved faster than thought itself, her spear stabbing forward like lightning. The assassin twisted at the last second, the blade driving into his shoulder instead of his heart. The wound was deep, and seeing their commander injured shattered the morale of the Olvis soldiers. They watched in horror, convinced no human could possibly be this strong. The assassin staggered back, realizing too late that Rosaline's strength far exceeded anything he had imagined. From a distance, Ren observed with a faint, satisfied smile. He thought that with her current skill and a little modern equipment, Rosaline alone could crush an entire army. Rosaline scanned the battlefield and shouted, declaring that the Olvis soldiers had only two options: surrender or die. Her voice carried authority, and instantly, every knight dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. They threw down their weapons, trembling, pleading for their lives. The assassin raged at their cowardice, calling them spineless, but his fury made no difference. His men had lost all will to fight. Soon, silence fell over the battlefield. Rosaline had won. She approached Ren, reporting with pride that all enemies were subdued. Ren praised her calmly, saying she had done well. The assassin was soon dragged before him. Ren ordered his men to release him, stating that he needed the man alive for questioning. The assassin glared, cold and defiant, saying Ren might as well kill him. He would neither speak nor beg for mercy. Ren just smiled and said he had no plans to kill the assassin. Not yet. He needed the man alive to deliver a message. That caught the assassin off guard. "Whose message?" he demanded. Ren replied coolly. It was a message for the Emperor of the Olvis Empire himself. The assassin's brow furrowed in confusion. What was this lord planning? Ren explained that since the Emperor was hunting for an excuse for war, he'd provide one. He told the assassin to deliver the news that Ren Edgar, Lord of Islan City, had betrayed their alliance and slain Lady Wolvina, the Olvis ambassador. Ren paused, eyes glinting with cold intent, and said the rest of the story was for the assassin to embellish. But one thing must be remembered. For every crime the Olvis Empire had committed, Ren Edgar would reclaim it with interest. The fire in Ren's eyes made the assassin's blood run ice cold. He could only stand there, unsure if he was facing a madman or a genius. When the exchange ended, Ren turned to Wolvina and told her that, from now on, she would return to Islan City as one of its citizens. To the world, she had already died here. As he spoke, the assassin vanished with a flash of magic, but not before swearing that Ren would regret every choice he had made. Ren only replied that the man should survive the journey back. His death would disappoint him. Wolvina, anxious and uneasy, asked if he wasn't afraid the Olvis Empire would strike back in full force. Ren smiled calmly. "What I fear isn't their attack, it's their hesitation. The things I need can only come from them." Startled, Wolvina asked what he meant. His expression sharpened. "I want Olva's territory." He offered no more explanation. She wasn't yet someone he could fully trust. Then he instructed Rosaline to take the prisoners for labor reform, saying they would fill Island's future workforce needs. Later, Ren personally escorted Wolvina back to his manor. As she followed through the long corridor, unease gnawed at her. She wondered if he planned to imprison her, turn her into a bargaining chip. When they stopped before a massive door, she muttered bitterly, convinced she was about to be locked in a dungeon. Ren tilted his head, puzzled. "Who told you that?" Then he opened the door and gently guided her inside. It wasn't a dungeon, it was an office. Inside, a young woman slumped over a mountain of paperwork, President Selena, utterly exhausted. Seeing Ren, she jerked upright, begging forgiveness and claiming she couldn't handle it all. Ren smiled reassuringly. Help had arrived. Turning to Wolvina, his tone softened as he thanked her for her hard work. Wolvina froze, staring at the mountain of documents, realizing his words weren't empty. Fury bubbled up. He was trying to trick her. Reading her thoughts, Ren explained that the Elf Queen would arrive in 3 days to audit Islan's finances, and he needed her help to cover it up. Wolvina's face flushed with anger as she shouted his name in outrage. Under Ren's orders, Wolvina was put to work as a full-time accountant, forced to help falsify the city ledgers for his scheme. After countless sleepless hours, she finally completed the task. Carrying a heavy stack of books, she approached Ren, exhausted, and told him the work was done and that she needed rest. Ren inspected the records, smiled approvingly, and praised her as a genuine accounting talent. The compliment left Wolvina both relieved and bitter. Revising those accounts had felt like fighting for her life. Ren told her to relax. Since he had saved her and brought her to Islan City, he had no intention of killing her. Then he asked what reward she wanted for her help, insisting he wanted to thank her properly. Wolvina replied sadly that what she most desired was something he could not give directly. Her answer piqued Ren's curiosity. He guessed correctly, she wanted her father rescued. The remark stunned Wolvina. She had never mentioned her father. Ren explained that human emotions were easy to read, especially in someone like her, and she didn't need to hide her thoughts. Wolvina asked if he could truly free her father. Ren answered bluntly. Nothing came without conditions, and his words snuffed out the small ember of hope in her chest. She acknowledged that forging books alone wasn't enough. and asked what else he wanted. Ren complimented her intelligence and proposed that she continue managing his accounts. He wanted her to become his attendant. The seriousness of the offer confused her. For a moment, she feared he meant possession, but Ren quickly dismissed the thought, explaining that if he freed her father only for her to return to the Olvis Empire, she would become an enemy and create future problems. To save her father, she would have to renounce Olvis ties and become an Islan citizen. Wolvina recognized the logic but recoiled at betraying her homeland. Still, if she refused, her father would likely die in prison. Seeing her hesitation, Ren softened his tone, giving her time to decide. She needed rest after days of work and should think it over when she woke. With that settled, Ren signaled Leah to accompany him to the construction site to inspect progress. The construction site buzzed with tension, but everything was running smoothly. Most of the laborers were Olvis prisoners captured earlier, working under strict supervision with no sign of escape attempts. An overseer warned Ren to watch his step as he moved through the site. Ren, satisfied with the steady progress, noted just how effective captive labor could be. Nearby, he noticed a supervisor striking a prisoner. Curious, he asked why the man was being treated so harshly. The supervisor explained that Olvis invasions had taken his family, and he had no sympathy for the captives. The chief overseer stepped forward to calm the situation. Ren, however, interrupted with cold pragmatism. Why treat them gently when the Olvis showed no mercy to Islan? His only concern, he continued, was that none of the prisoners die before the service district was completed. Any death would slow the work, and he had no patience for delays. The overseer hesitated at Ren's unexpectedly hard edge, but ultimately agreed to keep the prisoners alive and productive. When Ren asked about work hours and rations, the overseer replied that prisoners labored 8 hours daily and received 3 meals. Ren deemed that too lenient with autumn approaching and ordered 2 extra hours each day. The overseer bowed, accepting the order without protest. After inspecting the site, Ren took the ledgers to the Elven Queen. He bowed and presented the complete records of construction and investment, requesting her review as agreed. The Queen examined the books and grew uneasy, not due to errors, but because the numbers were unnaturally precise. She asked if the figures were correct. Ren maintained calm confidence, assuring her that every record was accurate and that he would not let the Queen's wealth be wasted. A flicker of doubt crossed her face. Finding no fault, she chose to trust him. She ordered a chest of gold brought forward, 150,000 gold coins as agreed, and instructed that the service district be completed without delay. Ren accepted the chest with a satisfied look, declaring that a thriving commercial center would rise there soon. The Queen, however, remained uneasy. She knew Ren's conflict with the Olvis Empire could escalate to war and worried that such a war might threaten their alliance. Ren almost smiled and reassured her, claiming she needn't worry. He had prepared a special performance to greet the Olvis Empire, and that everyone would benefit from the outcome. Meanwhile, chaos erupted inside the Olvis Empire. In the royal court, every noble had been summoned. From the highest throne, the king announced grimly that Grand Duke Castile had been assassinated on his journey home. The hall erupted into panic. None were more shaken than Craven, who had suggested peace negotiations to bring the Grand Duke back. He jumped to his feet, demanding to know what had happened, and if the Lord of Islan was behind the assassination. King then revealed a blood-stained letter, claiming it had been delivered by a dying envoy. A trembling servant stepped forward to read it aloud. The message claimed that Ren Edgar of Islan and Lady Wolvina had conspired with foreign forces to ambush Grand Duke Castile's escort, killing all his guards. The writer urged the king to avenge the treachery and restore the empire's honor. The hall erupted with outrage. Nobles condemned Wolvina as a traitor who had betrayed her homeland for Islan's benefit. None could believe a noble woman of the empire would side with outsiders to assassinate one of their own right after peace talks. The act was seen as unforgivable, and the nobles demanded war. Islan had to be destroyed to cleanse their shame. Watching his plan unfold perfectly, the king turned to Craven with a voice dripping with fake sorrow, reminding him that it had been his idea to negotiate peace. He asked how Craven felt now that Castile was dead and the empire humiliated. All eyes turned to Craven. Rage and helplessness churned inside him, but he bowed silently. He knew the truth. Wolvina would never betray them. This was the king's doing, a calculated murder to justify war. Now the king shifted all blame onto him. Without proof, Craven could do nothing. Swallowing his fury, he fell to one knee, claiming he had been deceived by Wolvina's treachery and accepting full responsibility. The king descended from the throne, looming over him with mock sympathy, demanding to know how he intended to atone. Under the king's piercing gaze, Craven trembled but forced himself to answer that he would personally lead the Imperial cavalry into battle. Vowing to wash the Empire's shame away with the blood of Rain, Edgar, and Wolvina, the king's expression twisted into a cold smile. Since Craven had chosen to redeem himself, he would grant him the chance. Soon after, the king ordered the army to assemble on the western border. He summoned the Silver Wolf Knights and the Red Flame Mage Legion, declaring that Islan City must be destroyed. No one in the hall dared object. Their minds burned with vengeance. Nobles shouted for war, demanding the traitors be slain, and the Grand Duke avenged. Watching their blind fury, the king smiled faintly, satisfied. Inwardly, he thought that Rain had played perfectly into his hands, giving him the perfect excuse to start a war. Meanwhile, far away in Island City, Ren sat in the highest room of his mansion, sipping tea and surveying the bustling streets below. His calm expression betrayed quiet satisfaction. Everything was unfolding according to plan. He mused that if war truly erupted, the people of Olvis would flock to Islan for refuge, solving the city's labor shortage in one stroke. And if he succeeded, he could finally stretch his influence into the territories he'd been eyeing for years. As he was mulling this over, Rosaline stepped in, her expression calm but with a trace of unease. She reported that the first group of border settlers had arrived as ordered, and that they'd been set up with housing, food, and clothing in the service district. Ren commented that it seemed the Olvis Empire had finally thrown caution to the wind. Then he asked how many settlers had arrived so far. Rosaline replied that around 3,000 people had reached the city. About 800 were fit for labor, while the rest were mostly women, children, and the elderly. Ren's lips curved slightly. With numbers like that, the city's growth would continue without a hitch. He took another sip of tea and then told Rosaline to distribute more supplies. He also wanted new proclamations posted offering 3 years of tax exemption and free housing to entice even more settlers. He noted that the funds provided by the elves should be used to their fullest potential. At that moment, Leah entered and said that Lady Velvina requested an audience. Ren nodded, and soon Velvina appeared, her face tight with anger. She told him the Olvis army was already mobilizing and blamed him for it. If he hadn't let the assassin escape, she argued, she might have returned home in time to stop the war. Ren listened quietly, a faint amusement in his eyes, and told her she was mistaken. The war was inevitable, and he'd been ready for it all along. Velvina's voice trembled with frustration as she accused him of being out of touch. As a noble, she said, he couldn't possibly understand the suffering war would bring, the countless families torn apart for his ambitions. Ren met her fury with calm indifference. He remarked that her compassion surprised him, even praised it, but Velvina shouted that she hated warmongers more than anything. Ren's faint smile deepened. Funny, he said, because in some ways we're the same. Velvina blinked, startled. What do you mean by that? She demanded. Ren stood slowly, stepping closer. I despise those who start wars, he said, but that's exactly why I need one. He explained that when he won, people would hate him and fear him in equal measure. No one would ever dare rise against him again. There was no grand, noble reason for this war. It was simply power asserting itself. The Olvis Empire expected a head-on clash, he said, but he planned to let them unravel from within, watch their unity crumble, their people starve, their empire rot from the inside out. Velvina froze, unable to wrap her head around his logic. Ren rested a steady hand on her shoulder and softened his voice. He told her to take a moment to rest, assuring her she would see her father again soon. Once he learned the Olvis Empire was preparing to attack Islan, Ren and Rosaline began organizing the city's defenses. Rosaline watched, confused, as Ren ordered soldiers to dig small pits along the inner side of the trench near the city walls. She questioned why the pits weren't outside the trench, where they'd hinder a cavalry charge. Ren explained they needed to be tightly packed near the wall. That, he said, was the key to his plan. His gaze drifted to the barrels of oil stacked nearby, and a faint smile appeared. He reminded Rosaline of Castile's old boast about destroying 100,000 men with a single forbidden spell. Rosaline nodded, still puzzled by the connection. Ren leaned in slightly. Those barrels, he said, are my forbidden spell. The realization hit Rosaline like a jolt. You mean regular oil barrels could really do that? She asked. Ren confirmed it calmly. He explained that this weapon needed no mage, no complicated ritual, just fire. Anyone could ignite it, a child or an old man, and once lit, the explosion could wipe out everything nearby. Then his tone hardened. He gave her a strict order. When the Empire's army arrived, she must not win the first battle. Rosaline froze, confused. Why forbid victory? She argued that beating the enemy at the border could slow them down and save countless lives. Ren shook his head. Her view of war, he said, was too simple. A costly win would only drain their forces. What he wanted was deception. He wanted the invaders to believe Islan had already fallen, that they had triumphed. He wanted them marching ahead with pride, straight into the graves he had laid out. Slowly, Rosaline began to see it. She said it aloud, "Feign weakness, lure the enemy deeper." Ren nodded, satisfied. He told her that when the Olvis vanguard arrived, she would lead the defense, but she had to lose convincingly without turning it into a disaster. Fight hard enough to seem like Islan's forces were struggling, but not enough to surrender. Then, as the enemy advanced in overconfidence, they would step into the field of buried oil barrels. Ren smiled. This was the moment he'd been waiting for, the moment their enemies would walk willingly into hell. Rosaline fired up, vowed to follow his strategy to the letter. Ren praised her determination and told her to finish the fortifications while he checked on the weapons project with Armando. He believed this battle would change the course of history. At the forge, Armando and Bram were in a heated argument. Armando accused Bram of ignoring Rain's blueprint, while Bram insisted the design was flawed. Bram claimed the gun's steel barrel was too thin. It would burst under gunpowder pressure before it even fired. Armando defended the plan. These were Rain's exact calculations, he said. Every detail had been tested. They had to follow the instructions to the letter. Their argument was still in full swing when Rain arrived. Hearing the noise from outside, he asked why they were fighting. Armando explained. Bram refused to follow the plan, while Bram insisted the design was dangerous and impractical. Bram argued that even with improved furnaces, Rain didn't understand proper metallurgy. A thin barrel, he said, could never handle an explosion. Rain listened patiently, then gave a faint smile. He admitted Bram's caution made sense, but reassured him, if used correctly, the barrel wouldn't burst. He explained that the design depended on precise powder-to-pressure ratios. Handled properly, it wouldn't explode. It would release immense force. Bram still looked doubtful, unable to believe such a small device could pack that much power. Ren explained that at 50 meters, the weapon could punch clean through a knight's steel armor. The dwarves erupted in laughter, thinking he was exaggerating. They couldn't imagine a simple metal tube outperforming their finest creations. Ren said nothing. Proof would be the only thing to convince them. He asked if all the components were ready. Bram admitted most were finished and promised to wrap up the last pieces immediately. Driven by curiosity, the dwarves worked relentlessly, and soon, the prototype was complete. Ren lifted the finished weapon carefully, examining its craftsmanship. Its weight, balance, and polish exceeded every expectation he had. He praised the dwarves, calling their work exceptional. Bram, flattered but still hesitant, suggested they test it immediately. Ren agreed, inviting them to see its power firsthand. Armando hesitated, offering to try it himself to protect Ren. Ren refused, assuring him the design was completely stable. They moved to the testing yard. 50 meters away, a steel breastplate sat mounted on a wooden post. Ren took aim, his mind steady and focused. Every calculation had been checked. This moment marked the dawn of a new era. He pulled the trigger. The sharp report of the explosion echoed through the yard, and the lead ball shot out with blinding speed. When the smoke cleared, there was a clean, precise hole in the center of the steel plate. Bram and Armando froze, staring at the destroyed armor. Disbelief slowly shifted to awe. The strange device had worked exactly as Ren had promised. The dwarves who had mocked him fell silent, staring at the hole in the plate. None had imagined that such a small tube could unleash that level of destruction. Bram stared at the firearm in Ren's hand, a mix of fear and awe gripping him, trying to fathom how something so compact could pierce a knight's breastplate. He wondered how Ren came up with ideas like this, and realized that one weapon could change warfare across the continent, perhaps even end the Age of Knights. Ren, satisfied with the test, turned to Bram. "So what do you think?" he asked. Bram, visibly shaken, sank to one knee. He declared that the dwarves would pledge eternal loyalty, that Ren's brilliance surpassed their own, and that they would forge whatever weapons he desired. The two dwarves standing behind him panicked, pleading with Bram to reconsider. Bram whirled on them, anger flashing in his eyes. "Do you understand what you just witnessed?" he demanded. "Do you think your bodies could survive even a single shot?" Silence fell immediately. The truth was clear. Before the power of gunfire, all beings stood equal. Moments later, the others knelt too, pledging loyalty and begging Ren not to make future tasks impossible. Ren laughed softly. "I've never forced anyone to please me," he said. Bram looked even more confused. Ren explained that oaths weren't what bound people to him, shared interests did. Bram, stunned, understood immediately. He lowered his head again, vowing that the weapon's design would never be leaked and that they would never betray Ren. Ren, satisfied, helped him to his feet. "We'll go over the details later," he said. "For now, gather your people, Full production begins. War is coming. Bram straightened, nodding firmly. We'll work at full capacity, he promised. Outside the border city, the Olvis Empire's vanguard arrived, setting up camp on the rocky cliffs near the walls. Marshal Craven ordered his soldiers to rest, forbidding any rash actions. A knight rode up, puzzled. Why not take the town immediately? He asked. Another agreed, pointing out that Aslan was a remote outpost with barely a garrison. Craven sighed at their naivety, reminding them how Grand Duke Castile had died here. He explained that Castile had sent a letter claiming Ren Edgar had used forbidden magic, something all human empires agreed violated the world's laws. Craven asked what they would do if Ren truly commanded a mage capable of such forbidden spells. The knights laughed, insisting that a backwater outpost like Aslan couldn't possibly produce a forbidden mage. They dismissed Castile's warning as excuses for his own humiliating defeat. Craven said nothing. In his heart, he fully believed Castile. No ordinary force could have wiped out 100,000 men. He ordered his men to speak no further and stated he would enter Aslan City the next day with a mage to meet Ren Edgar. One knight, shocked, asked if Craven planned to negotiate peace. Craven explained he had two reasons to meet Ren. First, to confirm whether a forbidden mage really existed before taking any reckless action. Second, they were there to suppress rebellion, not to invade. They needed proper justification. He warned his men to control themselves, or face serious consequences. The next day, at the Rain Mansion, a soldier announced that Marshal Craven had arrived with a representative from the Mage Association to investigate the rumored forbidden magic. Ren's eyes gleamed with interest, and he allowed them in. Craven entered Rain's study, introducing himself with measured politeness. Ren, curious, asked why an Imperial commander would walk into his stronghold before the war had even begun. Craven explained that Castile had reported Rain's use of forbidden magic, and the Mage Association insisted on an investigation. The mage accompanying Craven stepped forward sharply, stating that Rain was expected to cooperate. Rosaline's furious voice cut through. She declared he had no right to speak to Lord Ren without respect and demanded how a mage could forget basic etiquette. The mage sneered, voice dripping with disdain, and declared that the association didn't care about noble customs or local rules. He boasted that the association answered to no one, and Rain was no exception unless he could prove himself smarter and stronger. Rosaline clenched her jaw but held back her anger. Coldly, she asked how Lord Ren was supposed to demonstrate such things. The mage smirked and set a strange device on the table. He called it a toy he had acquired and claimed that whoever could fit the white wooden board perfectly into the frame would earn his full respect, and he would have to admit Rain's superior intellect. Ren glanced at it and smiled inwardly. A child's educational toy. A man of 40 boasting about it didn't strike him as especially clever. Selena, standing nearby, leaned in quietly. She recognized it from the mage promotion exams. Whispering that it was the legendary Tangram puzzle, Ren asked if she knew how it worked. She explained that while the puzzle had many potential arrangements, only rare configurations could perfectly fill the frame, demanding exceptional spatial reasoning and logic. The old mage nodded proudly. Even top-ranking mages, he boasted, had struggled with it for days. He bragged that it had taken him a full month and said that if Ren truly had the brilliance people claimed, he should solve it instantly, and then the mage would bow. He laughed, confident that Ren couldn't do it. Ren sighed quietly at the arrogance. A man of 40 had spent a month on a toy meant for children. Ren looked at the pieces calmly, considering his move. Selena asked permission to attempt it first, mentioning she had solved a similar puzzle during the advanced mage exam. Ren nodded, and she focused, carefully aligning the pieces. 30 minutes passed. She still hadn't solved it. Exhausted, she admitted defeat. Ren looked at the scattered pieces and let out a quiet sigh. He wondered how the mages of this land struggled with something so simple. The old mage began mocking Selena, claiming her poor comprehension disqualified her from ever dreaming of advancement in magic. He then declared that their failure proved there was no forbidden spellcaster in Iceland and that they must all be fools. The guards seethed with anger. Mocking Rain was a crime in their eyes, punishable by death, but the old mage ignored their outrage. He believed Rain was just a rural noble, powerless to retaliate. He said that since no one could solve his puzzle, he saw no reason to stay and turned to leave. He had barely taken 2 steps when Ren's calm voice stopped him. Ren asked who had told him that no one in Iceland could solve the puzzle. The old mage frowned, questioning if Ren had someone else in mind. Ren smiled. "I'll solve it myself," he said. The old mage burst out laughing, convinced Ren was delusional. He reminded Ren that he had failed even the basic mage exam as a child, calling him a pampered noble unfit for such a challenge. Ren, composed but irritated, replied that he never bothered with their exams. They were too foolish to waste time on. The old mage roared that Ren was making excuses and challenged him to solve the puzzle immediately. Ren stayed still for a moment, then suggested a wager. Doing it alone would be dull, he said. The old mage, confident in his superiority, agreed. What do you want? He asked. Ren said he would complete the puzzle in under 30 seconds. If he succeeded, the old mage would kneel and apologize to Selena. Selena grew nervous. The puzzle was extremely difficult, and she feared he had overreached. Ren reassured her. As long as he stood here, no one would bully his subordinates. Then he waited for the old mage's response. The old mage accepted immediately and added his own condition. If Ren failed, he would kneel and apologize to the entire Mage Association. Ren nodded without hesitation and began. His hands moved with astonishing speed, and within 30 seconds the puzzle was perfectly solved. The old mage froze, utterly shaken. He whispered that it had taken him over a month to solve the same puzzle, unable to comprehend how Ren had done it so easily. Ren smiled and reminded him of the wager. The old mage trembled, trying to maintain pride. You must have been lucky, he stammered. Luck doesn't count as skill. Ren's gaze was sharp. Luck or strength doesn't matter. What matters is that the puzzle is solved. His voice turned cold, carrying a clear threat. He gave the mage a simple choice. Kneel and apologize or die by Rosaline's blade. Rosaline slammed her sword into the floor, radiating pure lethal intent. The old mage stumbled back, drenched in sweat, terror written across his face. Before he could recover, Craven stepped in. He reminded the mage that the wager had been sworn publicly, and breaking it would disgrace both the Empire and the Association. The old mage stammered that he had not expected anyone to solve it, but Craven cut him off sharply, demanding he honor his oath, and warning that he would report the incident upon their return. Hatred twisted the mage's face, but he accepted the terms. He knelt before Selena, lowering his head in a formal apology. Inside, a storm of anger boiled. He swore he would make Rain pay 100-fold for this humiliation. Craven studied Rain with a new caution. It was clear now, this was no ordinary noble. Ren observed the mage kneeling, sensing the resentment bubbling beneath the surface, but he dismissed it as irrelevant. The man simply lacked the power to pose a real threat. Ren then turned his attention to the real matter at hand. The mage, still burning with anger but unable to retaliate, thanked Ren for sparing him. Then he declared he would begin the investigation into the supposed use of forbidden magic, as reported by Grand Duke Castile. He stated that every mage registered with the association in Islan, and if necessary, every student at the academies would be examined. Ren immediately rejected the idea. The mage narrowed his eyes. Do you intend to oppose the Mage Association? He asked. Ren replied calmly that he had never used forbidden magic, and never would. The mage pressed, asking why. If this was true, why refuse a full investigation? Ren's expression darkened. He repeated that he had not used forbidden magic, so the investigation was unnecessary. He added that the mage had no authority to probe his association in this manner. Every word landed like a weight, cornering the mage with undeniable force. Furious but powerless, the mage clenched his fists, glares sharp with bitter resentment, yet could do nothing but endure. At that moment, Craven stepped forward. He reminded everyone that the Mage Association existed to uncover truth and prevent wrongful conclusions. He explained that if forbidden magic were used in human warfare, the casualties could be catastrophic. Ren smiled, though his voice grew heavier with weight. It's ironic to call such losses catastrophic, he said, when the Olvis Empire has been invading our borders for years, slaughtering far more of my people than any forbidden magic ever could. He stepped closer to Craven, meeting his gaze. You seem to believe the Empire can butcher my citizens with impunity, while we're forbidden to resist. And now you lecture about avoiding casualties, as if war were some harmless pastime. Craven did not show anger. He bowed slightly, acknowledging Rain's hatred, but insisted he had not come to fight Aislin's city to the death. Even if Rain did not trust him, Craven genuinely wished to prevent a war. Ren's response was calm, unsurprised. Avoiding conflict was simple, he said. Craven only needed to bring Velvina's father so they could reunite, then surrender the 3 southwestern border cities to Aislinn. Peace would follow immediately. Craven's eyes widened in disbelief. His hands tightened as he said these terms could never be accepted. Ren's tone hardened. Then negotiations are over. War is inevitable. With that, the talks collapsed. Craven departed, leaving a final warning. Rain should not regret this when they met again. Outside Aislinn's border fortress, the Olvis Imperial Legion had already set up an extensive camp, preparing for the assault. Inside the command tent, generals gathered around a large map, while Craven felt a quiet weight of disappointment. The battle he had hoped to prevent was now unavoidable. A knight suggested a full assault the next day, arguing that Anceling had been defeated before and there was nothing to fear. Another argued that the moat needed to be cleared first, or the troops would struggle to advance. Craven remained silent, prompting a knight to step forward and ask for his plan. Craven advised caution, reminding them that even Grand Duke Castile, commanding 100,000 troops, had failed to take the city. The commanders scoffed, dismissing Castile as inexperienced. They claimed that had they been in command, Anceling would have fallen long ago. Craven's disappointment deepened. He considered them fools. Castile may not have been the strongest commander, but he led a massive force. If these officers didn't understand how Reign had destroyed that army, even 1,000,000 men would meet the same fate. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, noting the marshal's hesitation about taking Anceling. Startled, Craven turned as the mage entered the tent. Craven addressed him as Lord Oren and asked why he had come. Oren replied with a sly smile, saying the Mage Association had been humiliated, and without revenge, they could not maintain their honor within the Empire. Craven asked what Oren planned to do. A cruel glint flashed in Oren's eyes. He announced he could dismantle the magical barrier protecting Anceling's city. If the Imperial Legion attacked at that moment, he said, the city would fall effortlessly. He left the thought unfinished, but every commander understood his intent, and they were thrilled at the idea. Without the barrier, Anceling's defenses would crumble. Craven, however, did not share their excitement. He stared at Oren, realizing the mage's reasoning had been consumed by rage and ambition. Still, Craven knew he could not refuse. With a tired sigh, he agreed to cooperate. Oren bowed eagerly, praising Craven's wisdom, then departed. Craven watched him leave, letting out a faint sigh, knowing that in this conflict, no one would emerge unscathed. Outside, Oren's expression darkened. He knew that if he stole the magic crystal powering Anceling's protective circle, the barrier would collapse. He muttered that tomorrow's siege would show Reign the cost of humiliating the Mage Association. Back in Anceling's city, Ren sat in Aaliyah's room. Seeing the girl's worried expression, he smiled gently. Time for bed, he said. He opened his system interface and checked her loyalty, now at 74%. With a few cookies and sweets, he had nudged her mood from 50, though her silence made him uneasy. He began to wonder if she might be mute. She continued staring up at him as he lay beside her. Ren let out a quiet sigh, realizing he was terrible at bedtime routines. So he tried a story to break the tension, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. But just as he began, a massive explosion rocked the city. Ren sprang to his feet, racing to the window. From the city center, a pillar of light shot skyward, cracks spiderwebbed across Anceling's protective barrier, threatening to shatter it entirely. His expression hardened, anger rising instantly. Selena and Leah burst into the room behind him. Leah reported, breathless and anxious, that the central magic circle had gone haywire and the citywide barrier was on the verge of collapse. Ren demanded an explanation. Selena explained that guards had been attacked by a powerful mage cloaked in black. Many suspected him to be the same mysterious sorcerer who had killed the bandits during the prison incident. Ren's gaze darkened. After weighing the details, he doubted any dark sorcerer was involved. The first person that came to mind was the arrogant mage who had visited earlier that day. As he considered his next move, Leah urged him to stay inside the castle for safety. Selena agreed, insisting she could handle repairs while he stayed behind. Ren frowned sharply. "Stop it," he said, his voice cutting through their protests. "I am not a sheltered noble hiding behind others, nor someone who needs women to fight in my place." Both fell silent, stunned by his fierce tone. Ignoring their reactions, Ren opened a drawer, grabbed his gun, and strode from the room. He was going straight to confront whoever had caused this attack. In the central district, chaos reigned. Buildings burned, debris trapped civilians, and knights scrambled to extinguish flames and rescue the injured. Spotting Ren, a knight dropped to one knee in shame, begging for punishment for failing instead of scolding him. Ren helped him up, his voice calm as he asked for a clear account. The soldier, catching his breath, explained that everything had been normal until an overwhelming wave of exhaustion struck all at once. Everyone had lost consciousness instantly. When they awoke, the entire district lay in ruin. Selena examined the residual magic, confirming there was no trace of dark sorcery. She concluded that the earlier prison incident was unrelated. Ren shared his own deduction. The culprit had to be the vengeful mage humiliated that very morning. He ordered the guards to count casualties and mobilize every rescue team to treat the injured and evacuate those trapped under debris. Once the knight ran off to carry out the orders, Ren told Selena to lead him to the core of the magic circle. He was sure he would find the fool there, and he was right. At the center, Oren stood encased in a magical barrier that kept everyone at bay. Seeing Ren, he grinned feverishly. This destruction is the price for daring to offend me and the Mage Association. Selena shouted that a Grand Mage should not meddle in conflicts between nations. Oren waved her off, claiming he wasn't interfering in war at all, just delivering a minor punishment to a disrespectful noble. If war happened afterward, he said, that was none of his concern. Selena trembled with rage at his arrogance, but Ren held her back. He met Oren's gaze with open contempt and asked how he intended to answer for the deaths and devastation he had caused. Oren laughed, dismissing the question as absurd. He called the civilians worthless trash, devoid of magical talent, claiming their deaths meant nothing. He added that by tomorrow, the Olvis Empire would reduce the city to ashes, killing Ren along with everyone else. He taunted Ren further, calling him a useless man with no magic whatsoever. Ren's expression turned cold, stone-like. His voice cut through the chaos like ice. One last chance, he said to Oren. Heal the wounded and repay their losses threefold, and I may spare you. Oren howled with laughter, insisting Ren was insane and blind to his own position. He pointed out that even Selena, a high-level sorceress, ranked far below him, and he wanted to see who would spare whose life. He began chanting. A fireball spun into existence in his palm, quickly forming a massive fire dragon that lunged toward Ren. Selena reacted instantly, raising an ice barrier to shield him, but the sheer power was overwhelming. She managed to block the spell, yet the force still slammed into her, injuring her. She staggered back, coughing up blood. Oren laughed maniacally, reveling in the chaos and shouting that they would all die. Ren, however, remained perfectly calm, thinking only that the mage was far too loud. While Oren screamed, Ren raised his gun, aiming straight at him. His voice was cold, final. Since you have chosen death, he said, accept its consequence. Pulled the trigger. The gunshot cracked like thunder. The bullet pierced Oren's barrier as if it were paper, striking his arm with deadly precision. Oren screamed in shock as his magical barrier collapsed entirely. Clutching his bleeding arm, he froze, staring at Ren Edgar with wide-eyed terror. He couldn't wrap his mind around it. How could someone without magic actually hurt him? Ren stepped closer, pressing the gun barrel right against the mage's forehead. He barked orders at Oren, heal every wounded person, or face the consequences. Seeing that unwavering determination in Ren's eyes, fear finally took hold. For the first time, Oren realized Ren wasn't bluffing, he would really kill him. Shaken, Oren demanded to know how Ren had even broken a Grand Mage's barrier. Before Ren could answer, Oren's eyes went wide in horror. He seemed to piece it together himself, shouting that it was impossible for a low-born noble with no magic to shatter a Grand Mage's defenses. Panic made it clear his mind was cracking. Ren didn't say a word. Ren ordered the knights to arrest Oren and throw him in the dungeon, planning to use him as leverage once the Olvis Empire arrived. As Oren was dragged away, Selena knelt by the damaged magic circle, her brow tight with worry. The crystal lay shattered across the ground, and she explained that with it destroyed, the city's magical barrier would soon collapse. Ren demanded details, and Selena clarified that Oren had forcibly removed the crystal. Its stored magic had erupted uncontrollably, leaving the crystal useless and worse. The core of the magic circle itself was damaged. Ren looked up at the spreading cracks in the sky's magical dome. Does this stone only work with Aislin's circle? He asked. Selena confirmed it. The barrier would hold for just one more night. By dawn, it would fall completely. If the enemy struck then, Aislinn would be at a serious disadvantage. Leah cursed Oren for destroying the city's protection, just for petty revenge. Ren told her not to let anger cloud her judgment, reminding everyone that war drove people to desperate measures. He assured them that even without the barrier, the Olvis army wouldn't take the city easily. Selena, understanding the barrier's value better than anyone, asked what he planned to do. Ren stayed calm, promising the situation was under control. He told them to rest and that tomorrow he'd provide a satisfying answer. The next morning, tension gripped the Olvis military camp. Every knight was ready for the assault. Inside the command tent, Craven looked grim. He didn't want this battle, but he couldn't defy Imperial orders. Worse, they still had no clue what had destroyed Castile's army. A knight entered, reporting that Oren had not returned. Scouts had searched all night without finding him. Craven's expression darkened. He wondered what had happened to the mage who claimed he could dismantle Aislinn's barrier. Another knight, impatient, demanded they attack immediately, offering 20,000 vanguard troops. Craven warned them not to underestimate the enemy, pointing out that Oren's disappearance suggested something had gone wrong. The commanders ignored him, dismissing the Mage Alliance as unreliable parasites and insisting that even if Oren had died, nothing would change. Exasperated, Craven reluctantly ordered the two commanders to take 20,000 troops to probe Aislinn's defenses, but he warned them not to act recklessly. They accepted the orders with obvious indifference. Outside Aslan City, on a small hill, Ren and his subordinates waited. Selena hovered above, spotting the approaching Olvis vanguard, and quickly alerted him. Ren turned to Rosalind with a calm smile, reminding her it was time to enter the battlefield. "Remember," he said, "you're allowed only to lose, not to win." As the 20,000-strong force neared, their knight commander recognized Ren. Instead of caution, arrogance took over, and he demanded that Ren surrender if he wanted to be spared. Ren responded just as calmly, the commander should leave if he didn't want his soldiers dying needlessly. Enraged, the knight signaled a full assault. The ground trembled as the vanguard charged forward. Ren glanced at Rosalind, giving her the signal to execute their plan. She nodded, understanding perfectly, and rode forward with Aslan's cavalry. The Olvis commander rushed at her, swinging a massive axe. Rosalind blocked it effortlessly, immediately noticing how weak he really was. She suspected this was his full strength. He wasn't holding anything back. Killing him would be easy, but she had to make her defeat look real. When he lifted his axe again, she pressed her heel into her horse, making it rear violently as if spooked. Leaping aside with a struggle, she drove her spear into the commander's horse, dropping it instantly. She then turned and pretended to flee in panic. Seeing her retreat, the commander laughed triumphantly, mocking Aslan's knights as weak cowards who couldn't withstand even one strike. He ordered his troops to pursue and slaughter them. The 20,000 soldiers surged forward like a flood toward Aslan's walls. Even trusting Ren's plan, Selena felt her chest tighten at the sight of such overwhelming numbers. She turned to Ren, asking if they should begin. Ren smiled with complete confidence, nodded, and said it was time to send them on their way. Rosalind spurred her horse toward Aslan City, satisfied that the plan was unfolding exactly as intended. She dug her heels in and yanked on the reins, making the horse rear sharply before slamming to a halt at her designated spot. The pursuing knight couldn't hold back his laughter, yelling that the cowards of Aslan should keep running instead of hiding behind their walls. His jeers rang out over the battlefield, while the Olvis army surged forward like a relentless tide. At this pace, nothing seemed like it could stop them. Watching the advance, Ren's brow furrowed. He muttered that only 20,000 troops had come, and he'd hoped to wipe out far more in one blow. The knight commander yelled back, accusing him of hiding fear behind words, insisting that 20,000 soldiers were more than enough to crush the city. Ren let out a quiet sigh and told Selena to begin. Selena lifted into the air and started chanting. Heat thickened around her, flames spiraling upward until they condensed into a massive fireball hanging overhead. When the fireball reached its full size, its blinding light washed across the field like a second sun. The enemy vanguard froze instinctively, completely unaware they had stepped right onto the hidden oil barrels Ren had planted earlier. Selena flung the fireball, and the moment it hit the ground, the battlefield erupted. The explosion cracked the earth open, igniting the buried oil and setting off a chain reaction of fiery blasts. Walls of fire surged outward, consuming everything in sight and swallowing soldiers instantly. Screams and frantic shouts were drowned beneath the roaring inferno. Those who tried to escape found themselves hemmed in by flames from every side. The knight commander shrieked, claiming it must be forbidden magic, but by the time he realized the truth, it was far too late. He and 20,000 soldiers turned to ash. Even Rosalind felt a shiver run down her spine. She had known the plan, yet seeing such devastation firsthand made it feel like a genuine forbidden spell. Watching Ren stand calmly before the burning wasteland filled her with both awe and a deep fear. With a leader like him, she was certain their nation could one day dominate the entire continent. Ren didn't linger. He immediately commanded the cavalry to prepare for the next strike against the remaining Ulva forces. Just 20 minutes earlier, Craven and his officers waited nervously inside Ulva's camp. Then, without warning, a massive explosion shook the plains, rattling tents and deafening everyone inside. Craven demanded answers, and a knight stumbled in, yelling that Ren Edgar had unleashed a forbidden spell on their vanguard. Cold sweat ran down Craven's face as he echoed the accusation, disbelief twisting his words. The other commanders erupted in outrage, shouting that continental law had been broken. Craven grabbed the knight, demanding a precise account of what had happened. The trembling soldier described a massive fireball erupting from the ground. Panicked, Craven bolted from the tent, ordering all mages to follow him to put out the inferno. Outside, the guards were frozen, eyes locked on the sky. Craven looked up and froze too. A colossal fireball still blazed above them. It blotted out the sun. He commanded all mages to summon water magic and rush toward the battlefield. When they arrived, Dozens of mages conjured storm clouds, sending rain pouring over the burning valley. But the flames didn't relent, fed endlessly by the exploding oil stores. Despair crept over Craven as he realized Ren hadn't used forbidden magic. He'd used something far worse. If that power could be wielded in open battle, the Empire itself could crumble in days. Shaking at the thought, another knight reported that the flames were finally starting to weaken. Craven felt no relief. All he could do was pray someone had survived. By then, Ren and his army were already standing outside the Olvis camp. Ren walked forward calmly and greeted Craven. Craven raised a hand to hush his terrified soldiers, begging for a chance to end the war here. He promised to secure a decree to stop the fighting. Ren's expression darkened. He asked if Craven really thought war could be started and stopped on a whim, and if he truly believed Ren was someone to be negotiated with so lightly. It was already too late. Behind him, Aislin's knights lifted their rifles, aiming squarely at the mages hovering above. The mages stared in confusion at the strange metal tubes, unable to sense any magic. They laughed at Ren, claiming he was nothing without forbidden spells. Ren didn't flinch. He ordered his soldiers to take down every mage in the sky. Gunfire erupted immediately. Bullets tore through the air, slicing through magical barriers, as if they weren't even there. Screams echoed across the sky as the mages were ripped apart. They had no clue what was hitting them, an invisible force tearing through the sky, striking without warning. Craven felt a wave of horror wash over him again. This wasn't magic, yet it was deadlier than anything he'd ever seen. As he struggled to process it, Ren smiled and delivered a single, chilling message. "Tell your emperor, I'm coming for him." Inside the vast grand hall of the Olvis Empire, the king sat surrounded by nobles, all kneeling in tense silence. Among them was Craven, recently freed by Ren and hurried back under orders. He stood stiff, fear etched across his face, reporting that the siege of Iceland City had failed and that 20,000 vanguard soldiers had been completely annihilated by Lord Ren Edgar. The king slammed his hand against the armrest, fury flashing in his eyes, demanded an explanation for such a catastrophic defeat. Craven, still shaken, explained that Ren had wielded a power unlike anything the Empire had ever seen. He described a valley engulfed in infernal flames, a firestorm that erased everything in its path. He added that Ren had iron tube weapons capable of piercing magical shields and killing airborne mages with a single shot. Panic rising, he warned that continuing the war would bring the Empire to ruin and begged the king to seek peace. The king's face darkened even more. He accused Craven of cowardice and betrayal, insisting that dying for the emperor was the highest honor, and that fear had clouded Craven's loyalty. Craven bowed repeatedly, pleading that he feared neither death nor disgrace. He told of the flames, the screams, the mages falling from the sky, and the relentless bombardment. He insisted this was no battle, but a massacre, and warned that the Empire would be doomed if the war continued. Before he could finish, the king cut him off, condemning him for disgracing the Empire. He accused Craven of groveling and announced he had misjudged him. With a single command, the king sentenced Craven to life imprisonment. Then, sweeping the hall with his gaze, he declared he would personally lead the crusade to reclaim Iceland City. Craven cried out, insisting the war was unwinnable, begging for release, but his pleas were ignored. Knights seized him, dragging him away as he struggled and shouted. He was thrown into a dark, damp dungeon cell, cold stone pressing against him as he hit the floor. Quickly sitting up, he pleaded with the knight to release him, insisting the king could not continue this war without inviting catastrophe. The knight didn't respond, locking the door and walking away. Alone, Craven felt utter despair. This wasn't what he had wanted. His mind narrowed to a single goal: he had to stop the war. A voice spoke from behind, calm and lightly amused, noting that Craven had ended up here too. Startled, Craven turned to find he wasn't alone. In the corner sat a familiar middle-aged man, calm and composed. It was Duke Richard. Craven hurriedly asked why Richard was imprisoned. Richard chuckled faintly, reminding him he'd been locked away for years, sarcastically adding that Craven himself had been imprisoned once for offending a noble's daughter. Craven sighed, replying that if it were really that simple, things would be much easier. Richard's expression turned serious, noting that Craven's face suggested far worse had happened. Craven then recounted everything: the failed siege, Ren's overwhelming power, concluding that Ren was an enemy the Empire could never defeat, and that continuing the war would only bring pointless slaughter. Richard listened silently, stunned. Finally, he remarked in disbelief that a young man with only a few hundred followers had destroyed 20,000 elite soldiers and wiped out an entire mage unit. Craven confirmed every word without hesitation. He admitted he could not understand the king's obsession with Islan City, arguing that the empire could expand by attacking weaker nations instead. Richard replied that there was a reason, and when pressed, he explained. Years ago, before his imprisonment, Richard had traveled with the king to the western region. Near Islan City, they found an abandoned underground temple containing a monster sealed within an ancient magical circle. The creature communicated with the king mentally, promising absolute power and dominion over the continent if the seal were broken. Craven's eyes widened. He asked if the king had accepted the offer. Richard confirmed it. The king, never satisfied ruling a single empire, was obsessed with total domination. He warned that releasing the creature would destroy not just Islan City, but the entire Olvis Empire. Richard had used his family's unique sealing technique to hide the magical circle's fluctuations. Despite the king sending troops to slaughter the city year after year, the seal remained intact. Craven finally understood why Richard had been imprisoned for so long. Richard explained the king could not kill him, because only he knew how to remove the seal. He smiled faintly, remarking that if the king continued the war, the Lord of Islan would teach him a harsh lesson. By then, Craven had calmed. He admitted that Richard's explanation had terrified him, and that he truly believed the empire teetered on collapse. He said he would pretend to have never heard any of it, planning to seek a position under Velvina after the war, noting her rising fame. At the mention of his daughter, Richard's eyes lit up. He eagerly asked if she was really doing well. Craven leaned back, answering quietly that she was in Islan City, serving under Ren's command. The moment he said it, Richard's calm vanished. He spun toward Craven, shaken, demanding clarification. Realizing his daughter was in Islan City, Richard was gripped by fear. Craven, confused, asked what had really happened. Richard's face darkened with grief as he explained he had fallen into the king's trap. And Craven reacted in shock. Richard clarified. Breaking the ancient seal required the blood of either himself or Velvina. That meant if the king killed Velvina inside Islan City, the sealed monster would be unleashed upon the world. The realization hit Craven like a hammer. Fear and betrayal twisted his face as he understood that all those deaths, his actions, none of it had been random. It had all been planned. Richard let out a long, heavy sigh and admitted that he had once believed his survival alone could keep the king in check. He never imagined the king would stoop to such vile lengths, deliberately putting Velvina in Islan City because she was the true key to the seal. Richard confessed he had underestimated just how far the king would go, even using innocent lives to chase his ambition. Craven's anger quickly gave way to panic. He barreled toward the cell door, shouting at the guards to release them, warning that the empire itself was in danger, and hurling curses when no one responded. His desperation echoed down the empty corridor. Then a sharp cracking sound rang behind him. Richard had broken the shackles binding his wrists. A strange, flame-like aura flickered around him as he calmly approached the cell door. When Craven demanded to know what he was doing, Richard said coldly that there was no reason to remain imprisoned now that the king planned to sacrifice his daughter. He asked if Craven was ready, declaring that they would pull the mad king down from his throne. Craven was stunned. He couldn't understand why Richard had endured so many years in prison despite possessing such terrifying power. Richard explained that revealing the king's final trump card had always been more important than simply escaping. Then he extended his hand. Power surged, and the prison door exploded apart in an instant. The thunderous crash set off alarm bells among the guards. Fully armed knights swarmed the corridor, shouting for them to surrender or face execution. Richard didn't flinch. Craven nervously warned him the knights wouldn't hesitate to kill, but Richard only nodded. He said he would clear the path while Craven found an exit. Richard began casting, forming a strange magic circle in his palm before smashing it into the ground. The floor cracked violently as flames erupted from beneath. Fire engulfed the corridor within moments. Knights screamed and fled, while those too slow were reduced to ash. Amid the chaos, Craven spotted an escape route. Together, they dashed through it and burst outside the prison. Two exhausted knights stood guard nearby. One turned too late and was knocked aside by Craven with a single strike. The second knight tried to react, but was struck down before he could cry out. Richard watched approvingly, nodding at Craven's decisiveness. Craven ignored the praise, urging them to take the horses and get out immediately. Alarm bells rang across the city as they fled. Word of the prison break soon reached the king. The reporting knight begged for punishment, but the king didn't show anger. Instead, he smiled with satisfaction, convinced his suspicions were right. Velvina was truly the key to the seal. Inwardly, he declared that the final game had begun. He ordered the Dark Blade reconnaissance unit to secretly track Richard's movements. Once alone, he gazed at the black crystal in his hand, consumed with anticipation. He believed that once the monster was freed, the entire continent would be his. Scene shifted to Eslan City late at night. While most of the city slept, Bram's smithy still glowed red-hot. Ren entered quietly, greeting Bram and asking how the work was progressing. Bram admitted he'd been planning to summon Ren anyway and revealed the finished product under a cloth. He pulled it away to show a completed cannon. Ren examined it carefully, running his hand over the components and praising the craftsmanship. Bram responded with quiet pride, saying that such speed was natural for dwarven smiths, though the cannon had consumed massive resources. Refined iron was almost gone, and even the copper used for city wards was running low. At best, only 2 more cannons could be made without new supplies. Ren judged that 3 cannons would suffice. He planned to take control of the Olvis Empire's ore mines after the war, solving future shortages entirely. All that remained was to wait for the king to arrive. Ren intended to show him the true power of the industrial age. 3 days passed quickly. The king of the Olvis Empire personally led his army to Islan's border. His presence ignited the troops' morale, their shouts echoing confidently as they launched an immediate assault. The defenders outside the walls suffered heavy losses, prompting Ren to order a retreat into the city to preserve his forces. The Olvis knights mocked Ren's withdrawal, assuming he was afraid. They boasted that their army of 100,000 could simply surround the city, starve it, and force surrender with ease. From the walls, Ren watched the encirclement form. The taunts below stirred a cold anger in his eyes. At night, candlelight flickered in Ren's study. Rosaline and Selena stood before him, clearly anxious. Rosaline urged him to strike the next day, warning that continued retreat would sap morale. Selena agreed, saying that taking the initiative still offered a chance to win. Ren stayed calm, explaining that war wasn't about winning every skirmish, but about winning the decisive battle. Futile clashes only wasted lives and resources. He pointed out that the city didn't have enough weapons or ammunition for an outright attack, warning that overconfidence often led to disaster. He explained their current goal was to lull the enemy into complacency. He revealed that 36 massive barrels of oil had already been buried at the planned site. Once ignited, they would be enough to completely incinerate the Olvis Empire's vanguard. Rosaline's eyes lit up immediately. She hadn't expected Ren to have such a decisive plan, and openly praised his brilliance. Ren, however, remained unsatisfied. He sighed and explained that the situation was far more dangerous than it appeared. If all the buried oil barrels went off at once, the protective wall around Islan could collapse in an instant. Selena's face paled as she realized what that meant. She nervously pointed out that losing the wall would mean losing their only defense against the Olvis Empire. Ren confirmed her fear, explaining that this was exactly why they had only one shot to get it right. At that moment, the door burst open and a soldier ran in, reporting that 2 enemy spies had been captured, claiming to carry vital information. Ren was surprised. Espionage seemed unnecessary with a city already under siege, but he still ordered the prisoners brought in. When they were escorted inside, Ren immediately recognized one of them as Craven. He couldn't hide his shock and asked why Craven was there. Craven avoided a direct answer, instead introducing the man beside him as Duke Richard, a former high-ranking Olvis official and the father of Wilvina. Ren, usually calm, pressed them sharply, assuming they had come to surrender and asking if the Emperor knew of their actions. Craven replied solemnly that they had not come to surrender, but to beg Ren to stop the Emperor. This only deepened Ren's confusion, prompting him to demand an explanation. Craven suggested Richard speak. Richard stepped forward, his tone grave, and asked Ren to listen despite his suspicion. He revealed that deep beneath Islan lay an ancient sealing array. Years ago, he and the Emperor had discovered ruins containing a monster sealed within it. Now, the Emperor intended to break that seal using blood and unleash the creature for his own ambitions. Rosaline visibly panicked, while Ren sank into deep thought. The revelation fit perfectly with the predictions he had made earlier. After a pause, Ren asked Richard to explain exactly what condition would break the seal. Richard answered bluntly. The seal would break if either he or Wilvina died within the city. The Emperor planned to use the war as a cover to kill Wilvina. Richard then begged Ren to send troops to escort them out of the sealed zone, insisting that even if he died afterward, the monster could no longer awaken. Ren fell silent, but only for a moment, before decisively refusing. Richard reacted with agitation, warning Ren that he didn't understand the stakes. This wasn't just about 2 nations, it was the fate of the entire continent. Ren responded coldly, asking if Richard expected him to abandon Islan, sacrifice its civilians, and mobilize his armies just to protect them. Richard countered, accusing Ren of selfishness. claiming he was gambling the world's future to save his own territory. Ren remained calm, a faint smile on his face as he clarified his stance. He said he did not gamble with fate and would never entrust the continent to a mad emperor, nor would he abandon the people of Eldrien. What he wanted was for that emperor, who thought himself supreme, to watch his ambitions crumble piece by piece. Far away in the Imperial military camp, the Emperor of Olvis spoke quietly, signaling that the time had come. Black smoke condensed into a cloaked figure kneeling behind him, identifying himself as a shadow guard awaiting orders. The Emperor instructed him to infiltrate Eldrien during the next day's assault and assassinate Wilvina amidst the chaos. The assassin acknowledged the command and vanished into smoke. Left alone, the Emperor's eyes gleamed with obsession, imagining the seal breaking, the gods kneeling, and the world bowing to him as the sole ruler of the continent. The next day, the Olvis army was fully assembled outside Islan, ready to strike. From the city walls, Ren surveyed the massive force. A flicker of concern crossed his eyes. No one could remain completely calm, facing such overwhelming numbers. Richard, watching the enemy ranks, warned Ren with visible anxiety. He explained that the Volwa regiment was the elite heavy cavalry of the Olvis Empire, the backbone of its military power. Even the strongest defenses could collapse under a single charge from them. Ren found the warning almost amusing, dismissing the knights as little more than moving metal shells. Richard frowned, insisting that Ren had never faced Ulva's heavy cavalry and couldn't imagine how terrifying they truly were. Ren cut him off with laughter, declaring that such cavalry posed no real threat and could be destroyed effortlessly if he chose. Richard, angered by Ren's arrogance, silently judged him reckless and overconfident after recent victories. Though the situation still seemed manageable, Richard feared that when Ren faced a real heavy cavalry charge and felt true panic, he might finally agree to evacuate him and his daughter from the city. At that moment, Rosaline spoke from behind, reporting that the Olvis Empire's heavy cavalry appeared ready to attack and asking if they should go out to provoke them. Ren agreed, nodding at the plan. He told her this was the perfect chance. His orders were clear: lead the troops out, make it look like an attack, then pull back immediately. Under no circumstances were they to engage the Imperial army head-on. Rosaline frowned, unsure of what he meant. Ren's expression turned serious as he explained. The enemy's armor was insanely heavy, and fighting in it drained their stamina fast. He told her if she could keep them chasing in circles, like a predator teasing its prey, the knights would tire quickly, leaving them incapable of maintaining the fight. Rosaline's eyes lit up with admiration as she understood his plan. She realized a tactic like this probably hadn't been used against them in centuries. Not long after, she led her light cavalry out of Islan City, charging straight toward the Olvis forces. The Imperial Knights caught sight of the small force and laughed openly, convinced the enemy was throwing their lives away for nothing. The commanding knight barked orders, sending the heavy cavalry forward. As both sides thundered ahead, the ground shook beneath the pounding hooves of countless warhorses. Just as the two forces were about to collide, Rosaline yanked her reins sharply, veering to the side and avoiding a direct clash. The Olvis knights erupted in fury, seeing it as pure cowardice. Enraged, the commander ordered the full heavy cavalry to pursue relentlessly, determined to crush her unit at all costs. Rosaline's lips curved into a small smile as she watched the plan begin to unfold. Just as Ren had predicted, after 2 full laps around the field, the Olvis heavy cavalry started to lag, their exhaustion obvious, while Rosaline's troops moved with steady, strong momentum. The Imperial Knights grew even angrier when they realized they were being toyed with deliberately. One knight shouted that they hadn't come to fight, but to humiliate. The commander got it, yet still pushed them forward. Halting now would be a disgrace to their honor. From a high cliff overlooking the valley, the Emperor of Olvis watched the battlefield, his guards flanking him. He sneered, commenting that Rosaline really lived up to her lineage, showing natural leadership skill. He acknowledged the clever use of speed to wear down the cavalry, but dismissed her commander as naive. Turning to a mage beside him, he ordered the knight's stamina restored. "We'll see who tires first, the hunter or the prey," he said. The mage immediately went to obey. A knight stepped forward nervously, warning that if all the mage's mana went to reinforcing the cavalry, they wouldn't have enough magic left to defend against or resist any large-scale forbidden spell Ren might unleash. The Emperor just smiled calmly, telling him not to worry. Ren wouldn't dare use it. When asked why, he explained that the battlefield was in a valley, and Islan City's magical barrier was already gone. If Ren used that spell again, not only would the Imperial army be incinerated, but the city itself would burn to ashes. He reasoned that Ren would never destroy the city he had carefully built, and so he could hesitate to preserve the civilians. The knight nodded, praising the emperor's wisdom. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Rosaline's cavalry rode at a steady, almost relaxed pace. A knight reporting from behind told her the enemy could barely hold on, completely worn down. Rosaline gave a firm nod, confident that everything was playing out exactly as Ren had foreseen. Then, just like that, her smile faded. A strange phenomenon appeared overhead, a blue magical formation forming around the Olvis heavy cavalry. Instantly, their exhaustion vanished, replaced with renewed energy. With their stamina restored, the heavy cavalry surged forward again, steadily closing the distance. One rider yelled in alarm, questioning how the enemy had suddenly grown so strong. Rosaline herself was stunned. She had never imagined the Empire would spend such valuable magic just to restore stamina. Thousands of cavalry thundering behind them, panic started creeping into her ranks. Riders shouted that both men and horses were at their limits, asking if they should keep dragging it out as exhaustion set in fast. Rosaline's chest tightened. She hadn't expected things to spiral out of control this quickly. As panic spread, she remembered Ren's instructions before leaving the city. If anything went wrong, lure the Olvis cavalry close to the city walls. He would handle the rest. Even though she hated the idea of showing any weakness in front of Ren, she had no choice. With resolve, she turned her horse and ordered a retreat toward the city, telling the cavalry to keep a wide formation so the pursuing enemy would be drawn in range. Seeing the Island forces fall back, the Olvis knights assumed their opponents had reached their limit, breaking in fear. The commander immediately shouted for a full charge, urging his men to tear the cowards apart. Laughter and battle cries echoed as the chase intensified. By the time the Olvis knights realized what was happening, Rosaline's troops were already near one of Island's gates. On the walls, defenders readied their weapons. For the first time in a battlefield dominated by magic, rifles were about to be used openly. As the gates opened, a small group of knights rushed forward without hesitation. They carried no swords or spears, only pitch-black metal weapons the world had never seen before. The Olvis knights noticed immediately. Some were confused by the small number of defenders. Others laughed at what they assumed were useless iron rods. Their mockery didn't last long. The lead Island knight judged the distance he gave the order to fire. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, sharp and overwhelming. Bullets tore through the air, striking the Olvis cavalry. Knights at the front fell instantly, screaming as they went down. Those behind froze in shock, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. Their thick dragon-scale armor, once thought impenetrable, was pierced like paper. Only one question ran through their minds. What weapon could do this? From the city wall, Ren watched calmly, murmuring that no matter what armor they wore, it was meaningless against a gun barrel. To him, the battle was already over. He then told Grand Duke Richard it was time to leave, turning back toward the heart of the city. Richard stayed behind, his face pale and stiff. He had never imagined Rain could wield such a terrifying weapon. Lo, the gunfire faded as abruptly as it had started. The remaining Olvis cavalry scattered in panic, leaving their fallen comrades sprawled across the field. The Knights of Island erupted in cheers, celebrating loudly and praising Rain's leadership. Amid the jubilation, no one noticed three shadowy figures slipping silently into the city, cloaked in advanced concealment magic. They moved without leaving a trace, slipping unnoticed into the stables. As their feet hit the ground, the shadows revealed themselves, an assassination squad sent by the Olvis Emperor. Even their leader was surprised at how easily they had infiltrated the city. He immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare for entry into the Lord's residence. Suddenly, his expression sharpened. Someone was approaching. The three assassins melted back into the shadows, just as a knight entered the stables, cheerfully stroking his horse and recounting the day's victory. His joy vanished instantly as he sensed danger surge toward him. Before he could react, his throat was cut, and his body collapsed silently. The lead assassin quickly cast a high-level dark spell. Sinister energy swirled around the corpse, twisting and reshaping it. Moments later, the assassin had transformed into a perfect replica of the fallen knight. With the disguise complete, he instructed his two companions to stay outside as support while he infiltrated the Lord's residence under this new identity. The dead knight's name was Khan. That evening, a small banquet was held inside the residence. Rain sat among the knights who had distinguished themselves in battle, listening to their enthusiastic praise as they recounted the Olva soldiers fleeing in terror. Disguised as Khan, the assassin joined in, claiming that without Rain's leadership, Island would have fallen long ago. Rain accepted the praise calmly, reminding everyone to enjoy the evening but not forget that the war was far from over and warned them not to overindulge in drink. In a quiet corner, Velvina observed the gathering silently. When her gaze fell on Rain at the center of the hall, a flicker of sorrow crossed her face. She remembered their past interactions and his invitation for her to work under him. lost in thought. She quietly slipped out of the hall. She wondered what kind of future awaited them once the war ended. Her departure caught the assassin's attention. He watched her leave with calculated focus, trailing discreetly behind. Velvina walked toward the garden fountain, her emotions heavy. Though a noble of the Olvis Empire, she was now aiding Reign against her homeland. Suddenly, she sensed someone behind her and spun around in alarm. The assassin stepped forward, smiling faintly, asking why she had left the banquet and whether she was lost in thought. Recognizing the face of Khan, Velvina relaxed and explained that she was just tired and needed some fresh air. Then suspicion flickered in her mind. He had addressed her as Lady Velvina, yet everyone in the city under Reign's orders knew her as the Minister of Finance. Hiding her unease, she decided to test him. She casually asked about his wedding preparations with Lyria, referencing a past argument near the kitchen. The question caught the assassin off guard. After a brief hesitation, he replied vaguely, claiming everything was fine and that they had reconciled, adding that Lyria was a good person despite her temper. Velvina's expression instantly hardened. She stepped back, stating with quiet certainty that he was not Khan, and no one named Lyria existed in this city. She asked coldly who he really was. The assassin released a quiet breath of relief. At least his disguise hadn't failed. His technique had been flawless. Then Velvina's expression shifted. Realization dawned, and she demanded to know if he had broken in to assassinate Reign. He stated flatly that Reign would be dealt with personally by the Emperor. Without hesitation, he revealed that Velvina herself was the true target. Revelation left her frozen in disbelief. A trace of excitement crept into his voice as he continued, explaining that once her blood was delivered to the sealing barrier underground, the sealed monster would finally be unleashed. Those words brought back a secret memory her father had once shared. The horrifying possibility hit her instantly. She exclaimed that he had lost his mind. If the monster escaped, the entire continent would be reduced to hell. She demanded to know if he thought only enemies would die, reminding him that ordinary people, children, even his own family would be slaughtered. She shouted that he had no humanity left. Though anger flared in her chest, she seemed surprised by the intensity of her reaction. The assassin replied in a cold, unwavering tone that he served only the Emperor. Whoever His Majesty commanded him to kill, he would kill without question. Velvina screamed that someone like him wasn't even worthy of being called a dog. At that insult, the assassin drew his sword. His gaze sharpened like a blade, declaring that they would see how a dog could bite a noble to death. He swung his sword, charging straight at her. Velvina had no strength to resist. All she could do was watch death rushing toward her. Then a sharp clang cut through the air. His sword had been stopped dead in its swing by a strange silver utensil that looked almost like a fork. Velvina froze, her eyes wide as she took in the figure standing before her. It was Alia, the red-haired girl, stunning as ever. With nothing but that simple fork in her hand, she had blocked the assassin's strike. The assassin's body stiffened. Couldn't wrap his head around it. His sword stopped by a fork? It was absurd. Alia planted herself firmly between him and Velvina. Her voice was calm but unwavering as she warned him not to harm her, or else her brother Ren would be devastated. Velvina blinked, stunned for a different reason. Ever since Ren had rescued Alia from those traffickers, the girl hadn't spoken a single word. And now, she was speaking clearly, without a hint of hesitation. The assassin sneered, mocking her. Did she really think she could stop him with just a fork? Alia's answer was simple. She could. Her eyes glinted with calm, unshakable determination. Her confidence set him off. Never had he been looked down on by a child. Rage twisted his face as he lunged again, swinging his sword with brutal intent. A black aura erupted from him, swallowing both girls in shadow. Sparks flew as blade and fork collided again and again, filling the night with ringing metallic crashes. Inside the mansion, though, the banquet continued as if nothing was happening at all. Grand Duke Richard's gaze locked on Ren, anxiety etched across his face. He admitted he had never imagined the rifles could pierce the Olvis Empire's armored cavalry. Ren cut him off with a smirk, assuring him there was no need to worry. The rifles weren't quite powerful enough yet, he explained. After the war, he planned to have the dwarves develop firearms even stronger than these. He said confidently that when that time came, no monster would be able to stand against such overwhelming firepower. Suddenly, Richard's face shifted. He turned to the windows, alarm flickering in his eyes. He sensed magical energy nearby. Someone was fighting. Ren's eyes scanned the hall instantly. He turned to Leah, urgency in his voice. Where was Lady Velvina? Leah answered quickly. She had seen Velvina leave through the side entrance just a few minutes ago, heading toward the garden. The wineglass in Richard's hand slipped and shattered across the floor. Realizing his daughter was in danger, he looked at Ren with desperate hope. Ren's expression turned serious. He immediately ordered his subordinates to find Wolvina and rushed out himself. The others followed right behind him. When Ren reached the garden, a modern pistol was already steady in his hand. What he saw made him pause. The attacker was already defeated, kneeling before two girls. Alia hurried over, explaining that the assassin had come after Sister Wolvina. Ren's worry melted instantly. Curiosity replaced it. He hadn't expected Alia to stop a trained assassin using nothing but a fork. Alia explained that she had acted because Ren had once said he didn't want to see anyone he cared about die. Ren gently patted her head, praising her for a job well done. With the assassin subdued, Ren stood surrounded by his team. He lifted his pistol, aiming directly at the kneeling man. In a calm voice, he said he was in a good mood and would give him a chance to live. The assassin refused instantly, shouting that he didn't need mercy, that he was loyal only to the Emperor. At that moment, he silently activated his magic. Two black shadows slid from his hands and seeped into the ground. The shadows glided silently toward Richard and Wolvina. Both stepped back in terror as the darkness raced across the ground. Before anyone could even understand the magic at work, the shadows split. Two assassins emerged from the darkness, each gripping a razor-sharp sword. Their blades gleamed, aimed straight at Richard and Wolvina. They moved impossibly fast, too fast for anyone to react. Acting on instinct, Richard lunged toward his daughter, determined to shield her with his own body. Just as it seemed disaster was inevitable, a deafening explosion shattered the night. The sound was unmistakable, a gunshot. One assassin was struck instantly. The bullet tore straight through him. His strength drained, and he crumpled to the ground. Shock and terror filled his eyes as he stared at Ren, unable to comprehend the weapon that had struck him. Everyone froze, staring at the strange object in Ren's hand. Ren stayed calm, blowing the smoke from the muzzle like a seasoned gunslinger. He noted that a handgun was remarkably fast and accurate within 7 steps. Seeing his daughter safe, Richard finally exhaled. In his relief, he momentarily forgot there was still one assassin left. The surviving assassin faltered for just a moment at his companion's sudden death. Then his mission came back to him. He seized the opening while Richard's guard was down and lunged with a vicious slash. Grand Duke Richard barely stepped back in time. The move saved his life, but the assassin's blade still cut across his arm, leaving a deep wound. Even so, he didn't falter. A veteran of countless battles, he had long grown used to pain. The assassin seemed momentarily thrown off that his strike hadn't landed cleanly. Richard seized that instant. He drove a heavy punch straight into the man's torso. The force sent the assassin flying backward, though it wasn't enough to finish him. He hit the ground, rolled, and forced himself upright again. The fight had clearly turned. Seeing he was at a disadvantage, the assassin chose to retreat. Without hesitation, he bolted toward the castle's outer grounds, desperate to escape. Wolvina ran to her father the instant she saw blood on his arm. Her voice trembled as she said she would bandage it right away. Grand Duke Richard ignored her entirely, eyes locked on Ren. He shouted that Ren shouldn't worry about his injury and must pursue the assassin immediately. The man couldn't be allowed to escape. He added that the assassin's weapon had already been stained with his blood. Wolvina stiffened at his words. She could hardly believe he meant what she thought he meant. Her face paled as she looked to him for confirmation. Richard nodded grimly. He explained that if the assassin escaped, the seal beneath the ancient ruins in Islan would break, releasing the monster trapped there. Both father and daughter turned to Ren, anxiety written clearly across their faces. Ren, however, smiled calmly, exuding ease. He assured them there was no need to worry. He spoke to Richard with respect, telling him to let Wolvina tend to his wound first. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he ordered his men to remove the fallen assassin's body and lock the survivor in the dungeon. Deep down, Ren felt no concern at all. To him, the possible release of the monster wasn't a disaster. It was an opportunity, a chance to test the destructive power of the cannons he had recently completed. Later, the scene shifted to Ren's office. He sat across from Alia, thanking her sincerely for stepping in to save Richard's life. He asked if she would answer a few questions, now that she had finally spoken since being rescued from the slave traders. Alia nodded slightly. Still, Ren felt a lingering unease. He couldn't understand why she held herself back. So he asked her directly why she had remained silent all this time. Alia admitted she stayed quiet because she didn't want to be sold again. Her answer caught him off guard. He asked why she would think such a thing, explaining sharply that slave trading was strictly forbidden in his territory. Alia's anxiety spiked at his tone. She hurriedly told him her story, losing her parents at a young age, being adopted by a couple who soon decided she was too strong, yet incapable. She often broke things, caused accidents, and was eventually sold. Again and again, she was passed from one owner to the next. Each new owner concluded the same. She was useless. Speaking out only brought punishment, so she stayed silent. Being quiet made her harder to sell. Buyers didn't want someone so seemingly dull and unresponsive. As she spoke, the weight of her past pressed heavily into the room. Ren felt a tight ache in his chest. He reached out, gently stroking her hair, reassuring her that no one here would ever dare sell her again. He stepped closer, speaking with quiet sincerity. He reminded her that she had already shown her strength by protecting Wolvina from the assassins. Then he asked if she would use that strength to protect even more people. Alia blinked, not fully grasping his meaning. Her concern was much simpler. She asked if she would be driven away for breaking things. She feared being sold again for saying the wrong words. Tears slipped down her face as all the fear and pain she had held in poured out at last. Seeing her like this, Ren felt a pang of heartache. He told her firmly that this was a safe place, that she could stay as long as she wanted, and no one would ever force her to leave. His words slowly eased her expression. Then, without warning, Alia stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him, clinging like a little sister who had finally found someone she could trust. Ren smiled softly. He told her it had been a long night and that she should return to her room and rest. Alia wiped her tears but spoke again with urgency. She asked if she could become his subordinate. She wanted to fight for him, just like Leah. She insisted that she was strong. Ren nodded, approving her request. He told her that tomorrow Selena would evaluate her abilities to see if she was suited. For now, she needed to get some sleep. At that moment, a notification echoed in Ren's mind. He had successfully recruited his 4th talent. Mission progress now stood at 4 out of 5. Ren felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Only one person remained. He wondered what reward awaited him when the mission was complete, and the final candidate in his mind was Wolvina. He decided this was the perfect time to address it. Night had fully settled over the castle. Beneath a thin crescent moon and a sky scattered with cold stars, the fortress lay in deep, still silence. Inside her lavish chamber, Lady Wolvina sat alone at her desk. Moonlight brushed her fiery hair, giving it a soft glow. Her posture was upright, but her eyes were cautious and thoughtful. The door opened quietly. Ren stepped in, calm and composed, his presence steady. He said he wished to discuss an important matter. Without hesitation, he moved further into the room, making his intentions clear. He formally invited her to join his service, explaining that he hoped she could become a key pillar in his grand plans. Wolvina froze for a moment. Then she gathered herself. She firmly declined, her gaze steady but tinged with insecurity. Ren showed no displeasure. He took a seat calmly, saying he wanted to understand her true reason. Pouring tea, Wolvina admitted she didn't believe she could support someone with ambitions as vast as his. She explained that their positions were fundamentally different. As a noble from a rival nation, she felt unfit to serve him loyally. With a faint, self-mocking smile, she added that she had no exceptional martial skill. Her only talent lay in falsifying ledgers. A subtle smile played on Ren's lips. To him, that wasn't a flaw. Wolvina insisted that such a minor skill was meaningless next to his grand vision. She said many could falsify accounts, and there was no reason he must choose her. Ren raised an eyebrow, asking if she even knew his true ambition. Wolvina shook her head. She admitted she did not, but added that a man as capable as him surely could not lack ambition. Silence filled the room. Ren told her that someone of her talent should understand the power of coordinating resources. After a slow sip of tea, he explained that while many could tamper with ledgers, only she could manipulate them flawlessly. He said his ambition didn't rely solely on warriors to clear the path. It required sharp minds to plan the battlefield before a single step was taken. His words left her stunned. For the first time, she began to wonder if she might truly matter. Then Ren revealed something new. He said he intended to teach her a discipline far beyond simple ledger fraud. With quiet intensity, he spoke its name: finance. The unfamiliar term left her completely confused. As a noble, she had never encountered such a concept. Ren explained that it used numbers to control war and rules to direct the flow of resources. In the right hands, he said, a treasury ledger could become sharper than any sword on the battlefield. To him, finance was a golden key. With it, he could swallow an empire without losing soldiers, and he planned to place that power in her hands. One day when the world stood in awe, her name would be remembered as the pioneer of a new era. Wolvina held her breath. The future he described felt vast and overwhelming. She sensed a door opening before her. Ren extended his hand once more. He asked if she was willing to step into this new era with him. She stared at his hand, her heart racing, cheeks warming, and a bright smile slowly spreading across her face. Teasing lightly, she told him he was more dangerous than any swindler in the world. Then her expression hardened. With resolve in her eyes, she declared that from this day forward she would devote everything she had to young Master Ren. At that moment, a system notification flickered before Ren's eyes. It congratulated him on successfully recruiting 5 top-tier talents and announced that a reward had been unlocked, an extremely valuable artillery shell blueprint. Ren could barely contain his excitement. He resolved to have the dwarves manufacture the ammunition immediately, ready to obliterate any monster standing in his way. Far away, under another crescent moon, a different scene unfolded. A mysterious army gathered in silence before ancient ruins. At the center stood a massive wall, etched with glowing arcane symbols, radiating a dark, oppressive aura. The Emperor of Olvis stood before it, holding a vial of blood, his face twisted with cruel anticipation. He laughed wildly, declaring that the long-awaited moment had finally arrived and that his dream was about to become reality. Without hesitation, he poured the blood onto the ancient wall. The crimson liquid seeped into every carved symbol. The runes trembled, erupting with a blood-red glow. The entire structure seemed drenched in scarlet light as the air itself twisted under the rising force of evil. The Emperor roared the name of his empire's master, offering sacrifices and begging the darkness for ultimate power. From deep underground, a colossal pillar of black smoke shot into the sky, swallowing the stars. Within the smoke, a gigantic shadow monster began to take shape, its crimson eyes opening, radiating pure terror. Dark markings spread across the Emperor's face. He smiled triumphantly, declaring that the world would kneel before him once more. Turning toward the distant, radiant city of Iceland beneath the moonlight, he gave the order to advance. He commanded total war, declaring that the world would feel the full weight of his vengeance. The next morning, outside Aslan, the sky was clear and blue, but the air felt heavy. Death was drawing near. Beneath the city walls, a dark army advanced in suffocating silence. At the front strode the Emperor of Olvis. A violent violet aura poured from him, seeming to swallow the sun. His crimson eyes burned unnaturally, and his skin was cracked and blackened by corruption. Even the knights behind him trembled. Some whispered that they could no longer recognize their emperor. Others felt hunted under his gaze. The massive city gates creaked open. Rosaline led the forces of Aeslin, stepping forward to confront the encroaching darkness. She stood tall, shouting that though the enemy was powerful, behind them lay their home, the city of Aeslin, and retreat was not an option. Her voice echoed across the battlefield, bolstering the soldiers' courage. The clash erupted immediately. Hooves thundered, steel screamed against steel, and order dissolved into chaos as both sides collided with grim determination. But the Knights of Olvis pressed forward with overwhelming force, and Aeslin's lines began to falter. The Emperor raised one hand and coldly signaled for slaughter. With a casual gesture, waves of black energy exploded outward, killing knights indiscriminately, friend or foe alike. He roared that their deaths would become his strength. The torrent of dark power devoured anyone who approached. Soldiers didn't fall to blades. They fell to something far worse. Their souls were ripped away, bodies shriveled, collapsing into piles of bleached bones. Living warriors became nothing more than skeletons in moments. This magic surpassed anything they had ever faced. Fear replaced discipline. Empowered by stolen souls, the Dark Emperor declared that he would build a cruel empire across the entire continent. He struck. A spiraling vortex of dark energy surged toward Aeslin's forces. Soldiers screamed that he was no longer human, urging retreat. Black tendrils lashed outward, harvesting death in a wide radius. The battlefield became a vision of hell. Unable to watch her troops die, Rosaline shouted that they must not retreat, that she would hold him back. She charged into the storm. Her spear glowed with radiant light as she poured every ounce of strength into a strike meant to halt the tyrant. Light and darkness collided violently. She pushed herself to the limit, trying to pierce his dense shield of dark power, but he was too fast. He dodged effortlessly and closed the distance. With a single sweep of his hand, he sent her flying like a leaf in a gale. She crashed hard, struggled to rise from the rubble, eyes blazing even as her body was battered. She attacked again. He dodged once more. In the next instant, he appeared before her, laughing at what he called her futile resistance. A mass of black energy gathered in his palm. The strike tore through her body. Blood spilled from her lips. Pain ripped through her as she was hurled backward into a boulder. Her strength ebbed under his overwhelming power. He approached slowly, shadow swallowing her form. Contempt filled his face. She was just a foolish woman daring to challenge absolute power. High above on the city walls, Ren watched calmly. Beside him, Grand Duke Richard trembled at the Emperor's terrifying might, sweat streaking his face as he clenched his fists. He urged Ren to retreat, insisting that this battle could not be won. Looking over the field of corpses, he realized bitterly that this was not war. It was slaughter. He pressed Ren to request reinforcements from the Mage Association, insisting no one could face such a monster alone. In stark contrast, Ren's lips curled into a faint, unreadable smile. Calmly, he said there was no need to panic. He wanted to see just how durable this so-called Dark Emperor really was. He turned to Leah and asked for a report on the civilian evacuation. She confirmed that all residents had been moved to secure shelters. Ren nodded, his gaze sharpening and turning icy. He said the operation was starting now. With that, he drew an engraved signal flare gun and fired it into the sky. A blinding beam shot upward, slicing through the morning light. He called out loudly that the campaign to purge the tyrant had officially begun. Below, Rosaline barely clung to life under the Emperor's relentless assault. On the edge of collapse, she caught sight of the brilliant flare from the wall. Recognizing Ren's order, she forced herself upright and rekindled her resolve. She shouted to all units to retreat immediately toward the southeastern mountain flank and pull back into the inner city. The Dark Emperor watched, amusement flickering in his eyes. He didn't pursue immediately. In his view, his prey had nowhere to run. He roared, commanding the Knights of Alvis to charge and crush the city into dust. Cries of "Long live the Emperor" echoed as they advanced, standing at the base of the walls. The Emperor called Ren's name, declaring that if the gates opened and they surrendered, he would grant a painless death. Ren looked down with open disdain, replying calmly that it was still undecided who would be the one lying down. Along the walls, rows of pitch-black barrels were raised. Soldiers and new equipment held their breath, waiting. Ren swept his arm forward and gave the order. Fire. Deafening blasts erupted in unison. Once again, modern industry spoke on a battlefield long ruled by magic. Bullets rained into the dark barrier surrounding the Emperor. Metallic impacts rang sharply as each round struck his defenses. Dust and smoke enveloped him. Soldiers cheered, daring to hope that the monster had finally fallen. When the smoke cleared, he still stood untouched. Not a single scratch marked him. He cast a contemptuous glance upward as the black smoke thickened, sneering at what they called their trump card, calling it ridiculous. Panic rippled along the walls. Soldiers cried out that he was no longer human. The rifles they had trusted most had proven useless. Ren remained calm, murmuring that ordinary rifle rounds couldn't pierce such dense, dark magic. Quietly, he said it was time for the industrial age to make its statement with something heavier. He raised his hand and ordered that his Italian cannons be brought forward. He announced that this was the opening salvo of a new era of warfare. Heavy footsteps followed as a squad of dwarves strained to push the massive artillery into place. 3 enormous cannons rolled into position, their black barrels emanating iron and gunpowder. The steel beasts seemed to shake the very air. Ren looked down at the tyrant and smiled arrogantly. Coldly, he said, they would see whether the dark barrier could withstand this firepower. Below, the Emperor scoffed, shouting that mere iron without magic could not frighten him. Ren simply smiled, declaring that the destructive power of this weapon surpassed anything the Emperor had ever seen. He waved his hand and ordered Bram to fire. Bram followed procedure exactly, trained to perfection. 3 cannons aligned on the Emperor's position. 3 thunderous explosions erupted simultaneously. Shells tore through the air at speeds invisible to the eye. Blazing firepower lit the sky and engulfed the Emperor's position. Even he flinched at the sound, seeing only a blinding streak before impact. Knowing the scale of the blast, Ren ordered Selena to move everyone away from the wall, warning that it could not withstand the pressure. She raised her staff and cast a teleportation spell. A blue aura enveloped them. In a flash, they vanished and reappeared far from the wall. Selena asked anxiously whether Ren was unharmed, admitting that the combined power of the cannon and spell had shaken her. He looked back to see the sky glowing red as a massive explosion erupted. Ren pulled Selena into his arms, shouting for everyone to lie down to avoid the shockwave. At the center, a colossal pillar of fire rose, devouring everything around it. The ground trembled as if it were splitting apart. Sections of the sturdy city wall collapsed under the blast, dust filling the air. The destructive force surpassed any forbidden spell ever recorded. Soldiers lay flat on the ground, trembling, trying to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Even legendary forbidden magic could not match this power. When the explosion finally subsided, a massive crater yawned at the center, smoke coiling into the sky. The knights stared at the devastation. convinced the Emperor of Olvis had been obliterated. They shouted in victory, declaring the Emperor dead and long live young Master Ren. Cheers rippled across the battlefield. Then a hoarse voice echoed from the smoke, saying they had never expected Ren to be capable of casting a forbidden spell. The celebration died instantly. Soldiers exchanged horrified glances. They could not believe the catastrophic blast had failed to kill him. The nightmare was far from over. Ren remained eerily calm. His eyes stayed fixed on the thinning smoke, as if he had already predicted that a tyrant empowered by dark magic would not fall so easily. Purple smoke churned violently. From the crater, the Emperor of Olvis emerged. His body was battered and wounded, yet he stood upright. He sneered angrily, mocking that he was genuinely surprised to find a mage capable of casting a forbidden spell in such a remote place. He declared it had been a long time since he tasted pain, but that now everything would end. Within the swirling haze, his crimson eyes blazed with killing intent. He roared forward like a storm of darkness, shouting that if the forbidden spell could not kill him, he would make Ren watch every citizen of the city die in despair. He intended to drag Ren into hopelessness. Ren didn't move. A faint smile curved on his lips. He raised a finger lightly and asked who had told him that the weapon could fire only once. Those words hit the Emperor like ice water. He froze, cold sweat sliding down his face, still marked by purple magic. He demanded to know what Ren meant. Ren didn't answer directly. Instead, he gestured toward Bram, standing beside the cannons, their barrels still smoking. Bram grinned, reporting excitedly that the barrels were still scorching hot. He asked if young Master Ren would like to give the Emperor another round. The Emperor screamed in disbelief, insisting it was impossible. He claimed a spell of that level could only be cast once, even by the strongest archmage, and demanded to know what cursed magic had been used. Ren replied with a calm, cutting tone, stating that magic was outdated and that the Emperor should embrace the industrial age. The second barrage roared to life, fire tearing across the sky once more. With the Emperor struck, the authority of the Olvis Empire began to crumble. Its symbolic towers toppled in the flames of war. An era long thought eternal ended in a way no one could have imagined. Amid the chaos, nobles and warlords seized the moment, proclaiming themselves kings over fractured lands. The once unified empire descended into violence and disorder. Ren moved quickly, securing strategic locations he had long desired and expanding his territory. Later, inside the city lord's mansion of Anceling, Ren convened a meeting. He spread a detailed urban development map across the table, pointing to a vast area and declaring it would become Anceling University, the future crown jewel of the empire's education. He outlined the city's layout. The north would become an industrial district, the east along the river a bustling commercial quarter, the south a residential zone, and the west reserved for elves and diplomatic affairs. The elf queen, standing beside him, could not hide the astonishment in her amber eyes. She realized he had toppled an ancient empire using only the strength of a border city. Ren sipped his tea calmly and invited questions. He emphasized that the city belonged to all of them, not just himself. The elf queen asked why a separate residential district was necessary for the elves. She explained her people were used to forest life and that a single woodland should suffice, saving on construction costs. Ren closed his eyes briefly, chuckling inwardly. If the elves avoided housing debt, he couldn't profit. There's no such thing as a free benefit in his world. Returning to a serious tone, he explained that the elves had lived apart from humans for too long, breeding misunderstanding and division. Using a pointer, he highlighted areas on the map, stressing the need for cultural exchange, shared customs, cuisine, and art. He described this plan as a bridge toward long-term coexistence. The meeting was interrupted when a knight burst in, reporting that a royal envoy from the Carador Empire had arrived bearing an imperial decree. The elf queen's expression tightened. She asked if she should step aside to avoid causing diplomatic trouble. Ren calmly set down his teacup. A faint smile suggested he had anticipated this visit. He ordered the soldiers to escort the envoy inside, showing no fear in facing another emperor. Bootsteps echoed arrogantly down the corridor. The council chamber doors swung open. Envoy Enric entered, radiating superiority. He introduced himself as the Carador Empire's special representative, bearing the Emperor's command for the city of Anceling. But when his gaze fell on the elf queen beside Ren, his expression soured. He sneered openly, questioning why an elf could sit at the table to discuss imperial affairs. His words cut like a blade. The elf queen clenched her teeth, amber eyes blazing with anger. The chamber grew tense and cold. Before she could respond, Ren rose quietly, stepping in front of her. His silence carried an invisible weight. making even Enric hesitate. Ren stared straight into Enric's eyes and commanded him to shut his mouth, insisting he apologize to the Elf Queen immediately. Otherwise, he warned, there would be another corpse in the room. The air froze as everyone waited, tension suffocating the chamber. Despite the warning, Enric ignored him, believing that as the Emperor's envoy, no one dared challenge him. His arrogance only amused Ren. He glanced back and told Rosaline to show Enric how a proper person should speak. Rosaline obeyed respectfully, stepping forward and drawing her sword in one smooth motion. With her blade leveled at his face, Enric panicked, crying that harming him would mean declaring war on the entire Carador Empire. Rosaline showed no reaction. Her eyes cold as death, she swung without hesitation. The strike came so fast that Enric barely ducked, stumbling backward in terror. He exclaimed in disbelief that she truly dared attack him. He tried to threaten them further, but Rosaline pressed the attack again, forcing him back. His mind raced, unable to comprehend how the situation had spiraled so far. Fear quickly turned to rage. He roared that she must have a death wish, drawing his sword to block. Their blades clashed sharply, but his strength paled against hers. In an instant, she overwhelmed him, sending him flying backward. The impact made him cough up blood, screaming in pain. Rosaline pressed her advantage, driving him back relentlessly, denying him even a moment to recover. She finished the exchange with a crushing kick, sending him sprawling face first across the floor, blood streaming from his mouth, groaning helplessly. As she lifted her sword for the finishing blow, terror fully broke Enric. He dropped into a frantic kowtow, begging for mercy, admitting his faults repeatedly. Just as the sword tip neared his throat, Ren ordered Rosaline to stop. Enric was stunned. He could not believe the son of Grand Duke Eldrien had allowed a subordinate to treat him like this. Though fury boiled within him, survival forced him to endure it. Inwardly, he vowed that once he returned to the king's side, he would make Ren pay. Suppressing his hatred, he bowed and stammered an apology to the Elf Queen, humbly begging forgiveness. Seeing the arrogant envoy finally submit, the Elf Queen thanked Ren for standing up for her. Ren smiled, saying no formality was necessary. They were partners. Hearing this, Enric lowered his head further, hiding the hatred still burning in his eyes. Ren then approached coldly, ordering him to read the Emperor's decree, with blood still seeping from his lip and grievance written all over his face. Enric knelt, unfurled the scroll, and read aloud that by Imperial order, Ren must return to the capital within 3 days to seek an audience and receive his investiture. He continued, stating that the ownership of Aislin's city would also be reviewed and confirmed by the Empire. The Elf Queen immediately questioned why a city personally conquered by Ren should even be up for discussion. Enric bowed his head, explaining that it was simply the rule of the human empire. Ren listened silently, fully aware that his current strength was still insufficient to challenge the Empire directly, especially while his father's true intentions remained unclear. After careful thought, Ren declared he would obey the Imperial decree and leave promptly for the capital to seek an audience with the Emperor. Enric stood up without hesitation, and while he outwardly urged Ren to leave quickly, a shadow of a sly grin flickered across his face. Inside, he thought with a sneer, once Ren reaches the capital, he'll get to see just how things will unfold. The scene cuts to the Imperial Garden at Caradorial Palace, a place of calm luxury and meticulous elegance. Here, the second prince remarks that the fourth prince has arrived even earlier than expected. The fourth prince steps into the tent space and immediately asks what urgent matter brought them together. The second prince wastes no time. He points out that their third brother has been far too active in court lately, and if this continues, neither of them will have a shot at the throne. He lays out that the nobles are split into 3 factions, one backing the third prince, one following him, and a smaller group leaning toward the fourth prince. Among them, the third prince's faction is by far the strongest. Hearing this, the fourth prince narrows his eyes and asks quietly whether the second prince plans to repeat the tragedy that once struck their eldest brother. The second prince simply smirks and lists the options in a cold, measured voice: an accident, a fall, or, if worst comes to worst, a poisoned cup of wine. He makes it clear that the only thing that matters is the third prince's death. The rest, the method, the scapegoat, that's someone else's problem. The fourth prince leans in and asks the pivotal question: if the third prince dies, who will claim the throne, him or the second prince? Without hesitation, the second prince reassures him, promising that whichever one ascends will share half the spoils with the other. Sipping his tea, he explains that resources, military command, land, and territory will all be divided evenly, and neither will interfere in the other's domain. The fourth prince's lips curl into a sly smile, clearly tempted, and he nods in agreement. One man takes the throne, and 2 men reap the rewards, he remarks. With the deal sealed, he asks when they will put it into motion. Second prince chuckles darkly and begins to reveal the expendable pawn in their scheme, Ren Edgar, the youngest son of Grand Duke Eldrien, whose recent exploits have shaken the empire. The fourth prince interrupts, already aware. He mentions that Ren single-handedly defeated the Olvis Empire and that the emperor is preparing lavish rewards for him. Then the plan becomes clear. Raising his wine glass, the second prince explains with a smug tone that the emperor will surely demand the return of Enoch City. That dispute will be the perfect opening to assassinate the third prince, with all blame falling neatly on the Eldrien family. The fourth prince is delighted by the plot. He clinks glasses with his brother, imagining that when the emperor rages, he himself will step in to quell the chaos and restore order, earning massive favor from their father. Amid the beauty of the royal garden, the two princes raise their cups, outwardly toasting the emperor's long life, while their hearts quietly plot fratricide and the downfall of a loyal house. A brutal political storm is brewing over the imperial capital. 2 days later, a luxurious carriage carries Ren back to his family estate after a long absence. The ride is silent, broken only by the steady roll of wheels along the familiar road. Stepping down, Ren immediately senses how much time has passed. It's been nearly half a year since he left for the frozen north. An elderly butler hurries forward, beaming, and tells him the Duchess is waiting in the sitting room. Ren nods and heads inside. Entering the familiar room, he greets the woman who's been waiting for him all this time, his mother. She rushes to him, eyes full of worry and tenderness, noticing how much thinner he's become. She peppers him with questions about life in Elon, from meals to how he's been managing the people. Ren smiles, hugs her, and reassures her that he's no longer a child. She responds gently, saying that in a mother's eyes, her children are always her little ones. Ren then mentions he brought back some specialties from Islan as gifts. At that moment, Leah enters carrying the bags. Duchess smiles warmly and praises her son for being thoughtful and dutiful. The butler returns to announce that Grand Duke Eldrien has come back and wishes to see Ren in the study immediately. The Duchess's expression shifts to seriousness. She tells Ren that while his father may seem stern, he truly missed him and urges him not to take any harsh words to heart. Ren nods and promises to return after speaking with him. She gives him a reassuring wink as he heads to the study alone. The silence inside the study is heavy, signaling that this conversation won't be easy. Standing at the door, Ren announces his return formally. From inside, Grand Duke Eldrien responds coldly, reminding him that the task originally assigned was only to resolve the food crisis. He asks Ren to confirm this. Ren calmly affirms. The Duke then harshly lists Ren's recent actions, assassinating an Imperial commander, forming an alliance with the Elf clan without permission, and sparking conflict on the border with the Olvis Empire. Questions whether Ren has begun treating that land as his own personal domain. Ren meets his father's gaze and responds earnestly that while the land may not legally belong to him, its people have placed their trust in him. He explains that the people truly believe his family can give them a better life, and he's simply done what any responsible lord must do to protect those under his care. A subtle shift passes through Grand Duke Eldrien's eyes. Silently, he realizes Ren has matured and may harbor ambitions surpassing his own youth. Ren's achievements exceed expectations, leaving his father both proud and uneasy. He warns that the real challenge will come at the investiture ceremony the next morning, where many will likely try to exploit recent events for their own gain. He asks what plan Ren has prepared. Ren confidently replies that his father need not worry. As long as I don't plan to surrender, he says, no one can take that city from me. Then he shifts the topic, asking his father how he views the empire's current state. The question carries weight. Catching the brief hesitation on Eldrien's face, Ren presses further, asking that when the decisive moment comes, which side his father will choose in the fight for the throne. Grand Duke Eldrien falls silent, his gaze deep and unreadable. Finally, he says Ren is still too immature and too arrogant, asking if he truly thinks the empire is just a crumbling wall that will collapse with a gentle push. He warns that underestimating the emperor will only lead to failure. He makes his stance clear. Unless the family is pushed too far, he will not act. Ren nods, acknowledging the warning, and the tense discussion about the empire's future comes to an end. Eldrien exhales heavily, then changes the subject. Since Ren is already thinking ahead, he says there's another matter to discuss. Ren asks what it is, and the Duke lifts a stack of papers from the oak desk. The topic is Ren's marriage. Eldrien quickly explains that the list is filled with daughters from powerful noble families, perfect matches who could one day become strong allies for Ren. But Ren cuts him off, shaking his head. There's already someone in my heart, he says firmly. The Duke freezes, caught off guard. He leans forward, urgency in his voice, and asks which noble house this girl belongs to. Ren smiles softly and answers, "It's Leah. She's brilliant, loyal, and above all, she's always been by my side." The moment her name escapes his lips, Grand Duke Eldrien slams his hand onto the table, his anger sharp. "She's just a servant. She has no right to be the wife of the heir to this family." Ren stands his ground, chin lifted, voice steady. "Whether she's worthy or not isn't for you to decide, it's mine." His father tries to reason with him. "You can't walk this path on willpower alone," Eldrien warns. "You'll need allies, resources, and political backing. Only a noble marriage can give you that." But Ren, thinking like a man of the modern age, rejects that entirely. "My future won't be built on political marriages," he says. "It will be forged by the strength of the industrial age I'm creating." Seeing the determination in his son's eyes, Grand Duke Eldrien finally exhales and relents. He nods and says the list will still be sent to Ren's room, but asks that, out of courtesy, he at least meet a few of the candidates. That night, deep within the Grand Imperial Palace, the Empire's most critical decisions begin to take shape. In the Grand Hall, a blonde-haired man stands before the Emperor, presenting a report. He recommends that Ren continue governing the newly acquired city. The Emperor, perched on his throne, raises an eyebrow and asks why such a generous arrangement should be granted. The young man Alonso explains that forcibly reclaiming the city could anger the Edgar family. He adds that he's also intrigued by the new policies and innovations Ren has introduced. The Emperor tilts his head, asking whether Alonso understands what a ruler lacks most. Alonso bows respectfully, admitting that he does not. "The most essential thing a ruler needs," the Emperor says, "is ruthlessness, a heart of iron willing to kill when necessary to maintain power." A dark smile curls on his lips. "Whatever I allow Ren to do, he must succeed. Whatever I forbid, he will never accomplish, no matter how much he desires it." He proclaims that imperial authority is absolute. Alonso opens his mouth to respond, but falls silent under the Emperor's overwhelming presence. At that moment, a voice from behind breaks the tension. An elegant figure enters, the long pink hair of Lilith catching the light. She pouts, asking why Prince Alonso is still lingering, reminding the Emperor that he promised to spend the evening with her instead of burying himself in state affairs. The room shifts instantly. Alonso bows, greeting the Imperial consort, while the Emperor's stern features soften the moment she appears. Unable to resist her charm, he pulls Lilith close, promising he'll return to her soon, nearly forgetting the serious discussion entirely. Lilith leans toward his ear, smiling teasingly. "Your reward tonight depends on how well you behave," she whispers. With her in his arms, the Emperor dismisses Alonso. "The decision is already made," he says, clearly more concerned with his pleasures than the Empire's future. Alonso bows and leaves, frustration simmering beneath the surface. Once alone, he allows himself to feel it fully. His father no longer cares for the Empire's future, only for maintaining fragile power and indulging his whims. Alonso's eyes harden, a dangerous edge to his gaze. If this rotten rule continues, he thinks, he'll be the one to burn it all down and rebuild from the ashes, no matter the cost. The next day, the Grand Imperial Hall buzzes with nobles. The Emperor announces that he is impressed with Ren's accomplishments in Islam. Because of these achievements, he says, he wants to reward him handsomely. Standing in the center, Ren listens quietly as the Emperor declares that Enoch City will be added to his original territory. Two regions will be merged into a single domain, he continues, and Ren will be granted the title of Count to govern it. Then he asks if anyone objects. Whispers ripple through the hall. The nobles are stunned. A youth like Ren is about to become a count. To everyone present, it's clear his potential within the Empire is nearly limitless. Ren remains calm, recalling his father's warning. Everything is unfolding as expected. The real test has only just begun. A gray-haired man in a purple robe steps forward, Minister Fields. In a loud voice, he declares that granting Ren such a title would be a grave mistake. Ren doesn't react. He studies Fields calmly, recognizing this greedy minister as the first piece the Emperor has chosen to move. He recalls Duke Eldrien's warning about the venomous snakes in the capital. His father had said that someone would publicly challenge him, and no matter what was said, he had to endure it and find a way to turn it to his advantage. Now facing Fields, Ren offers only a subtle smile. He knows his father was right, but the one about to falter isn't him. It's Fields. The Emperor, mildly curious, asks Fields to explain why he thinks the reward is unfit. Fields argues that military victories alone don't qualify someone to govern. He claims Ren lacks the administrative and economic skills required, and that giving him power would only bring chaos. Several nobles chuckle, amused. They think Fields is right, exactly as expected from the Minister of Finance. None. Notice the confident glint in Ren's eyes. He has fully sized up his opponent. This is the famous Minister of Finance, and it's time to show him how modern economics works, far differently from the world Fields knows. The Emperor feigns doubt and asks Fields if he has a better plan. Fields bows, suppressing a faint smile, insisting that Ren is far too young and reckless to manage such responsibilities alone. Handing over everything to him would be disastrous. The Emperor seems quietly pleased, thinking to himself that as long as the nobles bicker, his throne remains safe. Before Ren can respond, Fields lays out his carefully prepared solution. He says that since Ren excels at warfare and security, he can handle those, but finance and civil administration, being complex, should go to seasoned officials. This, he claims, will protect the people from Ren's inexperience. The Emperor strokes his beard thoughtfully, then turns to Ren, asking what he thinks of splitting authority in his new domain. Ren shakes his head firmly. He refuses Minister Fields' proposal outright. Confidently, he declares he can handle finance himself, with capable assistance across various fields, and even has personal experience in economic management. He invites Fields to test him right then if he doubts him. Fields bursts into laughter, convinced Ren has grown absurdly bold. Since Lord Ren is so confident, I have the perfect question, he says, producing a massive, chaotic ledger from the tax bureau. He explains that the accounting system is a complete disaster, and all previous inspectors failed or fell ill trying to fix it. Looking at Ren with open mockery, Fields is sure a battle-hardened youth like him will drown in these manipulated records, never uncovering the hidden transactions buried inside. With a false smile, Fields issues his formal challenge. Since Ren claims expertise, he should personally fix the Empire's most chaotic accounting system. Turning to the Emperor, Fields asks him to witness the wager. He declares that if Ren cannot sort the mess within a month, the financial authority of Enorkul should be stripped from him. The Emperor chuckles at the wager, clearly entertained, and immediately consents. He fixes his gaze on Ren and asks almost teasingly if the young man truly dares to accept such a perilous challenge in front of the entire nobility. Ren doesn't even hesitate. With a confident smile and a clenched fist, he accepts, stepping straight into the trap Fields had so meticulously laid. Among the watchers, Duke Eldrien stands tense, worry etched across his face, sweat forming on his brow. He fears Ren is being reckless, diving headfirst into a quagmire that even seasoned politicians avoid. Still, he exhales quietly, deciding that perhaps this trial is necessary. A little hardship now might save his son from being devoured later by the capital's venomous snakes. As night falls, the palace glows quietly under the stars. But behind closed doors, the true manipulators of the Empire celebrate what they believe is their triumph. In a private chamber, the Emperor meets with Fields and asks if everything is set to ensure the young prodigy's downfall during the audit. Fields smirks and replies that everything is in place. He boasts that he deliberately scrambled tax records across several regions and hid original ledgers from the Empire's key economic zones. He is confident Ren will fail. Even his best accountants, he says, would need months to untangle the chaos. Laughing, he declares that Ren has jumped straight into a pit he can never escape. The Emperor gazes into the night, satisfied. Individual fates don't matter to him. What counts is that the balance of power stays firmly in his hands. Meanwhile, under the same moonlight, the silent royal Ministry of Finance stands still. Neither the Emperor nor Fields realizes that the prey they think trapped is actually the hunter. Back in his office, Ren dives into the sea of ledgers with Leah by his side. Selena looks exhausted just at the sight of the towering records. "Why didn't you bring Wilvina?" "She's the real expert in data management," she asks. Ren explains that Wilvina is too busy rebuilding Islan's tax and mining systems. To him, this chaotic Imperial audit isn't a burden. It's an unexpected gift within a larger plan. Selena stares at him, dumbfounded. She can't fathom how a mountain of manipulated records could be called a gift. Ren just smiles, lifting a ledger like it's treasure. He knows these tangled books hold the Empire's lifeblood. Once he cracks their hidden codes, every dirty secret will be in his hands. With a cold smile, he points to the ledgers. "These will expose everything from corruption to the Empire's true wealth. I'm ready to turn the whole system upside down." He turns to Leah and Selena. "Sort everything by tax category, administrative region, and time period," he instructs. "Calculations," he adds. "Leave those to me." Leah glances nervously at the mountain of work. "Should we hire more guild experts to meet the deadline?" she suggests. Ren rises calmly. "A few ledgers like these are hardly a challenge for my mind," he says. He pats her head reassuringly. Anyone in the Imperial capital who truly understands taxation would never be foolish enough to step into this swamp and offend the powerful forces behind it. Leah still doubts. Guild people would do almost anything for enough money, she murmurs. Ren lets out a cold laugh. This is no ordinary challenge, he says. It's a test the Emperor set to strip me of authority. Under such circumstances, he continues, no one would dare oppose the ruler of the Empire. Hearing this, both Leah and Selena are stunned by the corruption hiding behind the court. Moments later, Selena's expression darkens. Leah quickly asks what's wrong. Selena explains that she followed Ren's instructions to organize the records, but several regions are missing entire sections, making the numbers impossible to reconcile. She assumes the Ministry of Finance simply forgot to provide them. Ren chuckles at her naivety. It's not a mistake, he says. It's a trap. Those records were withheld on purpose so I could never calculate the Empire's true financial losses. Selena suggests reporting the missing documents to the Emperor and demanding a complete set. Ren dismisses it immediately. I expected this trick from the start, he says. As long as the missing portion isn't too large, the rest is enough to reconstruct what's hidden. He points to one ledger. Land rent in the Northwest dropped 17% from last year, yet agricultural output didn't decline at all. His pen moves rapidly as he calculates that. Under the old tax rate, each acre should have paid 0. 7 silver coins, but only 4.42 was reported this year. He concludes the difference was clearly embezzled. He notes that land administration and property transfer records weren't properly updated, revealing how little transparency exists. This is the classic off-the-books method, he says. Unregistered plots evade taxes, and fake numbers cover the gaps. Moving to another discrepancy, he notes that the salt tax in the Northern Territories was delayed a full month, though transport costs remained unchanged. Selena is astonished. He calmly explains that this is a phantom shipment scheme. The same batch of goods is circulated on paper repeatedly, he says. Officials claim the route again and again, siphoning subsidies from the treasury. Leaning back, Ren delivers his verdict. The Empire has turned corruption into an art. From distorted taxes and duplicate land records to empty invoices and manipulated standards, every layer is rotten. He shakes his head lightly. No wonder no one has managed a clean calculation in all these years. Selena stares in awe. How did you solve all this so quickly, she asks. Ren points proudly to his head. Not magic, he says. Logic, classification, and cross-verification. That's the modern financial system. Far away in the palace, under the night sky, the nobles' schemes continue to ripen. The Emperor asks about Ren's progress halfway through the audit, and Fields bows confidently, reporting that he personally tampered with the data. He admits that several ledgers were deliberately left incomplete, and nearly a third of the numbers were fabricated entirely. The Emperor smiles with satisfaction, remarking that Fields has taken excellent care of Ren. Fields adds with confidence that even if 30 top ministry experts work together, they'd need at least 3 months to untangle the accounts. A crafty light gleams in his eyes. Ren will never escape this trap, he says. The Emperor agrees, treating the situation as a costly lesson for youthful arrogance. Declares that once Ren fails, the entire financial administration of Enorkul will be handed to Fields. Fields can barely hide his delight, bowing quickly to express gratitude for the Emperor's trust, while inwardly relishing the chance to warn Ren and insult his father. When the month ends, the air outside Ren's study is unnaturally still. Then the door opens and Fields strolls in, loudly reminding Ren that the deadline has passed and demanding to know his progress. Ren sits calmly at his desk, flipping through the ledgers. I finished last night, he says. I plan to report the results this morning. Fields freezes in disbelief. It's already done? He blurts. Ren smiles faintly, pleased by the panic on Fields' face. Judging by that reaction, he asks, this pile of records was supposed to be impossible? Fields flinches, then recovers, insisting he's simply amazed by Ren's speed. Fields doesn't waste a second. He demands to see the results himself, hoping to catch a mistake he can use to turn the tables. Ren's calm smile doesn't waver. You can check the work, he says, but there's one condition. Fields frowns but forces himself to ask what it is. Ren meets his gaze steadily. The verification must be done publicly, in front of the Emperor. Otherwise, he explains, the outcome would rely entirely on Fields' biased judgment. Fields' face darkens, but he has no choice. Fine, he says coldly. Tomorrow morning at the court assembly, I will examine the ledgers in front of His Majesty and the full nobility. He storms out, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. Inwardly, he swears that tomorrow, in the Imperial court itself, he will make Ren pay with the deepest humiliation imaginable. That night, beneath a star-strewn sky over the Imperial Palace, the conspiracy deepens. Fields leaves Ren's study and heads straight to the Emperor. Kneeling before the throne, he reports Ren's demand for a public audit, confident that the young prodigy will be disgraced. The Emperor raises an eyebrow and asks how Fields can be so certain. Fields explains that he planted 3 traps within the ledgers. First, 1/3 of the data was deliberately concealed, and that missing portion connects directly to the Empire's most critical financial flows. Second, some records were personally falsified by Fields years ago, full of chaotic, illogical numbers that no outsider could ever make sense of. Third, even if every figure were correct, the sheer volume of work is so enormous that no one could finish it within a month. A sinister smile spreads across the Emperor's face as he praises Fields' arrangement. He orders Fields to ensure all nobles and high officials are present the next morning to witness the spectacle. The 3 princes are to be summoned as well. They should watch and learn, he says, how ruthless power can be. The next morning, tension fills the palace as the tax audit begins, with the Emperor and the court assembled. Ren enters calmly, holding only a thin scroll in his hand, immediately drawing the nobles' curiosity. Many wonder if he really finished the wager, though most assume he has simply acted recklessly. Fields steps forward, polished and confident, greeting him with false courtesy. The Ministry of Finance has worked tirelessly for a month and has completed the accounts, he announces. Today, Lord Ren and I will verify the results before His Majesty and the ministers. Then he adopts a concerned look. Because this is Ren's first time handling Imperial finance, the Emperor has graciously allowed leniency. If your calculations contain only minor discrepancies, we will reluctantly accept them. Before Fields can continue, Ren interrupts. And if your calculations are wrong, he asks, what reward will I receive? The question shocks the entire hall. The nobles find his challenge absurd. One man standing against the entire Ministry of Finance? Pure madness. An official angrily demands to know if Ren really believes that he alone can outmatch the ministry's experts. Ren smiles faintly, arrogantly. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. His words ignite the room. The ministry's nobles explode with outrage, feeling openly insulted. Fields cuts through the noise. Do not quarrel before the Emperor, he commands. He urges the court to begin comparing the figures. The Emperor gives the order. Fields and Ren are to present their calculations, one after the other. Fields opens his dossier with complete confidence. The ministry's figures show the Empire's total tax revenue this quarter as 14,800,000 gold, he declares. He explains that border tax accounts for 2.16 million and mineral tax for 1.8 million. Then he turns to Ren, challenging him to present his own numbers. Ren answers firmly, the true total is 16,057,000 gold, with border tax at 3.12 million and mineral tax at 2.65 million. The hall gasps. Ministry officials immediately shout that Ren's numbers are absurdly wrong. The Emperor remains neutral. These figures differ massively from the ministry's, he observes. Explain. Ren smiles coldly. Simple, he says. The Ministry of Finance falsified the books. Of course, the numbers don't match. The accusation freezes the hall. To the court, Ren now seems like a madman daring to accuse the entire ministry of fraud in front of the Emperor. Fields explodes in fury, screaming that Ren is slandering them and swearing no one can challenge the ministry's authority. Ren stays calm. And what if proof exists, he asks. That single question shakes Fields. He tries to convince himself that Ren is bluffing. After all, few inside the ministry know the real numbers. Clinging to that hope, he demands Ren show his evidence immediately. Ren slowly unrolls his scroll. Since you insist, he says, don't blame me for what follows. He begins with indirect taxes, laying out the numbers one by one with relentless logic. He explains that the Empire's taxes are divided into direct taxes, indirect taxes, and royalties, and he will start with indirect taxes. For border taxes in the first 3 months, using actual trade flow, historical transport averages, and export volume at the western frontier, the correct figure should be 3.12 million gold. The ministry reported only 2.16 million, a 30% shortfall. Moving to the salt tax, he notes that the northwestern salt fields expansion increased production by 10%, yet revenue fell by 40,000 gold. With sharp mockery, he asks whether the salt somehow flowed back into the sea or if the ministry's brain stopped working. He then turns to land tax. According to the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs, the number of farmers across 37 counties rose 8.5%, yet total land tax fell 2% compared to last year. This is impossible, he says, locking eyes with Fields. According to your records, did half the Empire's farmers fall into hell this year? The hall goes dead silent. The ministry nobles tremble. They cannot refute Ren's precise logic and solid evidence. Sweat pours down Field's face. He cannot fathom how Ren uncovered such deep corruption. He begins to wonder whether this young man truly understands taxation at a master level. Ren stares him down. "Any defense?" he asks, voice cold, mocking Fields. "Did you really think no one in the capital could see through such filthy schemes?" Fields screams in desperation and rage, but the outburst only reveals how trapped he is. He collapses to his knees, hands trembling on the red carpet, under the weight of the numbers Ren has exposed. From the throne, the Emperor erupts in fury. How dare the Minister of Finance falsify records and embezzle tax funds? He demands. Abandoned, Fields panics. He pleads for mercy, claiming it was only a small mistake, not intentional. The Emperor, disappointed the plan failed, immediately orders Fields imprisoned. He also commands a full investigation into all financial records, every subordinate, and the origins of related assets. Everyone tied to the case will face the harshest punishment. Fields is grabbed without a moment's hesitation. Despite his frantic protests, the guards drag him off, leaving no room for mercy. The dungeon swallows him in darkness, silence pressing in from every corner of the damp cell. Then the heavy iron door groans open, spilling a sliver of light inside. Fields lifts his head, eyes wide with shock at the unexpected visitor. Standing there in the dead of night is the Emperor himself. He gazes down at his kneeling minister, expression unreadable, voice cold and controlled, making it clear this encounter is Fields' lifeline after the scandal. Fields trembles violently, pressing his forehead to the stone floor, repeating his gratitude over and over, showing he understands the Emperor's reasoning. But deep down, he knows the truth. He has barely escaped death. The Emperor remains stern, warning that this matter is serious, and the first order of business is to silence all involved. Fields immediately grasps the meaning and offers a solution, a perfect scapegoat. An inspector from the Western Border Tax Office, a man of peasant and military background with no status, no influence, the ideal fall guy. A faint calculating smile touches the Emperor's lips. He gives the order instantly, saying that if Fields has already found a candidate, the case should be wrapped up swiftly. As the Emperor turns to leave, Fields holds a respectful stance, but his mind races. Finding a sacrificial pawn is simple. The real puzzle is far darker. Why does the Emperor need such massive sums every year, enough to manipulate the Empire's accounts? Before disappearing down the corridor, the Emperor delivers one final warning. Should Fields disappoint him again, the consequences won't stop at a mere title loss. Once the Emperor vanishes into the shadows, Fields bows one last time, a gesture of formal gratitude. But the moment he's sure no eyes are on him, he collapses, face grim, muttering with bitter restraint that the waters of this capital run far deeper and deadlier than any young man could imagine. Later, at Ren's residence, Selena is practically glowing with excitement. She praises his brilliance, marveling at how he turned the impossible tax records into a complete victory, forcing Fields into disgrace and arrest. Ren lifts his teacup, calm and collected, and says something that stops her cold. Fields will be fine. Selena stares, stunned. Tax fraud in the Empire is a serious crime. How could the mastermind escape so easily, she wonders. Ren sets down his cup, a sharp light flashing in his eyes, and says that the Emperor had known about the falsified accounts from the start. Selena is speechless. She cannot believe the Emperor would conspire with his ministers to fabricate records on such a scale, and even less can she grasp why. Ren explains slowly. The false numbers were never mistakes. They were tools designed to create the illusion of prosperity, maintain public confidence, and convince the nobility the Empire remained strong. It was cold, calculated politics to preserve stability, even as the financial system rotted from within. Selena struggles to accept it. She asks how Ren can be sure the Emperor and Fields were working together, and not just Fields acting alone. Ren smirks faintly and says the answer lies in the Emperor's handling of the situation. He points out that despite the weight of the accusation and the formal setting, the Emperor gave Fields no chance to defend himself. No questioning, no inquiry, no explanation, just an immediate arrest. Ren leans in, voice low. This was not justice, he says, it was theater. The Emperor couldn't risk Fields speaking, because even one testimony might reveal an entire network of corruption behind the throne. By silencing him and staging the arrest, the Emperor cut off loose ends, calmed public outrage, and kept himself untouched. Ren concludes that the Empire runs not on truth, but on what people are allowed to believe. Selena slowly realizes that Fields was never truly condemned. He was only sacrificed as a shield to protect the darkness behind the throne. Ren lets out a quiet, cold laugh. He understands the Emperor shields himself, but the cost of that protection is giving him control over Enoch's finances, a silent concession, but one brimming with calculation. At that moment, Grand Duke Eldrien enters, stern as ever. He immediately scolds Ren for overstepping in court earlier that day. Ren doesn't flinch. He calmly asks why speaking the truth in court should be considered wrong. The Duke slams his hand on the table. This wasn't just speaking truth. He says it was striking the financial establishment of the capital across the face. He warns that Ren has offended powers even nobles handle with care. In this world, he says, authority doesn't rely on right or wrong, it relies on untouchable strength. Ren doesn't waver. He responds that if those falsifying accounts feel no fear, then the one holding the truth has even less reason to be afraid. The room falls silent. Grand Duke Eldrien exhales long and heavy. He understands this is beyond right and wrong. It's about survival. He changes the subject and slides a list of noble daughters toward Ren. He orders Ren to choose a marriage candidate. Political alliances, he says, are essential for any great house to survive. Leah freezes in the corner, her hands trembling slightly as she prepares tea. She lowers her head in silent apology, hiding the tears gathering in her eyes. She knows more than anyone that feelings are a luxury in this world. Excusing herself under the pretense of fetching more hot water, she's really just hiding tears she can't hold back. Ren watches silently, understanding exactly what she's thinking. In the dim corridor, Leah stares at the night sky, though there's nothing to see. The gap between their stations has made her realize she has no place in Ren's future. Ren quickly approaches and stops behind her. He softly asks if she's upset. Leah shakes her head, calm but distant. She says she's only a maid and his marriage doesn't concern her. She doesn't look at him, but the avoidance speaks volumes. Before she can turn away, Ren steps forward, wrapping his arms around her from behind. His voice drops, low and intimate. He says he hopes it has everything to do with her. Leah freezes, heart hammering. Those words break every noble rule she's ever known. Ren smiles gently. From Inako until now, he says, the only person who has stayed by his side and truly understood him is her, not the names on any list. Tears finally spill from Leah's eyes, though fear still lingers. She knows she is only a servant and wonders if Ren can truly defy his family for her. Ren doesn't answer directly. Instead, he asks one question: will she stay by his side? It's not just a confession, it's a challenge to the entire noble order. Leah hesitates, then in that moment, her fear begins to melt. She rushes forward, embracing him tightly. She says she is willing, in a capital overflowing with schemes and poison, a bond forged by the heart takes shape. But with the Imperial Palace's darkness still spreading, whether that vow can protect them from the storm ahead remains uncertain.